So, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the refresher course organized by Amity University, Noida, in association with the Catholic Staff College and Society for the History of Technology, short USA. So yesterday was a very happening day for all of us. We had very enlightening sessions yesterday, and we got a very good appreciation from all the audience. So we are happy about it. And today we are going to have 4 sessions. Every participant is required to be particular about their attendance, because the certificates will be given on the basis of their attendance only. So try to join. Our today's first speaker is also there. So it's very good. So basically try to join every session on time, and the schedule is also basically is shared with you all. So our today's first session will be taken by Dr. Rosie Patel on the topic of ways and means of ensuring emotional well-being of the faculty members, which is a very important aspect for all of us, because we are teaching, and for our researchers also, because they are in the way of becoming a faculty member. So it is very important to be emotionally strong. So first, I would like to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Rosie Patel. Dr. Rosie, I would like you to just switch on your camera also, ma'am.
Yes, she has the camera on. She has the camera on.
Okay, I'm not able to see her. Okay, maybe.
Yeah, there.
Okay. Hi. Yeah. So this is my honor to introduce Dr. Rosie Patel. I'm really delighted to introduce her. Dr. Rosie Patel, the Dean and Director of the Department of Humanities at Ukar Sadia University at Bardoli, Gujarat, India, brings a wealth of knowledge and expertise to our gathering. With a distinguished career in academia, Dr. Patel has made significant contributions to the field of humanities. Her leadership and dedication have been instrumental in shaping the academic landscape of Ukar Sadia University. We are privileged to have Dr. Rosie Patel share her insight and expertise with us today. We welcome you, Dr. Rosie Patel, and the platform is all yours. Welcome.
Ma'am, we cannot hear you.
Ma'am, please unmute yourself.
She is not mute. We cannot hear.
Kindly check your headphones, ma'am, or remove your headphones and then go on, ma'am.
Ma'am, move your headphone and put it back again. That's what our technical expert is telling.
Ma'am, can you rejoin again?
Ma'am, you are being asked to rejoin. Dear participants, just bear with us. Yesterday also, we faced certain issues with joining. It happens. People are joining from all over the world, all over India. So,
another thing is, ma'am, that this refresher course is also about networking. We get to know each other for our academic collaboration in future. So it would be great if someone switch on his or her camera and start interacting, because we also want to know whom we are interacting with. So
yes. And that is also something I want to add on to it. I just got a call before the start of the session that professors do ask, like, if they speak for 1 hour, 10 minutes, after that, we will open the floor to all of you. Please feel free to ask questions. You see, in verbally asking, please write your questions there. We are going to pick it up. And if you want any reading material in particular, feel free to ask. Like Professor Dilip Menon actually last night sent me multiple links, which I shared in the WhatsApp group. Okay. So you have paid for it, or you have joined as an amicitian, you have every right to ask whatever you need. We are collectively trying to improve our knowledge base here. So we would be very glad to serve that interest as much as possible. Okay. So Professor Patel is back again. We just hope, let's keep our finger crossed that this time it will work. It will, I'm sure.
Good morning, everyone.
There. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Yeah.
I'm extremely sorry. You don't know how embarrassed I am.
No.
It's been a day of mischief, a morning of horrible mistakes from my end. I'm really extremely apologetic for wasting all of your good time. So sorry. With that apology, I would really like to cover up the miss out moments. So first thing first, let me welcome you all to day 2 of this very fruitful refresher course organized by Amity University and the sister concern. Good morning, Madhumita ji. Good morning, Shalini ji. Good morning, Nutan ji.
I'm feeling so happy to see your smiling face again.
I can see you all. I'm Dr. Rosie Patel, Dean Director Department. I've been working in the field of emotional quotient since almost 11 years now. Hope I'm clearly audible to you guys.
Yes.
Yes. So on the strength of that, I have developed some modules and some research guide for academicians, especially, it is very necessary when you are tackling with human beings. Our product, our process, everything revolves around youth, and which is very dynamic. 16 years to 24 years is the most dynamic phase of life, where any individual cries most of his lifetime, and at the same time he or she loves the most of one's lifetime. So what I wish to underline over here is, this is the most dynamic, vibrant and fragile phase of their lives, any individual's life. And at the same time, we have that particular crowd, target mass at that time, working with us, teaching and studying with us. So the emotional intelligence becomes not only essential, I guess it is the way forward in academia. First, for the mental well-being of the teacher. Secondly, for mental, spiritual and growth well-being of the pupil, and so on and so forth. And lastly, it rubs on to the society. Now, before I take you to the formal slides and presentation that I have made, I would like to share a small story. Of course, it is from our scriptures, Indian ethos. Still, it is very relevant, and you can understand the roots of such wonderful concepts lies very deep down in our culture. So I'll tell you the story of 2 rivers. I hail from the state of Gujarat, and in Gujarat we have 2 prominent rivers, namely River Narmada and River Tapi. And these 2 rivers are almost like, like Ganga Yamuna for the north, and Kaveri Godavari for the south. That what we call equivalence is there for us Gujaratis. So the story goes like this, that once meet these 2 rivers. ये दोनों नदियां जब सागर को मिलती है, तो सागर उनसे पूछते हैं कि आप कैसे हैं और मुझे मिलने कैसे आए। तो नर्मदा जी ने तुरंत ही जवाब दिया कि मुझे आपसे मिलने की बहुत ही जल्दी थी, तो मैं पहाड़ों को कूदती कूदती बिल्कुल ही एकदम बहती बहाती आपसे मिलने आ गई, और मैं बहुत जल्दी आपसे मिल पाई। मैं तापी से पहले आपसे मिलने आ पहुंची हूँ। सागर जी ने बोला ठीक है। सागर जी ने जो तापी, जो हमारे रिवर है, उनसे पूछा आप कैसे आई। तो तापी जी ने बोला कि मुझे भी आपसे मिलने की बहुत जल्दी थी, पर रास्ते में जो गांव, बेल, पौधे, खेत वगैरह आ रहे थे, तो मैं उनको बचते बचाते हुए, कर्व्स लेते हुए आई, तो मुझे देरी हो गई सागर जी, पर मुझे आपसे मिलना तो था ही। The first way, the Narmada way of meeting and attaining the goals is emotional quotient, sheer intellect working with it. But the Tapi way of getting to your attainment, to your goal, reaching to your aims is actually known, or going about in our lives is known as emotional quotient. Again, to penetrate my topic even further, I would like to take the references of some research, and they are very rampant. And since you all are from humanities, you know better than me that the suicide ratios that internationally everybody is commenting on, it has gone into the schedules that universities and institute of education are required and requested to look into it, because 80% of the suicides, if you take, they are done by youngsters. And unfortunately, though it is very sad, I have to tell that our country stands at the bottom of the suicide ratios internationally. But if we say that intellect only matters, then it would have been less. It should be less into the suicide ratios committed by the students of some premier institutes. And it is not only for India specific ratio; it is an international proven research and what we can say analysis. Secondly, if materialism, secondly, intellect, I spoke about intellect, intellect alone is not enough. Second is material well-being, possessions, wealth. If that alone was enough, then Japan would not be heading or topping the mass suicide ratios across the world. There is a concept in Japanese culture called harakiri. You must be knowing. Still, I would like to refresh that particular topic in your mind. Harakiri is also can be seen in animals. It's a very emotional topic. If a mother animal has delivered 6 babies and one baby dies, if the baby is not promptly removed from the other siblings, the other siblings also has this mental depression which leads them to harakiri. Same way, Japan, Madhumita ji, am I going right? Is there any technical glitch? Okay, okay, thank you. Thank you for affirmation. Your affirmation means a lot to me. So going forward, I was talking about harakiri. So harakiri sets into the young or very infant babies of animals also, because they breed in multiple babies. The same way in Japan, youth have this tendency to commit mass suicides. There are cults, like our youth go get together and go for picnics. There some of the cults go get together, they bleed themselves or commit harakiri is a mass suicide. Sadly, this is the reality of our earth today, and that's why I have come up with my concept today. Because if we academicians do not combat this particular menace, then there is no meaning of education. That is what I mean. Because life is first, and then education of a life stands. So let's move ahead, and you will have to be very participative in this particular presentation. And I'm going to share my slide, and it is known as emotional quotient, emotional intelligence. So I'm sharing my slide. If can you see my slide?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Okay, okay. Do you see a picture on it?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes, yes.
Okay, okay. What do you see?
I would like participants to interact, please, because I am able to see a lady Uh,
Ha.
yeah, lady.
We
From
know.
backside.
Yes. Ha. Okay. Thank you for the response. You can see a lady from and her backside, right? Okay. I had changed the slide. Now what do you see?
I can see a lady in veil, and again the backside. Others doing picture, I think.
Okay. Okay. Now let me again change the slide. Now what do you see? Now?
It's written somewhere an old man. In the
Okay.
chat box.
Participant is saying.
Participants, you are required to interact, please.
All right. So my question is that the slide is same, then how come we have three versions of the same thing? How come we have three versions of the same thing? This was the first slide. This is the second. And this one is the third. So, understanding that what I see can be something different, or what I perceive in my life is liable to get changed, or things are rather seasonal, or things are temporary in nature, and I need to shift my parallels or my viewpoint every now and then, is emotional quotient. So our journey actually starts from this particular point, because what you saw were three versions of a same picture. There was one old lady, there was one old man, and there was one old lady and a man. But actually this picture stands for a duck slowly creeping into pond. So this is the perception fact check for you guys. So let's move ahead. Internationally, I would like to request all the participants, and nationally as well, to be responsive to this particular session. And intelligent quotient, if I clarify the first uh, uh, abbreviation written over here, intelligent quotient stands for your IQ. And IQ is all your degrees and all your intellectual research that you have done so far. Emotional quotient is something much more. It is more coming from our Varna ashrams, that is Indian ethos, that first 25 years of Balyashram, then next 25 to 50 years of Grihasthashram, 50 to 75 years of Vanaprasthashram, and 75 years and onwards of Sannyasashram. 25 years onwards, when one enters into Grihasthashram, the emotional quotient is the way to go forward, because then after we work with people, we work for people, and we work within people-centric organizations, and that is why alone emotional quotient will have to be the topmost weapon or currency over there. So let me then take you one step ahead. Modern day researchers and especially psychologists believe that emotional intelligence is the root cause of a success or failure of professional success or professional failure, personal success or personal failure, and vice versa. Because the research that I shared earlier, the suicide ratios in highly intellectual people is high. Then in suicide ratios of students from premier institutes is high. Also, the dropout ratios is high, and also the divorce ratios are very, very high. So whatever we call, is it a success or failure, the root cause lies into the emotional intelligence of a person. So again, let me take you formally to the concept and the person who devised this concept of emotional quotient, rather coined this concept. There is a Daniel Goleman. He is a wonderful person, wonderful person to work with. In his workshops, you can see Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, um, Sundar Pichai, Madonna, then all the sporting legends, and so many other people sitting side by side, and people from across the diverse disciplines sitting side by side and learning to be emotionally intelligent. Now, good thing over here in this particular concept, or rather my concept that I'm here to deliver today, is it can be acquired. Yes, you have never probably thought about it, but yes, it can be also instilled, groomed, seasoned, what we can say inculcated, and it can be what we can say raised step by step in our psyche. First thing is be aware of our own emotional intelligence, and that I would be also asking you every now and then to be very participative, so that we know what emotional state of mind we are here today. So we'll proceed. This particular book has been Bible for all the corporate organization who have mellow down their working environment, or rather mellow down the cutthroat competition that used to be in late 80s and 90s. And then after, such organizations have adopted a more humanitarian concept, a more humanitarian workforce or working environment, be it Infosys, be it Google. They all have every now and then have consulted Daniel Goleman and tried to come up with a more humanitarian, humanistic value and human needs oriented working campus. And that is where this particular book chips in as a Bible for people centric organization. I would not say work centric, but people centric organization. So working with emotional intelligence was his prime book. Then after, he has written so many renditions of this particular book, but this one still stands as my favorite. But probably if you can suggest me any other book that you have found really effective, feel free to suggest. I would be happy to learn and happy to reread him. So let's go. What does he say about emotional intelligence?
क्या हुआ? स्क्रीन फ्रोज हो गया ना? Another call. Another call. Just speaking so well. Dear participants, we are trying to get in touch with Rosie ma'am. Just give us a few minutes. I think there are technical glitches, internet connectivity problem. She will join back. She's there. I think it's connectivity issues. Just to give you an idea where Rosie ma'am's university is, it's in a very remote part of Bardoli. Okay. So they work with tribal kids there. It's very green. It's, when we imagine Gujarat, we imagine that part of Gujarat to be, salty and desert-like, but not that where she comes from. It's forested area. It's very green. It is inhabited by tribal population. And they are trying to come up with very interesting pedagogy there, working with tribal kids, not exactly small kids, but college-going, university-going tribal students, and try to impart a very holistic education there. Okay, so it's highly possible that internet connectivity is an issue considering how remote the area is. Okay, so she goes around India talking about the kind of university they're putting up together. She invited me also. I said, I do not know the language, I'll not be able to teach. But it is so exciting to hear the kind of work she does and other professors there are doing. A very holistic education. They operate in very close connection with the community. Okay. So just give her a few minutes. She will come back.
Dr. Madhumata, we are having such a bright group of participants. So where we are having so many researchers, where we are having so many faculty members. So I think, and I would like to suggest here that let's give them sessions so that they can moderate the session. This will be really a good experience for them as well. They'll be introducing the speaker, and they'll be analyzing whatever the speaker will say, and then they will give vote of thanks. So I think this is just my suggestion.
Yes,
So,
whoever is interested, they can
Yeah.
just send us a WhatsApp message that they want to
Yeah.
do this.
Yeah, they can moderate the session, complete session, and I will be sending you the schedule daily, so you can decide and inform us, and then we'll be sending you everything regarding the speaker, and then you can moderate the session. Those who are interested, they can just share their will in the WhatsApp group. And another thing is that I have already explained regarding the assessment plan. So there the participation marks are also there. So it is good to participate to just get good marks and good grades.
Last 5 minutes or so, there was no connection with you. Well,
So
Yeah.
now we can see you. Yeah.
Rosie ma'am, I'll just give you an idea that where we lost you completely. It's when you were speaking about Goldman's book and you were talking about that if others could suggest other books, you would be very happy to read. So that is where we lost you. So if you can just.
All right. Yeah, I'm sharing the screen again, right? Okay.
So we lost you at 9:58.
All right. Done, ma'am. So this is the book that I was talking about. And this, as I said earlier, that I would be happy if you have read any other book apart from that of this one of Daigle Goulman, because he has come up with varied version for corporates, working with emotional intelligence for families, working with emotional intelligence for corporates and whatnot. So let's delve deeper into his research. So he says that 20% of success is because of emotional intelligence, 20% of success is because of IQ, and 80% of success is because of EQ. So according to him, emotional intelligence is the capacity to recognize our own emotions. First thing, that if I am able to understand my own emotions, then only I would be able to understand others' emotions and reactions. I'm still on, right? I would like to keep on rechecking.
Yes, ma'am. You're on there.
Yeah. Yeah. So the capacity to recognize, this is remaining, right? This is where we lost.
Yes, that is why we lost you. Yes.
So the capacity to recognize our own feeling is the crux of emotional intelligence. जैसे कि हमारे भगवद गीता says that it is very essential to know oneself before we venture into the universe, because our own self is a universe. So taking a leaf from Bhagavad Gita, this emotional intelligence also revolves around one's capacity to recognize one's own feeling. For example, I would like to share about my feeling right now. If I observe myself neutrally, I am really ethical cliches from my end. This is, I have 2 or 5 difficult questions from my audience. I have to understand that I am already in a very agitated frame of mind, and keeping that into the context, I will have to be calm, somber, and very quiet in replying to those difficult questions. So that really helps me to smoothen the process, and it saves me from any problems or disputes in future. So that is the essence of emotional quotient, that it starts actually from within. So once I am able to understand my own feeling, then I can actually understand and appreciate others' feeling, and so the next paraphrases of and those of others. So if I am frustrated for loss of such a quality time, then others are definitely going to be frustrated and irritated by, they must be thinking that I do not know technological usage, I have not upgraded my systems, and I should do this and that is totally appreciable from my end, because if the mistakes have been all done from my end, still I'm getting irritated, then others are very eligible for getting frustrated, and that actually smoothens the scenario, puts my heart to rest, and accepts all the comments that might come in or the reactions that might come in, so that we can take it to all the relationship scenario, be it husband wife, be it mother child, be it son or father, be it teacher and the pupil. If we once we have this essence of understanding our mental frame, then we can replicate that particular scenario to any relationship situation that might arise in our lives. And emotional intelligence makes sure that we do not create problems for our own selves. If we are not able to solve the problems that are actually there in the world, that's fine, my dears. Actually, I'm addressing to those students who have joined. But if we are not creating more problems for this particular world, let me tell you, you are doing a wonderful job for this world, and emotional intelligence takes care of that particular thing. So that was the essence of this particular slide. So that is what Mr. Daniel Goleman has said. Now we will go forward and have this particular next slide. In this next slide, Daniel Goleman speaks about 20-80 ratio. He says that the success is, can you see the slide fully, clearly?
What you can do, Rosie ma'am, is you can make these slides full screen
Huh?
from that,
Okay.
from the bottom, because we can see the side panel also. If you make it full screen, we can concentrate on the side main slide only, and rather not be distracted by your side panel. So at the bottom, there is a tumbler-like icon. If you can just press it to make it full screen. At the
Which icon?
Here, if you go below, yes, just beside it, yes, this tumbler-like, just beside the word 73%, just beside left-hand side of 73%, this no, next one, just the next one. Take your cursor to the next one. No, not that side, right side. Yes, that's right side. No, this side. You are going to the other side. Just beside 73%, the tumbler like. No, that side.
This one.
Yes.
Okay.
If you click it, it will become full screen.
So
Have you made it full screen now?
yeah. Yes, I have.
I do not see it.
It's a full screen for me now.
Okay, it will take few time to come to us.
It's a full screen for me.
Yeah, it will take few minutes to come to us. Yeah.
Is it visible now?
Not yet.
Yeah, done. Is it visible? Full screen?
What about the participants? To me, it is not full screen. What about the
No,
participants?
ma'am, it's not visible. It can be done on the slideshow mode. Rosie, ma'am, if you just see on the
Okay.
top, there must be slideshow mode. So that would also
Yes.
solve the purpose.
Yes, slideshow. Yes, after home, insert design, animation, and there is slideshow. Yes, if you just click that.
I have already done the slideshow. Can you see it now?
No.
Oh God. Okay.
It's
Probably
okay.
It's
okay. It's okay. We can go ahead with the talk because we can see the slides anyway. So it's okay.
Okay. Okay. So the 20% is IQ and 80% is emotional quotient. So that is where you can see that the when a person is very, very successful intellectually, but when it comes to handling the personal life, that the result or the scenario might not be the same. There, that is where the secret lies of emotional quotient. Also, the 45 and 55% is 55% who have gone ahead in life are the people who have better emotional intelligence. Now, when we talk about emotional intelligence is not something that comes from outside. It's a very internal process. One has to be very vigilant, and it is a very inculcative process. Day by day, one will have to add on the layers of emotional awareness and the response to the social and social prompts or intellectual prompts. As I said, the TAPI way of doing is doing it. So it should be very easy for you to have this connotation in your mind and use it for your future references. Now, when we go ahead, we come up with some misconception that when one is emotionally intelligent, it means that being nice. No, it does not mean being nice. You can say no to the situation while being absolutely polite, and still you can be very emotionally intelligent. Saying rudely so no is not emotionally intelligent. Always saying yes, though you are very uncomfortable, is again not emotional intelligence. But saying yes when you are comfortable, saying no politely when you are when you are uncomfortable is emotional intelligence. So there are levels of emotional intelligence, but they are not fixed genetically. It is not necessary that if somebody is like IQ is very much genetic in some of up to some extent. In case of emotional intelligence, it is not so. It can be, as I said, that it can be inculcated, it can be layered, it can be self-schooled also. It is more related to one's sensitivities, and then after developing or interpreting those sensitivities into sensibilities. So that is why this particular model has been developed. Daniel Goleman says that emotional intelligence is detrimental on 4 pillars. There are 4 basic pillars of emotional intelligence, and we would be going into all of these pillars systematically one by one. First one is self-awareness. Second one is self-control. Third one is empathy. And fourth one is social skills. Now we would be going one by one into all of these uh, pillars. The first one is self-awareness. As I said earlier, self-awareness is the secret ingredient in all the relationships scenario, be it mother-father, be it parental relationships to the child, be it pupil and teacher relationship, or be it a relationship with the family, or corporate world, or say colleague relations or friends relationships. Self-awareness is a very crucial or say elementary to all the relationships. So how can we be aware of it? There is very simple. You have to just ask yourself what and how I am feeling right now. What I am feeling right now. That is the what we can say test of self-awareness. So once you know the goal, that is your own goal. If you don't know where you are going, any road will get you there. Life is limited. This is what Daniel Goleman say. Please do not get any misconception about if this is a debatable or not. This is what the pioneer has said, that if you know your goal, where you want to reach. For example, you are going to trek to any peak of the state that you are living in. Say, for example, I am living in Gujarat, and Girnar, the mountain Girnar, is the highest peak over there. So my goal is, if I want to reach to Girnar, if I got lost by what we can say climbing from one route, I'll take another route, still I can reach to that ultimate peak. And that is the point over here, that if you are very, very clear where do you want to reach, any road will get you there. Once you see that the peak is very clear to you where you want to reach. But if I do not know that which mountain I want to go to or where do I want to go to, there is no way, there is no path, there is no road in this world that can lead me to. And that is what self-awareness stands for. What we want, what we do not want, what we wish, what we do not wish. That is the essence that we have to be very clear about, and that stands for self-awareness. So Daniel Goleman says, the less aware of what makes us passionate, the lost we will be. मतलब कि हमें क्या, हम किस चीज के लिए पागल है, हमारा हमारा दिल किस चीज के लिए धड़क रहा है, अगर वही हमें नहीं पता तो बहुत ज्यादा चांसेस है कि हम खो जाएंगे. पर अगर हमें पता है कि हमारी पैशन क्या है, हमारा 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 दिल किस चीज के लिए धड़कता है, if we know कि what we wish to attain, we wish to achieve, we wish to reach, where we want to have our own footprints, then all the paths, any path, many paths will take you there. And that's the prime, what we can say, theory of self-awareness. So here he also adds that he has added into this that self-awareness stands for very accurate self-assessment. For example, I think that I am very good person, I am best, I am full of virtues, there's nobody like me. But if I do not know my own weaknesses, then my own strength becomes my weaknesses. For example, citing today's example, I have to check the technological and internet viability of my system, and that falls in my technological arena. That stands for my weakness. So if I do not work on my weakness, my strengths get diluted. So most of the times that teachers make students do SWOT, the reason being that one should be aware of one's weakness so that one cannot allow oneself to get diluted as far as the strengths are concerned, and one can work on one's own weaknesses. Then learning from experience. If we carry our past like a baggage, like luggage, then it's not going to be helpful. Self-awareness is a very critical taskmaster. It very shrewdly tells us that you have to learn from this experience and let go. What normally we do, we take the baggage of our failed relationships, failed experiences, failed or say mistakes or say blunders, and we have such categories or guilt trips in our lives, and which makes our life so much bulky, so much heavier, that there is no space and breath left for something new or fresh to seep in. And that is where actually self-awareness works as a very critical taskmaster, or as a staunch taskmaster, that it really crystallizes the experience into a let go and learning. Let go, learning. Whatever the crux was there from that particular experience, we have to take it, let the other things, all the negativity flow by. Then that is what the self-awareness stands for. That was the point number 2. And then the third one is, and which is very, very again crucial, that is open to receive feedback, new perspective and self-development. On this point, let me again congratulate whosoever has joined this refresher course, because they are keen on self-development. They want to have new perspective, and they are open to receive the feedback for their learning teaching methodology, and probably that's why they are attending such refresher course. So I would again once verify that we are on all same page, and I am still being seen by you all. So again, I'm sharing the slide.
Yes, Rosie ma'am, we can hear you. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, yeah. So the next slide is we are going to take a test. But before we take a test, do we have any question in first point, that is self-awareness? Accurate self-assessment is a part of self-awareness. My strength, my weaknesses, what are my weak areas, what are my tender areas, which are my, what we say I'm very touchy about, which are the aspects. For example, uh, it took me 40 years to speak on stage about the periods, about women health, about women specific problems. So it was probably one of my weaknesses and the area where I was very touchy. So I came out of it consciously after practicing self-awareness into my life. Then learning from past experiences. Today's experience will teach all of you to double check your system and sit with the whosoever is going to speak next, to sit with the second laptop, as I have also kept the second laptop on standby mode, learning from experience. Then third one is open to receive feedback, that I would be asking you to kindly write or give me feedback at the end of the session, or even now. The new perspective is, this is why actually this such kind of programs are happening, and self-development is, I believe, is a byproduct of such endeavors. So we are going to take a test of our own selves today. So test is something like this, that test is, that my question is to all of you guys is to, uh, what was your frame of mind first thing when you woke up today? What was first thought that came into your mind when you woke up today? Was it positive? Was it negative? What was that? Do you even remember what was the first thought? This is the actual test of our levels of our self-awareness.
Rosie ma'am, do you want them to write their
Yes,
feelings here in the
yes.
box, or do you want them to speak up? Do you want
Better if they speak up.
okay? So
Better if they speak up.
dear participants, please unmute yourself and speak to ma'am. Speak to Rosie ma'am. Just tell Sabiha, instead of writing there, just speak to ma'am. Unmute yourself and speak. Whatever you guys felt. All of you. This is to all
Yeah,
of you.
ma'am, am I audible now?
Yes, yes.
Okay. The first thought again, I mean, this is the same thought that had been coming to my mind since last 15 days or last 1 month, that I could not wake up at 5 again. Normally, I get up at 5. Normally, I'm an early riser, but due to very heat, I mean, very summers are on their peak and sleeping in AC, so the alarm clock buzz, but again, I'm not able to wake up. And then again, it's like 7 or something when I wake up, and again, the negative thing comes that again, I failed in my target. So that was the first thing. That is the recurring thought that is coming to my mind since last 1 month.
So it has become a pattern, right?
Yeah, it has become a pattern. It has.
And this is the time, once you realize there is a pattern,
Yeah.
we must break it. Whatever the pattern is. Even the pattern is good. For example, I love taking teas. I can consume from 10 cups a day to 20 cups. But once I realize that my tea consumption is going 7, 8 cups more
Yeah. I think.
Rosie ma'am, you are not audible. Rosie ma'am, you are not audible. Yes, yes, you're back. Rosie ma'am, yes, yes,
Am I audible now?
yes, yes. We lost you for 2 minutes or so. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So
Yeah.
you were talking about like you consume, you love to consume tea, and then when you realize that
breaking a pattern. Yes,
yeah,
you have to
yeah,
break up a
yeah,
pattern.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there is a common connection between me and Sabiha. Sabiha needs to break her pattern of disturbing thoughts from the morning onwards, and to come out of that particular thought pattern, and I need to stop drinking excessive tea. So we both of us need to break that particular patterns that has evolved in our lives. Yes.
Yeah,
Okay. Any other?
that is the first thing you. There are a number of other things also which I have to work upon. That is not the only thing.
Yeah. For starters, you can do
Yeah.
that.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Anybody else?
Participants, my request is, because this is a, we are trying to speak to each other. So please feel free to share up. If there is a pattern of thoughts which you want to break and you think it is happening to you in your life, please speak up. There is no. Malika, will you like to share?
Yes,
Please go
yes.
ahead. Please go ahead.
Yes. Hi, good morning to everybody. I'm very happy to join in this refresher course. And the first thing that came to my mind, that is that I can have the opportunity to become a student again, which I love to always. Because you see, teaching, learning and teaching process goes on continuously forever. And I'm very happy when I woke up today in the morning. I felt that yes, I can be a student again for some days to go on. So
Okay,
that was my feeling. Yeah, and also for a short, though it is for a short term, but I'm very happy to have. And also another thing I just want to share with you all people, that is there is a nostalgic feeling so far as the collaboration is with short, because in the year 2017 in October, I visited Philadelphia, and by the short travel grant. So I was very nostalgic to have a refresher course to join, to have the opportunity to join in collaboration. And along with that, my bosom friend Madhumita, she's long time back. I used to work with her for some 1 year, I think, and in a FIP post in Kolkata, and we had a very nice, jolly time during that time. And again, to have with her as my here as a coordinator of the whole session. Yeah.
Rosie
Thank you
ma'am,
very much.
Rosie ma'am, I
Yes.
think Malika had all positive thoughts in the morning.
Yes.
Yes, I'm very happy.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And she's looking forward to learning, and that's the sign. It is said, no, that when when teaches one, learns two. And she has actually imbibed that particular philosophy probably in her life, and that can be seen from the responses that she is giving. It's wonderful to see to you, Malika, and talk to
Thank you.
And there is no doubt that you must be in touch with Dr. Saha some point in time, because that vibe of energy is very, very, very constructive from both of you, and that has set our particular session into altogether different frequency. Thank you so much. But is there anything that you would like to share about self-awareness, how it helps you? You carry out such mind frame throughout the day?
I think positive energy should always be there. At present in Kolkata, it is very hot and humid, very hot. People are just not keeping well. One of my colleagues is sick. So I was very worried for him. Till now, I didn't get a positive reply. But still, this refresher course is giving a lot of energy, positive vibes, in spite of so much of humidity going on in Kolkata at present. Yeah. So I think positive vibes is very important. And for you people like you who are always inspiring us with their, their talk, with their That is an inspiration for us people. Yes.
Thank you.
And also our
Thank you
coordinator
so much.
sitting here. Coordinators sitting here. I thank you both of them, Dr. Shah and Dr. Saxena, to provide us with so much of inspiration throughout. Yes.
We
Thank
are
you so
also
much.
happy to have you in our refresher course. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Excuse me, ma'am. I lost the connection for a few minutes. May I know what is this test about? Are we supposed to
Yes,
speak
yes,
about this self? Okay.
yes. Madhumita, your mic, you need to unmute your mic.
Yes,
Yes.
yes. Whoever was asking me the question, I just was trying to answer that what ma'am asked is that it first thought that came to you in the morning. Please share all of you.
Okay. The
It will be
first
more
one.
interactive. It will be more interactive that way.
Okay.
Anybody else? Others who had a
Uh,
time to think?
What are the challenges that we are going to face for the day?
What are the challenges? That's the thought that came to your mind. The
Yeah.
challenges.
Yeah.
Okay. What did you have any unfinished task yesterday evening?
Uh,
Did you have
yes,
any unfinished?
yeah,
No,
because like
Dr.
yesterday,
Nutan, you can switch on your video. That way, then the communication becomes better between us.
ma'am, actually the host has disabled it, so I'm not able to do that.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah, it's like that.
What's your name?
Nutan.
Nutan Kumari. Okay. In the meantime, you can give answer to ma'am, Rosie ma'am.
Yeah, sure. Now I guess I can.
Yes,
I
Nutan.
guess the video
Yes, you
is
are
on.
visible. You're visible.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much. Yes, ma'am, because like yesterday we had the first day of the refresher course, and so there were some genuinely unfinished tasks.
See, Nutan, I'm seeing you for the first time. You have this very sincere vibe coming up, and this is the curse of being too sincere. Sincerity is there; it is very, very required, and it is an ideal trait. But at the same time, it would be very unwise to carry burdens around one's personality, oneself. So whatever tasks are remaining for the day, as Daniel Goleman earlier say, I didn't know we were there or not. Once you know what your goal is, any path will take you over there. So that understanding actually should relax you. I'm not telling you to mellow down on your sincerity, but I want you to mellow down or be lightened on your self expectation. You cannot be so much self critical all the time that at the end of the evening you must tap your shoulder. Whatever you have done was phenomenal, and for the remaining thing, you will be doing tomorrow. There is a tomorrow, and that is why another sunset is going to be given to entire world. And we all sincere people are working hard, and probably this world is striving because of such people only. But having said that, you have to be sincere to your own emotions, your own well-being, your own health also, right, Bacha? So that is why self-awareness is very, very crucial to you also, that okay, I started on with this particular frame of mind, which is not an ideal start. From the intention perspective, you are 100%. You wanted to do all the tasks. Still, if any of the task was unfinished yesterday, today is the day you will be doing it. Even if not today, there is a tomorrow. But giving your 100% is the crux, and any sincere person is going to do that anyhow. So you should be lighted, and at the end of the evening, I'll be talking on that also when we will be reaching to that particular phase. One should have a roll call of the day, and with that dots, tick marks, there should be all the right tick marks and phenomenal tick marks and 5-star rating for our own self, because we are ending day with a promise to our own self that whatever is unfinished we'll be doing tomorrow. But the next day you should be waking up with a smile on your face that yesterday you did a wonderful, wonderful job. Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am. That was lightening and enlightening both.
Thank you, Nutan. Thank you. Yes. Anybody else would like to share, or we get on with the work?
Anybody
मधुमिता
else?
जी, क्या करें, हम आगे बढ़े थोड़ा सा?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
अच्छा, फिर से हम लेंगे, responses तो ले ही
Yes,
रहेंगे,
yes.
है ना? Yes. So can you see the slide?
We can see the same test slide, Rosie ma'am. The same test slide.
I'm not able to see the slide. In my screen, I can see you.
Me.
Okay.
Ma'am,
I can see you only. Yeah.
you click.
Shall I stop sharing and again share?
Ma'am, do it. I do not know how come I was positioned at the heart of your screen.
It's there actually.
Yeah, ma'am, you can reshare.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Shit. This things have frozen from my end.
But we can hear you. We can see you.
Okay, you can see me, right?
Yes, we can. We can hear you
Okay.
also. Yes.
All right. So in that case, I'll keep on going. The next slide is of self-control. What you see on your slide?
Only you and me. Rosie ma'am,
God.
Rosie ma'am, it's okay. You speak, and you share. You speak, and keep on trying as you speak to share it. Hopefully, with the internet connectivity better, it will come.
Okay.
Ma'am, by any chance, is it possible that you share the slides on the group?
Yes, ma'am. You can do that, Rosie ma'am. Don't worry. You can in the WhatsApp. Oh, Rosie ma'am is not added. I will add you to the this WhatsApp.
I'm sharing, ma'am. Again, sharing the slide.
Yes, it's there. It's there,
right? What do you see? Which?
Self-control, self-confidence, and reduce stress.
What does your slide say?
Self-control. And self-confidence,
yes.
Reduce stress.
Yes. So now we are going to speak about that, and we are going to discuss it also. Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Yes. So self-control, how do we go about having self-control in our lives? And easier said than done. I really wish that I had more of a self-control, but it's so difficult, as the picture actually depicts, that our brain cannot actually hold our hands, and our hands cannot hold our brain. Self-confidence is very, very tricky for all of us, and that is why there are two ways. Madhumita ji, am I audible? Are we on same page?
Yeah. Yes.
Are we on same page? Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. So there are two tools to control oneself, and one is self-confidence, and second one is to reduce stress. Now, self-confidence के बारे में लोगों ने इतना ज़्यादा बोला है, तो मैं उस पर बिल्कुल ही बोलना नहीं चाहूँगी, but I will give you a simple test. अगर वो आप करना चाहे तो आप सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस आपको अपना चेक करना है, तो आप ये कीजिए कि आप कोई भी जो पढ़ा लिखा या फिर कोई भी मोटिवेशनल वीडियो के हिसाब से कभी नहीं जाइए. पॉइंट नंबर 1. दूसरी, आपको अपना सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल अगर चेक करना है, तो जस्ट आप इस सेशन के बाद या फिर जब भी आपको वक्त मिले, तब यू स्टैंड इन फ्रंट ऑफ मिरर, and if you can feel yourself complimenting to your own self, आपको लग रहा है कि आपको आईने में जो दिख रहा है वो कॉन्फिडेंट है, या फिर उस इंसान को अगर आप कॉम्प्लीमेंट्स दे सकते हैं कि है you are a very confident person and you are doing well on a one go without rethinking, without confidence, तो कहा जा सकता है कि आप में सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस है. दिस इज अ वेरी 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 बेसिक लिटमस टेस्ट ऑफ having or not having self confidence. Are we on same page? Good to go? Hello?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, okay. Now for reducing stress, I will really like to help you because I can see the stress levels are increasing all around. So I'll give you very beautiful few tips to students, especially. Students, when you have your Viva, or you are doing to speak on stage, or you have your presentations going on, there are so many anxieties, even in cases of submissions and your interviews and your lectures also. When your teacher says to speak up, there is so much stress on you that you actually shy away from such small but very pleasurable jobs. So how to reduce stress? And in your lives, personal life, chaos are also happening fast and frequently, and social what we can say, judgments are very disturbing to you guys, especially youngsters, and social dogmas are very disturbing. Family cycles are also keeps on changing. So stress, what I wish to tell you is, stress keeps on increasing exponentially. So apart from the sports that you should play, the exercise that you should do, the yoga that you should apply yourself to, meditation that you should actually do, but rather than doing meditation just for 10 minutes or 20 minutes, what I believe, and please remember carefully because it is going to be very useful in your lives, and in further slides also it is going to be, that it is, rather than sitting for a 20 hours or 30 hours meditation in a day, it is more important to be meditative state of mind throughout our 4 hours a day, sleep included. Now, what is meditative state of mind? Meditative state of mind is something which is so alert, which is so aware that the mind stands little bit apart from that particular person. There is a distance between the person because a person is a bundle of emotions. So once the self-awareness mechanism is active, the person or the is different, separated from the mind, and mind from upside down, it visualizes and sees the person and controls him or her, sees to it that he or she does not hamper one's own path. So that is what the meditative state of mind actually means. Coming back to the stress reducing techniques, first and foremost is it's very simple. It was taught to you in your school days also. That is reverse counting: 100, 99, 98, 97. That is when you are going to speak on stage. You should do it. Your all the senses would be very calm, controlled, and you would be able to do your job in a better way. Second one is, if your anxiety levels are higher, you are perspiring, your heartbeats are increasing, you should reverse count alphabets, that is Z, Y onwards. And it's very difficult, and that is why you will be calming very soon and you would be concentrated on the topic at hand. Third and the most stress reducing exercise for all the students and teachers that I would like to prescribe is writing from your opposite hand. Madhumita ji, are we still connected? Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You're audible.
Yeah. Thank you, dear. Okay, and this thing has really given me a stress. So I'm taking your help to
It's
get me
okay.
settled.
It's okay.
Thank
Yeah.
you, guys.
I will call you immediately
All
if
right.
you're still praise.
All right. So if it's all right, then I'll keep on going, right? Thank you so
Yes.
much.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Yes.
So please note down this particular exercise, and it's a very life-saving exercise because I have done this particular exercise on a couple of my students who were about to jump from 7th-story building. One student who had consumed poison, one student who had already, what we can say, petroled himself. So जिंदगी के बहुत बहुत मुश्किलों में से हमने ऐसी छोटी सी बहुत नादान सी जैसी कह सकते हैं वैसी बड़े सवालों को हल करने की कोशिश की। मैं पहले इसका साइंटिफिक रिप्रेजेंटेशन आपको बता दूं, राइटिंग फ्रॉम योर अपोजिट हैंड। अभी भी अगर आपके पास है आपकी नोटबुक, तो अगर आप हमेशा राइट हैंड से लिखते हैं तो आप आज लेफ्ट हैंड से लिखिए एक सेंटेंस कि हेलो, माय नेम इज सो एंड सो, माय नेम इज शालिनी, माय नेम इज रोहित, I am going to be the next big thing, I am going to be the next president of India, I am going to be the next big thing in Bollywood, I am going to be musician, whatever, but just write 2-3 sentences with your opposite hand. आप अगर लेफ्ट हैंड से लिखते हैं यूजुअली, तो अभी आप राइट हैंड से लिखेंगे, और अगर यूजुअली आप राइट हैंडेड है तो अभी आप लेफ्ट हैंड से लिखेंगे। दिस इज द टेस्ट ऑल्सो ऑफ सेल्फ कंट्रोल। तो सबसे पहले तो आप करते जाइए, लिखते जाइए और मुझे सुनते भी जाइए। यहाँ से तो सबसे पहले मैकेनिज्म शुरू होती है आपकी सेल्फ कंट्रोल की, कि आपने जो हाथ कभी भी लिखने के लिए इस्तेमाल नहीं किया है, उस हाथ के मैकेनिज्म को आप एक्टिवेट कर रहे हैं, और उस पे से पता चलता है कि आपके मसल पे आपका सेल्फ कंट्रोल कितना है, और नहीं भी है तो वो चालू हो जाता है। सेकेंड थिंग इज कि हम लोग लेफ्ट राइट बैलेंसिंग हमारा जो होता है माइंड एंड बॉडी का क्रॉस वायरिंग होता है। The left part of mind or the brain actually controls the right part of the body and vice versa, or right part of the mind or brain controls the left part of the body. So ये जो क्रॉस वायरिंग है, that gets little bit skewed, or that gets little bit tinted by the virtue of keeping on writing from, probably most of us are right handed, 99% लोग राइट हैंडेड होते हैं। तो इसी वजह से जो राइट ब्रेन और लेफ्ट पार्ट ऑफ द बॉडी वो क्रॉस वायरिंग होता है, वो ज्यादा एक्टिव रहता है, और वो जो ब्रेन का जो इम्बैलेंस है, यिंग यांग थ्योरी अगर आप जानते हैं, या फिर राइट साइड ऑफ ब्रेन एंड लेफ्ट साइड ऑफ ब्रेन, क्रिएटिव एंड लॉजिकल ब्रेन वाला जो डिस्टिंक्शन है, उसमें वो जो टेंट आती है, जो थोड़ा सा स्क्यू हो जाता है, वो जो है हमारे अपोजिट हैंड से लिखने से बैलेंसिंग खुद ही बॉडी अपना री इंजीनियरिंग करना शुरू कर देती है। दैट इज सेकेंड लॉजिकल पॉइंट। एंड थर्ड इज दैट लिखने लिखाने की जो हमारी प्रक्रिया है, दैट इज वेरी साइंटिफिक, बिकॉज देयर आर सम acupressure points which are on our fingertips, and that is why we were taught to hold our pens, और या फिर पुराने कालों से जो कलम पकड़ने का तरीका है, वो तरीका भी अपने आप में एक साइंटिफिक महत्व रखता है। और उसी वजह से अगर जब आप अपने नॉन यूजुअल हैंड से वो करते हैं, तब आपकी जो बॉडी इंजीनियरिंग है वो री इंजीनियरिंग होती है, और अपने आप का जो टेंटेड या फिर स्क्यूड बैलेंस होता है, वो फिर से बैलेंस पूरा पॉइज्ड हो जाता है या फिर सेंट्रल हो जाता है। और वो बैलेंस जैसे ही सेंट्रल होता है, आपकी नेगेटिव थॉट्स, आपकी एंजाइटीज, आपके स्ट्रेस, सब कुछ खुद ब खुद रिड्यूस होने लगता है। सो डियर ऑडियंस, do not go to any psychiatrist or psychologist and shell out your hard-earned money, but please do such proven, tried and tested small tricks. And even all those who can play Sudoku, who has learned Sudoku, please do it once in a day. Newspaper जब आप पढ़ रहे तब Sudoku कर लीजिए. It is very refreshing. It will fine tune your very wrought नर्व्स, जो हम स्ट्रेस लेके जो नर्व्स हमारी थोड़ी बहुत जो स्ट्रिंग जो खिंच जाती है, बहुत ही तंग हो जाती है, उसको लूजन कर देते हैं, सो दैट a beautiful symphony can follow through. So that was some exercise and some technique. There was some technique for self control. Now, do we have any question? आपने किसी ने ये किया अभी, और किसी के पास कुछ सवाल है तो आप अपने आप को अनम्यूट करके पूछिए, या फिर बताइए आपको कैसा फील हो रहा है अगर आपने अपोजिट हैंड से अभी लिखा है तो.
I wrote, ma'am.
हेलो. यस.
Yes, ma'am, I wrote.
कैसा लगा आपको? कुछ लगा फर्क?
हाँ मैम, पहले तो राइटिंग देख के बहुत खराब लगा.
यस यस, वो आपको हैंडराइटिंग, हाँ, किसी किसी के बहुत बुरे निकलेंगे, जैसे कि कपड़े सुखाए हुए हैं, या फिर चीटियां निकली हुई है, या फिर अलग अलग पोज में आपके जो हैंडराइटिंग है वो योगा कर रहे हैं वैसे लगेंगे. दैट इज द फन पार्ट ऑफ दिस एक्सरसाइज. पर हाँ, किसी का ऐसा भी होगा कि बचपन में गलत टीचर ने आपको स्कूल किया है और गलत हाथ आपका, हो सकता है कि आप राइट हैंड से ज्यादा अच्छे से लिख रहे हैं और आपको लेफ्ट हाथ में कलम पकड़ाई है, या फिर वाइस वर्सा जो आपको कर देते हैं. तो इसकी वजह से अगर आपके जिन लोगों के भी बहुत बुरे हैंड राइटिंग निकलते हैं ना ओरिजिनली, उनको ये एक्सरसाइज ज्यादा ही करनी चाहिए, क्योंकि हो सकता है कि अपोजिट हैंड से आपके अच्छे हैंड राइटिंग निकले हों और वही आपका सही हाथ हो सकता है लिखने के लिए. तो यहाँ से ये काफी हमें ज्यादा पता चलता है. यस, एनीबडी एल्स?
Hello.
यस.
Yeah, ma'am, I wrote and I don't think it is too bad. It's like what my small kid writes. It's not that bad. I could write with my left hand. But it took efforts. It took efforts. It was not that easy. I mean, consciously I was making efforts to write small sentences. Yes.
So आपका दिमाग जिस चीज में उलझा था उसको, उससे आपको वो डिस्ट्रैक्ट करता है. इस अपोजिट हाथ से लिखने के लिए आपको ध्यान लगाना पड़ेगा.
एफर्ट्स लगाने पड़ते हैं, ध्यान लगाना पड़ता है कि आप सीधा सीधा लिखें.
जी, हैंड आई माइंड कोऑर्डिनेशन लाना पड़ेगा, राइट?
Yeah. I mean, you have to make conscious effort. It is not like you write with your right hand. You can write anything without even looking at the paper. But now
that would be okay. So yeah, who else? All right, so that was the test of self-control. So ये जो एक trick है वो आप, मेरी गुजारिश रहेगी कि if you can remember it forever and use it. We do it judiciously whenever our kids are going for interviews or they have come up with very good results, because उनके जो anxiety levels है वो काफी control में रहते हैं ये करने से. And now we are moving forward to the third part of the paradigm, and that is empathy. Empathy, आपकी स्क्रीन पे empathy आ रहा है, सबको दिख रहा है?
Yes, ma'am, it's coming.
Yes, okay, fine. So, can anybody first tell me what is the difference between empathy and sympathy, and which one is better? Or is there any difference?
Yes, ma'am, there is a difference. Yeah, so sympathy is sahanubhuti and empathy is swa-anubhuti. So empathy is actually putting yourself into the shoes of others. Sympathy is simply showing pity over something.
Right.
So, because empathy is something which a person of self-respect can.
Right. So आपने बहुत अच्छे से समझाया, और आई एम हैप्पी कि आपने मुझे सिखाया. स्वानुभूति जो आपने मुझे एम्पैथी का जो हिंदी पर्याय बताया है वो मुझे नहीं पता था. थैंक यू सो मच. आप अपना नाम बता सकते हैं, बिकॉज आई कैन नॉट सी यू.
My name is Dr. Nutan.
Yes, Nutan, Dr. Nutan. Thank you so much. सो एम्पैथी, अच्छा मेरा दूसरा सवाल रहेगा कि जो डॉक्टर्स होते हैं, एमएस या एमबीबीएस डॉक्टर्स होते हैं, व्हाट डू दे हैव, सिंपैथी और एम्पैथी?
Sympathy. They have sympathy.
सिंपैथी,
Yeah.
okay. Anybody with another answer? सब अग्री कर रहे हैं सिंपैथी से?
No, ma'am. I guess it should be. It should
It
be
should be.
empathy, or maybe a blend of two.
Ma'am,
Right.
I'm not saying what it should be. I'm saying that doctors have sympathy. I mean, I'm not talking of should. I'm not the ideal situation. What normally they have is sympathy. The whole day long.
No, dear. I would like to interrupt you over there. The discussion is not about what doctors or medical fraternity should have and all those things. What I asked is the what do doctors possess, empathy or sympathy? And I would clarify, since there are some disagreements into it, so I would rather would like to clarify on the things. Please remember this, that medical professional cannot afford to have sympathies. And I know I'm making a controversial statement, but let me finish it off. If they feel sympathy, then their expression would be, अरे बाबा रे कितनी ज्यादा पीड़ा हो रही है, अरे बाबा अभी आपका क्या होगा. This is sympathy. Whereas empathy is going one step ahead. अच्छा ये आपका प्रॉब्लम है, ये प्रॉब्लम है, इसका ये प्रॉब्लम सॉल्यूशन है, और मुझे और आपको साथ मिलके इस तरफ ये सॉल्यूशन के प्रति जाना पड़ेगा. एंड दैट इज हाउ आपका पेन रिमूवल या फिर आपका जो प्रॉब्लम रिमूवल हो सकता है. दैट इज एम्पैथी. सो एंड दैट इज व्हाई फॉर टीचर्स ऑल्सो, मैं एक बहुत ही यहाँ पे एक डिसएग्रीमेंट था, तो मैं आपको एक और सिनेरियो भी बताना चाहूंगी जो एक जर्नलिस्ट के लिए था. कि जर्नलिस्ट ने लिखा, एक कार का एक्सीडेंट हो गया रोड पे, और रोड पे वो उनकी कार जा रही थी, तो वो जर्नलिस्ट साहब वहां पे रुके और जल्दी कार में से लोग बाहर आने की कोशिश कर रहे थे. उसमें हेल्प करने के बजाय जर्नलिस्ट साहब ने उसके साथ सेल्फी ली, जलती हुई कार में चलते हुए लोगों के साथ सेल्फी ली और पोस्ट कर दी अपने मीडिया पेज पे कि these people need sympathy and I am here for that particular cause. और वहां से नेशन वाइड एक डिबेट शुरू हुआ कि इज दिस सिंपैथी. एक जलती हुई कार में से जलते हुए लोगों को निकालने के बजाय आप सेल्फी ले रहे हैं और फिर पोस्ट कर रहे हैं, ये सिंपैथी है. तो सिंपैथी इज द टोटली यूजलेस इमोशन बिकॉज इट इज नॉट helping the situation out. And that is why empathy is the way to go. Of course sympathy is a sensitivity aspect. हमें sympathy होती है, पर उसमें से जब हम इमोशनल क्वोशंट हमारा ऐड करते हैं, तब एक फाइन अंडरस्टैंडिंग के साथ हम उसमें से बाहर आते हैं कि सिर्फ सिंपैथी से काम नहीं चलेगा. इट मस्ट बी लेयर्ड विद एम्पैथी. एक प्रॉब्लम है, उसको सोचना समझना और उसमें से बाहर कैसे निकलना, वो जो एक अंडरस्टैंडिंग है, दैट इज एम्पैथी. एंड दैट एक्चुअली इज वेरी वेरी क्रूशियल इन टुडेज एरा. और वही हमारे जो इमोशनल क्वोशंट है उसका थर्ड पैराडाइम है. सो आर वी ऑन सेम पेज सो फार?
Yes, we are on the same page.
All right. So there are two aspects, that sensing what others feel without saying, silent understanding or silent communication. और हम लोग सॉफ्ट स्किल की लैंग्वेज में उसको द सॉफ्ट करंट्स कहते हैं, या फिर एटमॉस्फेयर कहते हैं, या फिर साइलेंट सिम्फनीज कहते हैं. कि अगर आपको पता, फॉर एग्जांपल मैं स्टूडेंट्स को खास करके बताना चाहूंगी कि बच्चों, आपको पता है, आपने कभी महसूस किया है कि अगर मैं आपका आंखों पे पट्टी बांध के आपकी बुआ के घर पे ले जाऊंगी, तो भी वो घर की स्मेल से आपको पता चल जाएगा कि ये मेरी बुआ का घर है, मामा का घर है, ये मेरा खुद का घर है. कुछ भी आवाजें नहीं आ रही होंगी तो भी. सो वो जो स्मेल्स आर द बिगेस्ट इंडिकेशंस ऑफ सेंस, साइलेंट सेंसेस। तो वो जो एक सेंस हमें होता है दूसरों का, कोई क्या सोच रहा है, कोई क्या अंदर से उसको क्या महसूस कर रहा है। जैसे कि मैंने घरों के बारे में बात की कि हर एक घर की खुद अपनी अपनी खुशबू होती है। आप अपने घर पे जाते हैं तो आप रिलैक्सेशन अपने घर पे जाएंगे, उससे भी ज्यादा एक आपकी जो घर की एक अरोमा होगी, उसके आपका जो दिल होगा, आपका सबकॉन्शियस होगा, वो ज्यादा रेस्टेड फील करता है। अपने लोगों की भी एक खुशबू होती है, एंड दैट इज व्हाई we for warmth we hug each other, because there is a warmth and there is a feeling and there is a smell that is very very close to our heart. So वो ये सारे empathetic क्वालिटीज है, वैल्यूज है, जो बिना कहे हम फील कर सकते हैं। और वैसी ही एक चीज है सामने वाला क्या फील कर रहा है वो समझना, और ना ही सिर्फ समझना, उसको कैसे रेसिप्रोकेट किया जाए, दैट इज एम्पैथी। वो ज्यादातर अगर कोई बोल रहा है तो उसके टोन ऑफ वॉइस से पता चलता है कि कोई भी, मान ले टोन ऑफ वॉइस क्या है, तो टोन ऑफ वॉइस है कि कोई, आप कहीं पे घूमने जाते हो, अगर बाहर के देशों में भी आप चलो घूमने चले गए, कि मान लीजिए कि आपको टर्किश लैंग्वेज नहीं आती है और आप टर्की घूमने गए हैं, तो भी आपको वहां पे कोई अगर आपका इंसल्ट कर रहा होगा, आपको गाली दे रहा होगा, तो आपको पता चल जाएगा, टोन ऑफ वॉइस। या फिर आप वहां पे देखें कि गली में कोई छोटे बच्चे को, कोई उसके पिताजी है वो उसको, छोटे बच्चे को डांट रहे हैं, तो भी आपको, यू वुड बी एबल टू सेंस इट। हाउ? You don't understand Turkish, still you are able to decipher it because you know the tone of voice, which doesn't have any language, but it is still there in all the language, tone of voice. जैसे कि मैं आपको अभी ही आपको उसका एक जायजा दे सकती हूँ कि कैसे जा रहे हैं आपके दिन? वाह वाह, आपके दिन तो बड़े अच्छे जा रहे हैं। या there's a little bit, there is somewhat satire or non-happiness in that particular tone of voice. अब उसी चीज को मैं फिर से कह रही हूँ, कैसे जा रहे हैं आपके दिन? लग रहा है बहुत अच्छे जा रहे हैं आपके दिन। See, the expression has changed the hidden meaning of the same sentences. So, and that is that has been connoted as a tone of voice. तो उससे ही हम पता चलता है कि सामने वाला एक्चुअली क्या कहना, जताना, बताना चाहते हैं। फेशियल एक्सप्रेशंस में आंखें आ गई, प्यूपिल आ गए, ब्रीदिंग आ जाता है, स्किन का कॉम्प्लेक्शन लाल हो जाना, येलो हो जाना, वो सब आ जाता है। फिर होठों का स्माइल, ब्रॉड स्माइल, एकदम नैरो हो जाना, आंखों का ड्रूपिंग, आईब्राउज का ड्रूपिंग हो जाना, या फिर लंबे हो जाना, या फिर ऊपर चढ़ जाना, ये सारे के सारे फेशियल एक्सप्रेशंस में जाते हैं। और नॉन वर्बल एक्सप्रेशंस भी बहुत, बॉडी लैंग्वेज से लेकर बहुत ज्यादा और भी ज्यादा कॉनोटेशन है, जैसे कि पोज लेना बातों के बीच में, फिर एक रूडनेस का इस्तेमाल करना, या फिर मेलो डाउन, या फिर तहजीब का इस्तेमाल करना, ये सारे के सारे जो नॉन वर्बल वेज है, ये सारे के सारे भी एम्पैथी में आ जाते हैं। कि जैसे हमने एक इंस्टेंस लिया था डॉक्टर्स का, तो ये डॉक्टर्स की बात करते हुए ही, MBBS MS सर्जन डॉक्टर्स की बातें, मेडिकल प्रैक्टिशनर की बातें करते ही मैं आपको एक इंस्टेंस दे देती हूँ, एक एग्जाम्पल से ये एम्पैथी को मैं यहाँ पे रेस्ट करना चाहूंगी। एक आगे मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगी इसके बारे में कि जो डॉक्टर्स होते हैं जिनके सक्सेस रेशियो ऑफ डॉक्टर्स आर लेसर द मोर्टालिटी रेशियो, जिनके हाथों से कम जाने जाती है, उन डॉक्टर्स का सक्सेस रेशियो खुद ब खुद अप हो जाता है। और ऐसे ही डॉक्टर देवी शेट्टी है, जो आपको पता ही है कि ही इज द वर्ल्ड रिनाउंड इंडियन डॉक्टर, और बेंगलोर में स्थित है। नारायण हृदयम जो उनका जो एक मेडिकल सेंटर है, जिनमें पाकिस्तान, बांग्लादेश, हर जगह से, पूरे दुनिया से बच्चे आते हैं, जो बच्चों की हार्ट के कॉम्प्लिकेशन, आप समझ सकते हैं कि बड़ों में, बुजुर्गों में भी हार्ट का कॉम्प्लिकेशन सबसे डिफिकल्ट माना जाता है, तब छोटे बच्चे, इन्फेंट्स, जब उनके हार्ट के इश्यूज होते हैं तो डॉक्टर देवी शेट्टी है, उनका ऑपरेशन करते हैं, और उनका मोर्टालिटी रेशियो इज वर्ल्ड्स लोएस्ट बच्चों में, उनके हाथों से ऑपरेट हुए बच्चों का। तो ऐसा जो उनका देवी शेट्टी का नाम ही हो गया, डॉक्टर देवी शेट्टी, देवी टच वाले, यानी कि अलौकिक शक्ति वाले, यानी कि बहुत ही अद्भुत अलौकिक टच वाले, तो वो जो एक स्पर्श है उनका, वो जो है वो दैट इज अ साइन ऑफ एम्पैथी दैट ही शोज. He makes it, though he leads such a busy life, he makes it a point that whenever a patient is going out of his hospital or whenever a patient has come to him for consultation, he would meet him, he would sit with him, and he would would touch him and reassure him or her with his touch that everything is going to be okay. Be it a parent of that particular infant, the infant itself, or the person who has just come out of the operation theater. And that is the sign of empathy. वो कहते हैं ना, जहाँ पे दवाई काम नहीं करती वहां पे दुआएं काम करती है, वही है एम्पैथी है. तो वो कैसे आप डेवलप करते हैं, उसी का भी एक आपको एरो दिया हुआ है. फर्स्ट साइन ऑफ empathy is listening, or listening is secret to any relationship. बोलने से आप कॉन्टेक्स्ट बढ़ा सकते हैं, रिश्ते नहीं, रिलेशनशिप्स नहीं, पर हाँ सुनने से आप कॉन्टेक्ट्स एंड रिलेशनशिप्स दोनों बना सकते हैं. आप जिनको बहुत ज्यादा पसंद करते हैं उनको ज्यादा सुने, जिनको आपके पेरेंट्स हैं उनको सुनना चाहिए. इफ यू आर इनटू रिलेशनशिप विद समबडी, see to it that you are listening to him or her, then try to understand and then develop. क्या डेवलप करना है? फर्स्ट अपने आप को, अपनी अवेयरनेस ऑफ दैट पर्टिकुलर रिलेशनशिप, एंड देन डेवलप a rapport with that particular person. तो इस तरह से ये empathy का जो एक above going arrow है, that is how it works. And अगर if we are all on same page so far, I would like to go ahead. Can I?
Yes, Rosie ma'am.
Yeah, thank you.
Rosie ma'am, one more thing. Our next session with the next speaker would start at 11:30. So we would like to have a 10 minutes gap in between you and that speaker so that we can reorganize ourselves, go to the restroom. So please keep that in mind. Thank you, ma'am.
Sure, ma'am. Dr. Saha, right now it's 11:11, so I'll take another 9 minutes and wind it up. Okay?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Yeah. As it is, we are going ahead and we are entering into the last phase, that is the last paradigm. But before we do so, let's read out what Daniel Goleman has written. He has written that great leaders move us. They ignite our passion and inspire the best in us. We can simply put Gandhi ji over here. Yeah. हमें according to Gandhi ji और हम सबके, हमें स्वराज चाहिए था, पर कैसे चाहिए था? Without bloodshed, even without dropping a single blood drop, he wanted the स्वराज, अहिंसा, है ना? So that is how, अगर लाखों करोड़ों लोगों की जाने ले जाने वाला स्वराज मुझे नहीं चाहिए, and that was his vision, that was his level of empathy, that was his level of self-awareness, which actually saved so many young lives and young generation, that led us to a very peaceful transition from British Empire, British monarch to Indian sovereign. And that is a world record and world history written in golden ink. हालांकि फिर partition हुआ and that was a lot of bloodshed, but that you can understand where the roots lies. जहाँ पे self awareness चली गई, वहाँ पे क्या हुआ, that was the depiction of that. So when we try to explain why they are so effective, we speak of strategy, vision, or powerful ideas, but the reality is much more primal. Great leadership works through emotions. गांधी जी और जवाहरलाल नेहरू और वल्लभ भाई दोनों ही उनको फॉलो करते थे. सो इज डॉक्टर अंबेडकर, मोहम्मद अली जिन्ना जी, सब उनको फॉलो करते थे. He worked with the emotions, and that is how he could create so many leaders and ultimately that cohesion of leaders developed into Swaraj movement, and that is why we are independent country now. So we are going into the fourth paradigm of our presentation today, and that is social skill. Social skills are mostly your soft skill. I would say ice breaking skill. इसका मैं टेस्ट आपको देना चाहूंगी कि आप एक ऐसी जगह पे जा रहे हैं कि जहाँ पे 10-12 लोग ऑलरेडी बैठे हुए हैं, आप किसी को नहीं जानते, 10-12 लोग है एक क्लास में, एक ऑफिस में, और आप किसी को नहीं जानते और आप वहां पे सबसे पहली बार गए हुए हैं, and if you have this guts to say hello to everyone and initiate the communication, then you have social skills, you are having soft skill, and that particular skill is known as ice breaking skills. और मैंने ये बहुत देखा है, हायर द IQ लेसर दी आइस ब्रेकिंग स्किल्स, क्योंकि वहां पे एक रिजिडिटी, एक फ्रिजिडिटी आ जाती है, एक ईगो आ जाता है कि मैं ये कैसे कहूँ, लोग क्या सोचेंगे, क्या हंसेंगे, मैं तो इतना बड़ा हूँ, मैं क्यों करूँ, मैं क्यों शुरुआत करूँ. देयर आर सो मेनी nonsense thoughts pertaining to it, but what I wish to underline over here is be the first one to break ice, because any kind of frigidity is unwelcome. It is frozen quality, and when one is dead, frozen is all right, but when one is live, one has to be warm, alive, and very very what we can say, there should be warmth in one's transaction, and that actually is what social skills depicts. So we have 3 sub paradigms into it. Trust, that is trust yourself, and the counterpart you are into relationship into. अगर आप colleagues के साथ ये इतना ज़्यादा अच्छा से आप ये जो refresher course कर रहे हैं, तो you have to trust each other, right? तभी आप इतना अच्छे से कर रहे हैं. सो आपने ट्रस्ट किया है, फिर ट्रस्ट करके आप एक दूसरे को रिकग्नाइज कर रहे हैं कि इनकी ये स्ट्रेंथ है, डॉक्टर साहा की ये स्ट्रेंथ है, डॉक्टर सक्सेना की ये स्ट्रेंथ है, जो दूसरे जो पार्टिसिपेंट्स है, दूसरे जो है काउंटर पार्ट्स, उनकी ये स्ट्रेंथ है. ये आप रिकग्नाइज कर रहे हैं सबके स्किल सेट्स, और फिर आप एक दूसरे से कम्युनिकेशन कर रहे हैं कंटिन्यूसली, तब जाके इतना बड़ा नेशनल और इंटरनेशनल लेवल का आप एक इवेंट कर पा रहे हैं और अच्छे से हो रहा है. सो सोशल स्किल्स आर वेरी वेरी वाइटल, क्योंकि सब IQ हम सब में है, पर उसको जब डिलीवर करना होता है, इज फोर्थ कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट ऑफ इमोशनल क्वोशंट, और व्हिच अगेन मेक्स मी टू गो अहेड and take you to next slide, or rather last slide for today, and that is social skills के बारे में हमने यहाँ पे लिखा है कि are we on same page? Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes, okay. So it's taking little bit time to change the slide over here. We have almost reached to the last slide. So till the time I'm getting to the last slide, do we have any question or feedback? Yeah, we are done. We are on the last slide now. Can you see the social skills slide? Reserve.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yeah. So social skills have 4 pyramids. First is resolving conflict. ऐसा कहा जाता है कि किसी को भी झगड़ा करते देखे तो कोशिश कीजिए कि झगड़ा कम करें, वहां जाके भड़काने की कोशिश ना करें. सो ये जो हम दोस्तों में हम ज्यादा करते हैं, तो वो हमें that's for fun part of it, पर ऐसा जिंदगी में आगे बढ़े तो देख लीजिए. बी लेस क्रिटिकल, जैसे मैंने अभी एक स्टूडेंट से मैं बात कर रही थी, उनसे मैंने नूतन जी से मैंने बात किया कि नूतन जी आप कम अपने आप पे क्रिटिकल रहा कीजिए, एट द एंड ऑफ द डे अपने आप को भी प्रेस कर लीजिए, और बिकॉज यू हैव कमिटमेंट फॉर अनदर डे, टू यू मस्ट प्रेज योरसेल्फ फॉर टुडेज वर्क. डोंट ओवरथिंक, फिनिश द डे व्हेन द डे फिनिशेस. That is the bottom line. Don't overthink. कल का बैगेज आज से बना के ना ले जाए. Tomorrow is the another day, and realize that you are not a big of a deal. ये जो यंगस्टर्स है उनके लिए एक्सेप्ट करना बहुत डिफिकल्ट होता है, क्योंकि उनके लिए मी, माई सेल्फ, माई वर्ल्ड, माई लाइफ इज द एंटायर यूनिवर्स. वो मैं समझ सकती हूँ, मैं एसोसिएट भी कर सकती हूँ, but at the same time, if you think that you are just a small galaxy in the universe, then it would be very very helpful for your own kind, because this world is neither round nor oval, it's a conflux. Conflux क्या है कि conflux वो है कि that is keeps on changing. इसकी जो perimeter है, उसकी जो edges है, these they are continuously changing, building, unbuilding, relearning, learning, unlearning, everything is changing continuously, and that is why the realization that you are not a big of a deal will help you to make your problems smaller. So I hope today I could do justice to this beautiful concept called emotional intelligence. And with this, I rest my case. If you have any feedback, please write to me on this, or please take the snapshot of it, and please be kind enough to write on this and send me your feedback. And if you have any question or feedback, the floor is open. Dr. Saha, I'm done. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you for the
so much.
opportunity.
Thank you for coming and speaking to us. You took out time from a very busy schedule.
I know. I am really apologetic for the delay that has happened and all the technical glitches. Really,
Dr.
that's
Patel,
unpardonable.
no. Please do. Now I have to say, do not be so critical about yourself. Okay, just a lesson.
And I must say that you are a good learner, and you have very your self-awareness circle is very alive.
So yesterday also it happened with some of the people who joined from abroad, like as simple as they did not know the difference between pin codes and zip code, because in different countries they use different words, so they were stuck. So it happens with all of us. We are dealing with systems here, not so it can happen. And I think everybody enjoyed your talk very much. And I learned personally, because very honestly, I have to say, I am a person who suffers from stress related symptoms. That breaking of thought process that you are talking about, I cannot do it easily. But the things that you have taught, that writing from the other hand, I will try that. And another thing you said is not to carry the luggage the next day. Every day ends. So that is also a lesson I will very much try to remember. So I am actually taking home a lot of good nuggets from you, because we work in an atmosphere nowadays. Academia has become extremely stressful because we faculties are being pushed to do everything. Teach, research, do clerical work. So how do we handle the stress? That's why we opened this refresher course with your talk, because it is no use giving it at the last. Let us remember it from the very beginning, that survival is very important. Emotional survival, physical survival is very important. So I think, see ma'am, the people are already commenting here. Thank you, Rosie ma'am, for the wonderful lecture. Thank you, Professor Patel. It was really an illuminating session. So see the participants. Who am I? I am just the organizer. Who benefited most are writing. So thank you very much. And I hope to keep in touch with you. And I'm encouraging all the participants here. Please write. The Facebook link is given. And she would be immensely helpful. She's a very amicable person. She practices what she preaches. Okay.
Oh, Madhumita, you made my day. Though it started on a bad note, but thank you so much. I must share that you have beautiful participation. Thank you so much. Wish you all the very best. I want to stay with you all, guys, but I know next speaker is supposed to join in.
Yes.
Once again, all the very best, and all of us may we have best of the both worlds that we are going to merge and bring together. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Thank you so much. Namaste.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rosie Patel. Thank you so much for your participation and becoming.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Now, please don't log out. All the participants, please don't log out, because our next speaker is going to join very soon. And please take a break of 5 minutes and then be back. Please don't log out. Please stay here.
Yes, you can go to, you can take a cup of tea or go to the restroom, drink a glass of water, but please join back in time so that we can start with our next session. It will be very theoretically heavy. It's on Marxism, right? So it will be very theoretically heavy. So take your break.
तुम वो लाई हो बिल फॉर 4,000?
हाँ 5 एक आपने और बोला था
हाँ,
दे दूंगी।
5
हाँ।
और एक ये 2,000
जो
वाली रिसीट।
2000 वाली रिसीट तो आप उसमें डालना ना पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन का
हाँ,
दिखाओ
वही तो दिखाऊंगी।
कीनोट स्पीकर बुलाया गया है पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन दिखाओ
हाँ।
और जाने आने का भी कीनोट स्पीकर थे और अवार्ड मिला
तो 7,000 है हमारा 7,100
हाँ 5 और
2100
71 के आसपास
मुझे वो दे दो।
वो दोनों
और
बिल दे दूँ आपको हाँ वो भी ले आती हूँ मैं
वो
हाँ।
ले आओ नीचे।
हाँ। मैं आपको प्रपोजल दिखाने के लिए उठाया मैंने हाँ।
मैम ज्यादा नहीं है
कितना?
ऐसा होता है 150।
हाँ हाँ तो दे देते हैं वही वो निकाल के सर्टिफाइड ढंग से दे देंगे।
All participants are requested to please mute themselves except the speaker so that there is no background noise affecting us. Good morning, Professor Chakravarti. It's a pleasure to have you with us. So, dear participants, before Professor Chakravarti starts sharing his knowledge with us, I would like to briefly introduce him. We have people who are coming from Calcutta. I am sure many of you know him, but we have participants from all over India, from Kerala to Punjab. So for them, let me briefly state a few words. It is indeed my pleasure to introduce our esteemed speaker for today's event. Professor Chakravarti is a distinguished professor of economics at the University of Calcutta in Kolkata, West Bengal, India. He brings a wealth of knowledge and expertise to our gathering, it goes without saying. With a remarkable career in academia, Professor Chakravarti has made significant contributions to the field of economics. His research and scholarly work have garnered acclaim both nationally and internationally. We are honored to have Professor Anjan Chakravarti share his insights and expertise with us today. Thank you, sir, and the floor is to yours.
Is this visible now?
Yes, sir. Yes, it is visible.
Okay, all right. Okay, good morning. Given the spirit of this refresher course, which is on epistemological, methodological issue, and I was supposed to discuss on something related to capitalism. That was the mandate which was given to me. So accordingly, I have organized my discussions a little bit, reorganized it. It's not a usual, cut and paste story of Indian transition that I have presented. But again, that would be a very a kind of, even if it is, I have my take on it, part of it will be shared. But I am not really interested here to discuss the details of what is going on in Indian economy. You have enough of information regarding that. And if you need to discuss later on some questions, maybe we can discuss. What I'm going to discuss today is the question of methodology, or more specifically, some epistemological issues related to how we look at capitalism, and more precisely, relation of capitalism with development, and even more precisely, relation of capitalist-led development with Indian economy and its transition. So it's I've taken a risk, in fact, here, because what I'm going to pose is certain epistemological and methodological issues not usually discussed in the field of economics. So, but something that has been very important for my work for the last few decades, because my whole work has been based on the effort to question all of these kinds of concepts in the way they have been deployed and specifically keeping India as the site of analysis. So in that respect, for me, the question of broadly put methodology, and though epistemology and methodology may not be always exactly the same, but broadly put, they become very important in this present discussion. It will be a little bit heavy discussion, and partly I will also discuss with you my work, which I'll show you. I was asked to also give some references regarding what I'm going to do. It's basically, the references are partly my work that I have done. So partly that I will show, and a few others which have played a significant role in rethinking all of these issues, capitalism development and India in their overdetermination, their mutual constitution. So I'm going to talk about this a little bit. But before that, let me start with problems, some problems. And these are problems that I, as a researcher, had long time faced right from my beginning as a student who was interested in studying all of these three categories in their mutual constitutivity, was the question of methodology and how are we going to look at it. And I'm reminded of the French philosopher Louis Althusser's words that one cannot look at everything from everywhere. And which means that you have to occupy certain positions, certain space to look at certain things, which otherwise would not become visible. So I'm going to offer a very, in that sense, actually, in that spirit of Althusser, taking this phrase as given that one can't see everything from everywhere, I'm going to offer a kind of my take, and specifically my take on a class-focused Marxist approach on this issue. It is not that when I say class-focused Marxist approach, that either class or Marxism has remained unchallenged in my theory, in my understanding, but they had to too undergo changes. But we will not discuss much of it. Partly, perhaps, you will understand as we go along. Okay, what are the problems, the pitfalls, some of the pitfalls? These are just some of the pitfalls I'm talking about in undertaking studying Indian economy, its transition, development, economics, and so on and so forth, which is very common, almost taken as a priori given. The first is the question of this a trap. I call these problems as traps. And this trap really is based on what I call the which in my opinion transpired with the birth of political economy itself, or birth of economics as a concept. And it is notable that the birth of economics as a discipline and the birth of capitalism, they kind of happened, if you periodize them, almost at the equivalent at the same time, which often led to this understanding, not always, but often, that economy, as we know it, is made equivalent to capitalism. The study of economy is as if the study of capitalism. And growing up in India, even now, looking at Indian context, I found it really very difficult to digest that everything around us, I have to take this isomorphism that economy is equivalent to capitalism. And the way economic, some studies have shown the way economics or the economy as a concept has evolved as an autonomous sphere, which is almost as it self-regulating and optimal, in the way it organizes itself, even the cycles it has or breakdown it has, it is able to reorganize itself, get up, as if it is completely devoid of it can be studied almost as a compartmentalized manner. That is the number one move. And the number two move, which is very important for me, is that economy was reduced to capital, and the study of economy was reduced to the study of capitalism. So it's as if we are taking capital as the center, implanting it. And that lens is if a priori, the guiding lens, guiding principle through which we are looking at the economy. And therefore, this centrism, capitalocentrism, which is something that is epistemologically a priori, pre-given, is something that I found deeply problematic. And I'm not going to discuss this whole issue I talked about, but there's this book by Akhil Bilgrami, it's not well put, where he discusses this birth of the whole, birth of economics in a very different way, actually. So what I just discussed was, right, has been there from Smith to Ricardo and others, but Akhil Bilgrami shows that how the central problem was that nature was turned into resources for human gains, which is a very critical move. You can't have capitalism unless nature is turned into resources for human gains. And so if you look at what happened in the 16th, 17th, 18th century political economy, which made this move actually, which has been ingrained in the discipline of economics, that human gains here is either mapped in terms of utility or profit maximization. And therefore, you have this human nature distinction where the objective of human nature relation is as if using nature for the gain of humans. And therefore, this cannot happen unless nature is turned into resources. So that is very well discussed in Akhil Bilgrami's book. So anybody is interested can look at it. I'm not going to discuss. But that's a trap. I just identified big ones. The second trap is something that and when I say my work has mainly been also associated with a lot of co-authors actually. Stephen Kallenberg was one, and Onudhar later on was another. So much of my work actually has been associated with these two and some others also. But we accidentally jumped into this essay by Krishna Chandra Bhattacharya, Swaraj in Ideas. He's written he was a professor at Calcutta University. It was written in 1931. He gave this speech, and it came out in, I think, 1954 in Vishwabharati daily. It came out, and in a way, actually, it summarized for us the problem in which, a trap in which we are still, as researcher, trapped. And that is, he marked out that we have theories to which our lives have to adjust. That is one approach. And another approach is that theories will have to adjust to our lives. So there are two different approaches, that we have theories to which our lives have to adjust, which is something he called rootless Western universalism. And there is the other aspect he pointed to, which is clinging, which is a kind of reverse image of the same, which is clinging particularism. So he was talking about this division, this dualism between local and global, as if this, and he was talking about this as a trap. So this universalism is a kind of epistemological lens, which doesn't have any root, which is based on abstract epistemologies and principles on which our lives will have to adjust. In today's context, of for me, as I looked at what we have done, such universal categories as capitalism, globalism, globalization, development are significant examples of these rootless universalism. As compared to that, there is the other side, that other side of the coin that Krishna Chandra Bhattacharya also talked about, which is clinging particularism. And he was talking about India at that time, Indian nation as that time. Clinging particularism, where it is not the global rootless based understanding, but really where it is the particular or the local whose glorification whose glorification is driving your understanding. So there is, as the quote clearly shows, there is this, you take the second kind of approach and you project it to what has happened in the context of economics, and particularly development economics, with the birth of post-developmental approach. To a certain extent, actual, for whom the post-developmentalist culturization of society is very crucial. So it's the local which is very crucial. And indeed, as you can see, and this division, I'm not talking about left or right or Marxist, non-Marxist, and this has spanned for us. This is a problem, a trap that has spanned across all the approaches, that they are either trapped in rootless universalism or they are trapped in localism. So in that sense, we try to think beyond that. How could you think beyond this trap of local global? How could you think beyond this trap of what we call the dual? I was talking about the human nature dual, okay, man-woman dual, global modern dual, on which that is the there is a dualism, the birth of this dualism, where actually there is only one. So it's actually monism, because if you take rootless universalism, then of course the local is present, like in the World Bank discourse, or even in Hartnegg's discourse or globalization. Local is present, but local is subsumed within the global. Local exists as subsumed within the global. On the other hand, it's the reverse in case of a particularism, where the global has to adjust, is subsumed to the particularism. I mean, so for us, really, this was a very important point, and this is particularly rootless universalism, which is part of our history, modern history, actually, in terms of all these concepts I'm talking about: capitalism, globalization, and developmentalism. They are all big weights over us, and so is really the specter of capitalocentrism, the centricity of capital has been right there from the birth of modern Indian planning. I'm talking about, for example, if you take Sukhumay Chakraborty's classic book, on planning period, then he's very clear that Indian development discourse, Indian transition or Indian planning is nothing but Indian economy is understood as nothing but a variant of the Lewis model. And in the Lewis model, don't forget, you have two arms: pre-capitalist agricultural economy, considered as backward or third world, and a modern capitalist economy, considered as where you are going to progress. So that is the conceptualization, a priori conceptualization. Capitalocentrism is built in the very frame, actually. So these were a problem. And for us, third world is not a very important role, actually, in development, in our understanding of development economics, because third world was, the birth of third world is integral to the birth of development as a concept, not as a mere geographical space. I need not go into it in details. Let me talk about the third trap. And this pertains to something that we have with us present time. And this is just a summary of what I have done over a period of time. That if you look at this picture, this is a picture. And I want to say that this picture, in a way, at least in the field of economics, but I bet generally also, holds us captive. And this is not something, not a phrase I am using. This is from Wittgenstein, Philosophical Investigation, where he talks about this, that this picture is holding us captive because it lays in our language, in our discourse, in our understanding, in our speech, writing, everything, in our policy, in our all the ingredients of it. And it repeats itself inexorably, continuously, without any break. That's the hegemonic picture. So what is that picture a priori that we begin normally when we analyze? This is the frame. The frame is, as we understand, P, and this tilde is not P. So you have human nature, nature as passive, human as active, using nature as resource for human gain. You cannot have capitalism without this particular understanding, because capitalism is production for profit here. So the capitalism could not have been born without it. But in the context of development, it is just not this. In the discourse of development, we have had these divisions at various times, this dualism appearing in various ways: modern tradition, capitalism, pre-capitalism, industry, agriculture, Lewis model, for example, formal, informal, capitalism, global, local, capitalism, third world. All these divisions, you see, almost always when we start, we take these divisions as given, or as if our beginning point. When we do, not always, but when we do, what I want to say is, and particularly perhaps I'll focus a little bit on it, it's a trap. It's a trap because there is an a priori assumption. There is an a priori assumption. The a priori assumption is one where you are holding capital as the center, a priori, epistemologically pre-given, and you are holding modernity, modern, as given, which is the Orientalist take. So this dualism, P not P, in the field of economics, especially development economics, emerge as economic dualism. But what I want to forward is, this economic dualism is not an empirical assumption. It is based on an epistemology, an underlying epistemology of capitalocentric Orientalism, where there are two a priori centers which are given, which you are taking as given. One, capital as the center in terms of which, that is the left-hand side. Think of the way you talk about all of these. So our transition, what is our transition? Move from agriculture to industry. Our transition, move from pre-capitalism to capitalism. Our transition from informal to formal. In economics, those who have studied economics will know the famous Harris-Todaro model and all other models. All the problems are arising. Okay, agriculture to industry is not happening. So formal, informal is arising. Now we have another dualism, formal, informal. So how to formalize the informality? And local to global, and so on and so on, so on and so forth. In other words, what I want to say is that the way we discuss, the terms of discussing our economy and development gets prefixed. The moment we have this as given, and you will have this, there is no escape from it. You will have this because of the capitalocentric epistemology, because capital is taken as the center of the economy, and that not P is not just the other of P, it is the devalued other of P, which is the pre-capital. Pre-note, it is just not non-capital, it is pre-capital. Pre standing for something that is past, that is archaic, that cannot have any history, that cannot have any future. And therefore, the moment you position it, you position the very discourse or very trajectory of transition. Clear? So your development then becomes, the idea of development then becomes very clear. Sorry, idea of development becomes very clear. It has to be a big bang teleological historicist idea, that is a movement from agricultural, informal, local dominated economy to industrial, formal, global dominated economy. So my question, at least for this class, this particular lecture, is simple. Is this epistemology, is this P not P we are talking about given, or is it constructed? Is it, in other words, is it a theoretical epistemology, or is it a political epistemology? Something that constitutes society, but which is outside of society, taken as pre-given, taken as not constituted, which is the centricity of capital and centricity of modernity. By modernity, I mean this. Yeah. Just hold on.
Yes.
Very sorry, but something happened. I don't know.
It doesn't matter. So I called you because the last speaker had no idea for 10 minutes she was disconnected. That's why I called you.
Okay, no.
So, yeah.
Please do so. Please do so. Okay, let me get down. So this is the question, that is the discourse really rigged? Even before we talk about it, discuss it. You may discuss the details, because once you have this frame, this is the picture that holds us captive. Once you have this, then there is no other route. You have to move from pre-capitalism to capitalism, agriculture. These are homogeneous categories. These are homogeneous. And what I want to do, part of the work that I have done, is dismantle this frame. And please don't underestimate the importance of this. So this is a textbook, of course, I follow in the usual development economics. Once I used to teach it, Kaushik Basu's Analytical Development Economics, a very good textbook otherwise, where he talks about economic dualism as an assumption. And that there's no methodological, there's nothing methodologically disturbing it. Now this is, he's of course very good. That's why he understands the issue, the importance of the issue. Okay, so he needs to say, justify, why are you taking the economic space as dual to begin with? What is the basis of it? Well, my response to this would be that there is everything methodologically disturbing about it, because this dualistic frame confers a prior epistemological power that works through everything. And it is to show that this epistemological privileged position, P-centric position, even if we may be talking about even if we may be talking about this in a complex way, actually we are talking about the left-hand side, because it is the lens from the left-hand side in terms of which the transition and the movement has to be channelized. The discussion has to proceed. So in a way, the way you are organizing the landscape, economic landscape, okay, in terms of this dualistic frame, prefixes how and what you are going to discuss and the manner in which it is going to discuss. And this, our point is that this is not just a theoretical epistemology in the sense that needed for the production of knowledge of production of Indian economy and its development. It is just not that, but that is true. This is what is knowledge is being produced. That's fine. But that is based on a priori assumption, pre-given assumption of capitalocentrism and modern and orientalism. So you don't challenge this. These will constitute others, but others will not constitute the privileged position of this. In that sense, they are political epistemologies. These are not political in the sense of what is happening at the policy level, etc. But all those policies you are undertaking actually, and we have done extensive work, I mean, I could show this, are actually capitalocentric orientalist in their orientation. That in a way channelizes the path in which we are going to discuss. So for all these three reasons that I talked about, the three traps, for me, actually working through the usual trope of understanding Indian economy, its development, its transition, has remained a problem. And there are other traps, but let's not get into that. To get away from the trap, what we did is, or what can be done is, to take a class-focused Marxist theory, what I call a class-focused Marxist theory. Now, this is another trap, actually, because Marxism, as understood in terms of the usual mode of production, is equally homogeneous for us, because it is either a movement from feudalism to capitalism, feudalism taken as backward movement to capitalism. If you again have historicism, again you have determinism in the way you are looking at the Indian economy and its transition, you follow in the same trap of rootless universalism, or you go to the other side of clinging particularism. So for us, it was also a challenge to question or to interrogate Marxism as well, Marxist theory as well. It's not the usual Marxist theory we took. We used this this is our kind of definition of Marxist theory. It's a huge literature by now. It was pioneered by Resnick and Wolff, Stephen Resnick and Richard Wolff. These are the two major books, one written in 1987, and the second one, this is a collection, New Departures. Knowledge and Class, the premier book written in 1987, and then Knowledge and Class, Economic Departures of Marxian Theory, which is a collection of articles in 2006 came out. For us, this provided us an avenue. And let me tell you why. Avenue to perhaps get out of this trap, these traps we are talking about. And that has been kind of what we have approached. In this framework, pioneered by Resnick and Wolf, class-focused approach. If I have to define class-focused approach, what is it? First is the epistemological position. Causality, meaning each process, every unit of analysis process, and each process is both the cause and effect of other process. Overdetermination was a term that was used by Freud in interpretation of dreams, which was picked up by Louis Althusser in a very famous essay, Overdetermination and Contradiction, to critique this argument that Marx's dialectics is Hegel's dialectic inverted. He challenged that. His argument was that Marx's dialectics was something very different from Hegel's dialectics. And therefore, that is the genealogy. And then, of course, Resnick Wolf picked it up and further developed it. It is overdetermination and contradiction. We don't need to go into this aspect of epistemology, but very simple, very important for us to note that it is anti-reductionism. It does not allow for reductionism of any mode of explanation or even ontological presence to that of only class or economy. Because here, both class and non-class processes are in a state of mutual constitution. They are both the cause and effect of one another. Therefore, you cannot reduce anything or any explanation to merely one process such as class. That's how they organize the knowledge, okay, using Marx's work. Let's not get into that. Now, this is then what? Reality is overdetermined and contradictory. Everything causes everything else. So how knowledge is going to be produced? They say all theories have entry point. All theories. This entry point is a discursive focus, not an epistemological and ontological privilege. So you are entering into this overdetermined and contradictory reality to focus on one of those processes, say class process, which epistemologically or ontologically can only be explained in terms of their cause and effect with other non-class processes. So there is no epistemological or ontological privilege here. Okay, that's again a big line of discussion we need not get into. But what is going on here? What is class? Now, class in the usual Marxist sense, or even in the Weberian and non-Marxist sense, have been understood in terms of, to a great extent, in terms of power and property. Class as, classes as those who are owning the means of production and those who are not, or those who have power, those who have not. Class has also been discussed in terms of income, high income class, low income class. But reading from Marx, they were very clear that as far as Marx was concerned, he introduced a new concept of class. And that is class as process of surplus labor. It's very simple that you produce any goods and services. Any goods and services involves what is called certain amount of labor time. Part of that labor time is paid back to those who have performed the labor. This is the necessary labor equivalent. Part of the labor time is unpaid, unremunerated. This is the surplus labor. So Marx's argument was that any goods and services you are producing, which Marx calls use values, any use values, anything of utility you are producing will consist of necessary labor time and surplus labor. In other words, laborers do not get back what they have contributed in production. they get back only a portion of what they have contributed there in production, their necessary labor, which is what Marx calls their necessary labor equivalent needed to reproduce themselves. Marx's focus in Capital, 3 volumes, was on surplus labor. What happens to this surplus? Volume 1 focuses on performance and appropriation of surplus labor, and volume 2 to 3 on performance and appropriation of surplus labor, and volume 2 to 3 on distribution and receipt of surplus labor. So you have the entire economic space now reconfigured in terms of class process of surplus labor as it exists in relation to non-class process, such as power, such as property, such as income, such as nature and culture, and so on and so forth. So this is, in that sense, a class focused, but not a class specific approach, because class process, wherever they exist, cannot exist on their own. On their own, they exist in a relation of mutual constitutivity with other non-class processes. So whatever is not the performance and appropriation of surplus labor is, for Marx, or following this theory, non-class processes. They could be other economic process, like market exchange is the non-class process, because it is not performance, appropriation, distribution of and receipt of surplus. Or it could be something else, cultural process, political process, natural process, which Marx discusses. So Marx's theory then becomes a study of the overdetermined and contradictory relation between class process of surplus labor and non-class process. How class process constitute, bring into existence non-class process, and how non-class process in turn bring into existence class process. How they mutually constitute one another, how they change one another, how they transform them. So that is the basic theory. This was initially theorized by Resnick and Wolff. Professor Shah asked me to give some references, so I'll put it in record. And we have, in our own work, we have done this now. This is a recent book which has come up with respect to India also, the collection of essays, which has come out recently, which is again using this framework, but there is more to it, looking at India from a class perspective. Now, what is the one of the angle that I can talk about? Let's talk about one of the angle. What it does to the trap that we talk about, this frame. How does this frame help us in getting over the trap, or does it? Now, somebody may say, did Marx really talk about this? Now, you can clearly see this is volume 1 of Capital. Marx was very clear that for him, process of surplus labor was understood as class, and that was the basic defining organization principle in terms of which he organizes the discourse. So, for example, we study neoclassical economics also, whose organization discourse is preference structure, technology, endowed. These three are given. These three are given when you analyze it. That's their entry point. In case of Keynesian economics, the entry points are structural specifications. They are the entry points. These have been discussed a lot. In case of Marx, the entry point in terms of which is to organize the discussion, it is this class process. How is this surplus performed? Who performs it? Who creates this wealth? And who appropriates it? How is it appropriated? And then later on, studying how it is distributed. Who gets what of the distribution? Who receives it? And why? The one who receives it. That's the very specific Marxist take. Remember Althusser's word I used initially. In a conflictual reality, you can't see everything from everywhere. Only if you occupy this Marxist, this position, will you see this process and its effect. Otherwise, you can't see it. It is evacuated, absent in neoclassical economics. It is absent in Keynesian economics. It is absent in Cambridge economics, all the other kinds of things because they don't have this particular specification with which they are looking at the organization of society. This doesn't make this particular Marxist theory absolute, but it offers a particular take on how to look at the economy. Now, given this specification, there are let us focus only on the performance and appropriation of surplus labor. Volume 1 in Marx. Suppose we enter methodologically using only that, nothing else. So we are getting a snapshot view. Why snapshot? Because process of performance and appropriation of surplus labor cannot exist on its own. It will always exist in relation to other processes, and each will constitute the other. So the economy is much more complex, no doubt about it. That's what the class-focused analysis shows, that class and non-class processes are in a relation of mutual constitution. But let us just only focus on performance and appropriation of surplus labor. So it's like a moving picture. We take a snapshot and let us study it. See what this economic landscape look like. Is it dualistic landscape or is it something else? Okay. Number one. Number two, very important in this context, the way Marx is, and we are using the Marxist theory to enter into the discussion. Crucial for Marx is the way the surplus is appropriated. That's a crucial point. And he divides it into three components. One, those who are collectively performing the surplus labor, such as in the factory, in the office, or anywhere else. Are they the ones who are appropriating it, or is it appropriated by somebody else? If it is appropriated by somebody else, that's what Marx called exploitation. Exploitation is very specifically used in Marx. It means the exclusion of direct performance of surplus labor from the process of its appropriation. It is so the board of directors in a big corporation appropriate. That's what they do. That's why they are the board of directors. Okay. Or it could be small firms, a single person could be appropriate. Or it could be in a partnership firms. Others might be performing surplus labor, but the partners may be appropriate. You would have different organizational structure. The other one is non-exploitation, which is that the collective of performers are performing the surplus labor, but they are also the ones who are appropriating it. So there's no exclusion here. There's no division between performers and appropriators of surplus labor. This division, which is exploitation, is what Marx called class division, or following Marx, we can call class division. Class division, exploitation brings class division. What Marx was introducing was, yes, you have a lot of divisions in society, a lot of problems pertaining to these divisions, like we have in our society. But there is another division which capitalism brought about, which all exploitative society brought about, division in production between those who perform surplus labor and those who appropriate the service. This is the class division. Class division for Marx is fundamentally in the realm of production, not as we understand in the realm of distribution pertaining to income distribution. Those divisions are there, but they will be connected to this class division in the way we are producing the goods and services, and embodied in the goods and services are surplus labor. Who is performing it and who is appropriate? Are the ones who are performing excluded from its appropriation, exploitation? Are the ones who are performing not excluded from their appropriation, non-exploitation? So, in other words, the division is ended with non-exploitation. So, given this, let us take a look very quickly, and I'll go to the extent I can. Then I'll request time-wise, Professor Shah, that I'll just go on. Whenever you want me to stop, 3-4 minutes left, you just inform.
Oh, sure, sir. Sure, absolutely.
So let us take the two and let us map it out. Now you'll immediately see how it is related to how we look at Indian economy. Just a look at Indian economy. if we use this class focused Marxist approach and just take the entry point, performance and appropriation of surplus labor, nothing else, just a snapshot view, okay, initial snapshot view, how would the economy look like? Now, the first A stands for, A here stands for individual labor, say in self-employment, individually performing labor. C stands for more than one person performing labor through some division of labor. This A individual labor could be in household. This A individual labor could be your auto rickshaw driver, or it could be who is driving the producing the photocopies for you. Could be anybody, single one who is performing this labor. Collective is more than one person performing, and B is non-labor. So we have three criteria. One who is not performing any surplus labor. These are all surplus labor. Okay. So individual labor performing surplus labor, that is individually. More than one person through some division of labor performing collective performing labor, that is C, collective labor. And no laborers. There is no performance of surplus labor, non-laborers. So we classify the population, suppose in terms of these three, just the initial snapshot, nothing. I don't even want you to say that this is how it is. It will be actually, in a sense. It's a question of demarcation. Abstraction, but abstraction that will be used to demarcate the space. Now, the first alphabet here stands for performance. The second alphabet here stands for appropriation. So you have, of course, there is, as you can see, there is no B. So it should be 3 multiplied by 3, 9. But B is non-labor. So you can't have a B who is the first alphabet. So B drops out. You have only 6 possibilities, which exhausts. 6 possibilities, which exhausts. AA stands for what has been studied as individual, self-independent class process. That is, individually I am performing the surplus labor, and I am the one, and the same individual is also one who is appropriating. So in a farm, agricultural farm, I am performing the surplus labor. And after selling the produce, I am the one, whatever surplus, necessary labor equivalent I keep for myself, the surplus I am appropriating it. Whatever surplus is value I am getting from the produce, I am appropriating it. The individual, same individual. That is an AA class process. Then you have the two AB and CB class process. It's very clear. AB and CB by default. AA, of course, is non-exploitative. It has been called self-appropriative because the self who is performing is himself or herself the appropriator of surplus. So there's no exclusion. So it is non-exploitative. AB and CB, these are exploitative. Why? Because here you see, this is individual labor. But appropriator is somebody else. So this is part of a big Marxist research now. For example, you take the gig economy. Is the gig economy, forget about partnership. That's again a, deconstruct partnership, as often it is told to us. And people have asked the question, is there an underlying class process going on here? What is the mode of appropriation? Because is the driver or the Uber, whoever is driving, is he really the one who is performing the surplus labor and the Uber board of directors appropriating it? What is going on? Is it the case? Something like that. So you have individually performance of surplus labor, but a big board, a board of directors in the Uber company appropriating the surplus after paying for the necessary laboring. So they have the contract, that piece rate contract. Each person you drive, you get a portion, the rest we keep, the surplus we keep. So you can innovatively use it in various ways. Then you have the CB class process. The CB is our usual factory or office. They're the collective of direct performers or laborers who are working or workers who are working, while the ones who are producing the surplus, the one who are appropriating is not performing the surplus. So there is, it is exploitative, as you can see, because it is somebody else who is not the direct performance of surplus labor who is appropriating the surplus labor. Then you have CC is communist class process. We call it communist class process, meaning that it is a collective of workers who are performing the surplus labor. And the same collective are the ones also who are appropriating the surplus labor. Okay. So you have the famous example of the Mondragon Cooperative Complex in Spain. And this way, we can go on. And it's very interesting, actually, AC and CA, because it is usually not discussed in Western Marxism. It's very pertinent, we believe, to the Indian context and something we have forwarded, you know. Yes. So if you look at this, just this, then this is what I want to say. I'll take just 5 minutes. That in terms of the class process itself, in the way you specify, the initial snapshot of the economy can be, you know, differentiated. And one of the things we have argued is all of these exist in the Indian context. It is around you. So instead of having a P0P frame, what you have is, this is flattened. You have a hierarchical, you have a kind of a horizontal kind of a structure. Decentered and disaggregated. Just to give you an example, very quick example, you look at this figure, 2011. You can look at any figure or whatever is a source. You can look at source, is not important here. Important is, suppose you are studying Indian economy. What sense does it make to say Indian economy is capitalist? I mean, it doesn't bear any semblance to the reality. Just take self-employment, forget about everything else. How do you explain it? How do you explain it in the context of just P, not P, and so on and so forth, you know, or in a homogeneous way? But one of the things that can be done is to kind of deconstruct this in terms of the various class process, presenting a different kind of approach. What happens if capital is taken as the center? P not P, remember, capital is taken as the center. What happens? So the economy is what? Economy is decentered, disaggregated. You have all these things in the economy. This is the picture of an iceberg, which was used by Gibson Graham. I'm going to show the picture and end it. Picture of used by Gibson Graham to depict the problem, where you reduce economy to capitalism. This is only 1/11 of the iceberg. So if you reduce economy to capitalism, you are only looking at just the upper part, you look at, concentrate. 1/11 of the iceberg. You're missing out on the 10/11 of the iceberg. You're creating what, following Marx, we can call the delusional appearance of a reality. Reality as necessarily, this is capitalocentrism. You're taking the 1/11 as basically the center in terms of which you're going to look at the economy. An economy that is otherwise complex and diverse, you know, could be differentiated in terms of all of these possibilities. So these are, if you think beyond capitalocentrism, this is the only thing. I couldn't go into development, but that's okay. We do a similar exercise with respect to development. What I've just shown is that we can begin with a decentered, disaggregated economy. And then thesis number 2, taking that capitalism is not the same as the economy. Capitalism is a portion of the economy. These are the 2 works of Gibson Graham. Very, very influential book, The End of Capitalism as We Knew It. It might sound bizarre because capitalism has not ended. But what they are saying is epistemological, that you question capitalism. As we knew it, capitalism has given, pre-given. You move beyond capitalism in that pre-given a priori sense. So they talk about this in great detail. I couldn't go into development, but that's okay. You get the sense of what I have done. Thank you.
Professor Chakravarti, I just can't thank you enough for this talk. It is so intriguing at various levels. Like, I have written down the set of questions that I have. But responsibility is to open up the floor for the participants first, then I can start my questions. So participants here, please ask Professor Chakravarti if you have any questions. You can also write it down here in the box and we can pick it up from there. Or you can raise your hand and unmute. We will help you to unmute, and you can straight away ask him the questions. If you need some time, will you be needing some time? A couple of minutes, because it's very, very theoretically dense what sir said just now. Okay, in that case, sir, I have a couple of questions myself.
Yes.
I work on history of development, the creation of the third world, and development economics, its emergence in the US and all that. Now, the first part of your talk resonates with my work also. The question that I specifically have two questions. If you can please go back to your slide where you have brought in the example of Uber and Microsoft. That is AB and CB, right, sir? If I'm correct, it is AB and CB, right?
No, CB will not be, AB will be.
You mentioned AB, Uber would be AB and Microsoft would be CB, collective, and
Microsoft will be CB, yes. It is not moving. Why not? Why it is not moving? Yeah, I think now it will. The
yes.
slide I will stop.
Yes.
This one, right?
Yes. This is a very interesting slide. And sir, I would request you to please share the slides with me so that I can share with everybody, and also for my own benefit, because there are so many things that you mentioned that requires days of pondering and reading. I have noted down the reading. Immediately I went to Amazon and see if the books are available. All of them cost more than 2,000 rupees.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we will see. So Uber is AB and Microsoft is CB. Now, so AB is exploitative. CB is also exploitative. And both entails exclusion of the laborer from appropriation. True. Now, but my question is, the way a Uber driver feels exploited, a Microsoft employee, and I will bring up a personal connection here. My husband is a senior AI scientist at Microsoft. He does not feel equally exploited. He doesn't feel exploited at all, okay? So there's both categories where they are exploitative. As a social scientist, I know he is exploited too. But how the corporations like Google, Microsoft, I will not take the name of Amazon because it has a very bad reputation, Facebook, okay? Particularly Google and Microsoft. Their employees have this sense of belongingness to the company, not feeling exploited, feeling compensated properly, and where they feel the work culture is worthy of emulation. I am sure a Uber taxi driver doesn't feel it that way.
Absolutely.
So do you theoretically distinguish between the two? Are these big corporations like Microsoft, Google smarter in the way they are masking exploitation, the way Uber company fails? That is my yes.
Okay, can I reply?
Yes, please.
First of all, you see, it may very well happen that a Microsoft person who is working in Microsoft knows he's exploited, but he may not respond, in organizational or consciously to that very much. On the other hand, it may very well happen that the Uber driver doesn't know that he's exploited, but may be feeling, may have strong feeling about effects of exploitation. In other words, all kinds of possibilities. So, for example, there's this big case with respect to Uber, whether the Uber drivers should be considered partners or workers.
Yes, yes.
It is a pan-world case discussion which is going on. And that's what I was actually pointing to. Okay, that, a Marxist take, because to specify for a Uber driver, to even specify that he's a worker, that's a struggle. Part of what, since it's a struggle over class, we may call it class struggle. Because it's the legal condition, the cultural condition, everything is constituting these class processes, presenting Uber drivers as not workers, but partners, as entrepreneurs. Similarly, you see, there are 2-3 angles here. This is just a snapshot view, as I told you. This cannot exist on its own. Each of these class processes I'm talking about, each one of them will be constituted by various non-class processes. These non-class processes, among other things, to answer your question directly, includes the cultural process of hegemonization as well. And that can happen within the company. That can happen also beyond the company, at the realm of the state. So, for example, ideological state apparatus or something like that. It can also happen beyond the company, beyond the state, hegemony as an unconscious accrual, consent, okay, to certain things that are this epicentrism. Indeed, that capital, okay, yes, capitalocentrism, Orientalism, we have to modernize. We have to move from this picture. Where is the picture? Yeah. From here to here.
Right, right.
You cannot have this imagination. You see that the whole point of the hegemonic is to ingrain it as natural.
Or sometimes as collective sacrifice that we need for national.
All those are different signifiers coming. Fixing these as the basic. So you have this slogan, there's no alternative. So one of the things that your point is very pertinent. It never is saying that, and we have not brought the issues of cultural aspects or even psychological aspects like emotions, like anxiety. Emotions very important for, say, Microsoft, belonging, or any company belonging to that place. You take a chai wala, I mean a tea shop owner in my locality, and the belonging he has to his tea shop, I mean, those are all constitutive part, land. Often the problem in land acquisition, and we have seen this debate go on, that land is not the feeling that comes out. Okay, we are looking from an economic perspective, land is seen as whether productive or unproductive, and so on and so forth. But for them, land may not just be an economic matter. It may have cultural, nomination to it, or, feeling, which you can't boil it down into calculation of cost and benefit, which is the usual thing we do in standard economics. So cultural aspect, psychological aspect, political aspect, economic, all these will be overdetermining, even for an enterprise. Even for an enterprise. Enterprises, big ones. This is also something you must know. They fund. Apple funds World Bank in a big way. I know this. Apple funds World Bank. Why? Why on earth are they funding World Bank? They might be funding political organizations. They do. in the United States. They are participants in political process. They are participants in cultural process. They are participants in development process. So it's just not what a firm is then, what an enterprise is then, needs to be complexly understood. Each enterprise, each one of them, like even a taxi driver, Uber company, or the taxi driver's point of view, if you are taking, or the Microsoft, needs to be complexly understood in terms of various kinds of what we talked about, this connection, what determined and contradictory relation between class process and non-class process. What are these? These non-class processes include everything. So one of the things that we have done, and others have done in great details, you can look at Gibson Graham, for example, Resnick and Woolf, Theory of Enterprise is one of their chapters. They go into excruciating details that what the enterprise can theoretically. Then you have many other approaches which have studied China, which have in my own work I've studied. I didn't put it up here. I did not need to, but I studied Indian transition. I don't have it here. Indian transition in great detail. So I looked at that. So others have looked at United States and a different transitional story. You can then start to bring out different theories of the firm, theories of firm, theories of individual, theories of individual, household. Does class exist in household? That's immediately the moment you bring this structure, what kind of, and believe me, we have partly, one of my students have partly done it, except capitalist, because you're not producing goods to sell in the market, in the household. Suppose you take the class, all the other possibilities are there. So household can be decent or disaggregated.
Absolutely.
And different kinds of households, you have then transition. Transition then becomes a complex story. Complex story rather than a singular story of a movement from, I didn't go into this, I couldn't go into the singular story of movement from, say, capitalism, private capitalism to state capitalism to private capitalism, or from underdevelopment to development. It becomes a complex story. Okay, let's not get it. So definitely there is a lot of work which has gone in. It's a very important question.
Thank you.
It also is a challenge, actually, from the standpoint of how do you build up a class identity? Because you're absolutely right. The gig workers is exploited. The Microsoft workers is exploited. The one who is piloting the plane is exploited. The one who is the construction worker is exploited. So when you are talking about working class unite, what do you mean by it? How is it going to happen? That's an age-old question.
Yes,
it's not simple to answer.
No, it's an extremely complex. Sir, once Sabiha Fatma, she's a participant.
Yes,
she has a question. Sabiha, please go ahead.
Sir, I'm a professor of marketing. I do not have that much, but what I have gathered from this session is that the key word is exploitation, as if, as if it has been taken for granted that the workers will be exploited. Where there is not exploitation, there is non-exploitation. But exploitation is the key word. What I mean to say is that do economists believe that there will be exploitation and in general? And
very good question. Very good question. The answer to your question, and that is why the first point, exploitation and mode of appropriation is not the same. Okay, you see, our frame has differentiated itself from the usual Marxist frame with a lot of emphasis on exploitation, and you're partly right. The rest is as if not exploitation. That's not it. The central frame here, when we are talking about the central concept, you see, when we are breaking this down, sorry, where is it? Let me put it very quickly. It will become clear. Yes, is process of surplus labor. This is the key. Surplus labor is the key. From surplus labor, you will have the mode of appropriation. Mode of appropriation can be of any kind. Mode of appropriation is the key. That modes of appropriation can be exploitative, non-exploitative, self-appropriate. Mode of appropriation is not placing any valuation. Class process is not placing any valuation on anything. It is just an entry point, and there can be differentiated class space. Modes of appropriation, again, there is no valuation placed on it. That is, you could have different kinds of modes of appropriation. You look at this. This is the mode of appropriation, where exploitation is only one mode of appropriation. So moving away from capitalocentrism is to move away from exploitation centrism as well. This is a very key point, actually, what you are saying. Not to lose sight of the fact that Marx critiqued thereafter exploitation. That is, among other things, he then critiqued exploitation for what it is, unjust. That it's a theft which is going on. And there are arguments for it, that it produces inequality in income, wealth. There are arguments for it. Let us not enter into it. So there is a reason as to why exploitation is critiqued, but that comes much later. Number one. Number two is, once you have this space, something I did not have time to go about, you see, decentered and disaggregated, which is Gibson-Graham point, you open now the landscape post-capitalist politics. Post-capitalist here means non-exploitative. You can't have post-capitalism in your practice unless you have post-capitalism in your imagination and analytical space. What very simple diagram has done is, it has analytically, where is it? Analytically, it has it has opened up the post-capitalist space, like CC, like even A, like AC class process, which I could not talk about because of the lack of time, which are not exploitative, which are procreating here among us. We chose not to look at it because we chose to be trapped in 1/11th knowledge of what the economy is, forgetting about what lies below. What lies below. The entirety, these different possibilities, including non-capitalist forms, which you have. So the intervention, at least for this class, is, it's not so much as what you are going to do, but to open the theoretical landscape, to make other possibilities possible. And that is why you see, if you have P not P, where it's capitalocentric orientalist, will you ever, the frame is right. Even before you talk, there is no possibility of post-capitalism. There is no possibility there. There is what popularly called TINA, right? There is no other alternative. There is no other alternative, again, to invoke Althusser, because you have chosen to see the economic landscape in a certain way. You've taken certain stand. You shift the theoretical standpoint, then you see another kind of space opening up, other kinds of possibilities, perspectives and possibilities which are possible. And it's very interesting that we have also done in our work, actually. This book we talked about, Rethinking Marxism India from a Class Perspective, has this post-capitalist discussion. But Gibson-Graham, their later book was a post-capitalist politics. Because moving away from capitalism as we knew it, as given, a priori, closed, there's no discussion now. There is no other alternative. You move away from it, build another space. This space, though we have built, okay, don't have any illusion on it. I am talking about myself and my co-author in terms of this matrix, just to allow you to see it and flatten it, and then open it up for post-capitalist, the realm of post-capitalism, in a class-focused way. This is never to say that post-capitalism or post-development, whatever you like to call it, is only Marxian. No, that's not the argument. That would be again falling into another kind of determinism. But what we are also saying is the Marxist perspective here is also important. Class matters. Class counts. Class counts not only in terms of dissecting our economic and social landscape, but class counts in terms of how we are going to envisage and reconstruct our future. That's all we are saying, along with many other aspects. So if whatever you follow, don't discount the class effects. Don't discount the class process. It is the bare thing we are saying.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. As I already pointed out, you gave so much food for long deliberations over these ideas. Anybody else? Questions? Or otherwise, you can send us the question. We will forward it to Professor Chakrabarty. All right, sir. I think that's it for the day then. Thank you for a very illuminating talk.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Dear participants, we are going to close the morning session with this. This is lunch time. Then post lunch, we are going to come back with Professor Urbi, who is going to speak on film and medieval India. Thank you so much.
Required to log out, so we can remain here. And
yes, no, there is no need to log out at all. There is no need to log out at all. You can just join
come
in.
back at 2 p.m.
Yeah. Yes, Urvi. Okay, so here is the share screen. You can share on the Zoom screen at the bottom. There is a share screen icon. If
Ma'am,
you
please
just
unmute.
move your cursor at the bottom of your screen, you will find the audio, video, security, participants, chat, and share screen. Oh, I'll just use it. I forgot. I cannot hear you. Let me see whether, oh, you have not unmuted. I am unmuting you. Yes.
So, the problem is that I'm just not being able to see the
Okay.
that I would like to share.
Sorry, could you get the icon?
No,
Could
I'm just trying to find out the
Share
file.
screen button is in the bottom.
Yes, I have seen that, but I'm not being able to find the file that I'm going to share. That's the only problem.
Ma'am, have you opened your file, your presentation?
Yeah, I have. It is there.
Now click on the share screen button.
It's there, but no, sorry. I think I should go back. Yes, now it's there. Thank you.
Yes. Started screen sharing.
Yes.
There, bingo, we are there. So what you can do is, there is this Tumblr-like icon at the bottom. You can click on that. It would be full screen. You know, where they write the percentage.
Yeah.
Can you see at the bottom right hand side? There should be like a basin, the old basin.
Yeah.
Ma'am,
Yes,
please open your slideshow.
Yes.
Yes, there it is.
That's fine.
Yeah,
Thank you.
there your full screen. So we are all set. We will just give them 5 more minutes.
Yeah,
because
I can understand.
all the sessions have 50 participants or more. So
Oh,
it's
my
only
God.
25 are there. So they are all taking lunch. We'll come back.
All right. So how is it going on?
Oh, it's going very good. Yesterday also, like Professor Dilip Menon joined from South Africa. So he had to face what is called barrage of questions. From how we should protect minority rights to how we can write alternative history.
So it's a very interactive session, I believe.
Yes. So yesterday was the inaugural.
Great.
And this morning, see all of them. We had a morning session on how we can ensure the emotional well-being of faculties, which we thought would be a very important session.
Very important.
All refresher
We all
course
need
target IQ, not the EQ. And God knows we need that EQ. The
Yes.
emotional balance has completely gone out of our life because of the work pressure.
Of course.
So we had a very, very thoughtful. Oh, Dr. Rosie Patel, who was the speaker in the first session, she has joined.
Oh,
Great. Dr. Patel?
She's
Can
there.
you hear me, Dr. Patel? So anyway, so then we had a very theoretically dense session from Professor Anjan Chakraborty from Calcutta University Department of Economics. So it was an extremely thought-provoking one. It was very theoretically dense. We were talking, we were discussing post-colonial landscape. How can we imagine a post-capitalist economy? So it was extremely theoretically dense and very thought-provoking, very interesting. So after that, it's you. And I'm sure
Probably a lighter one.
Very, very
going to speak about entertainment and history.
You would be flooded with questions.
I'm not very sure though, because what I'm going to present, I'm just going to present a ongoing paper, actually.
Urbidi, just a second. We will introduce you. Just give me 2 minutes before you start.
All right.
We will introduce you. Just give me 2 minutes. It is not, it is just 2 o'clock. Just give me 2 minutes. We are all ready. It is just that we are waiting for the
people to turn up.
I think their lunch break is just over. But we will start. We would not delay.
Okay.
Just 2 minutes. I have been sitting here only.
So you didn't have your lunch?
I did.
Oh,
I did.
great.
Actually, we had lunch here only.
Okay. I think I have met you in person once or twice, didn't I?
Sorry?
I think I've met you in person once or twice.
I left Calcutta. No, it was 2005. What? 2005.
Then it's difficult though. But you're.
But yes, maybe in Jadavpur days. Yes,
maybe,
I'm sure.
Maybe. Because I left Jadavpur in 1999.
No, I joined after that.
Okay, then
I joined after that.
Because
but I think
I came back around 2004, 3 and 4. So
okay, by that I think I graduated, and I was teaching in a college. Then got Fulbright to go to the US.
Okay.
So, but I think we met maybe in the campus.
Somewhere.
Yeah, somewhere.
Somewhere.
Okay. All right. So let's see. We are 25 now. People will trickle in. Shalini, all should join. Oh, they will. All right. Let's start. Urbidi, Professor Shalini is co-organizing this. And Urbidi happens to be my senior in Jadavpur University. She has studied in SWAS. Okay, so, and she is an expert in this field. Okay, so, all right. Good afternoon, participants. We have Dr. Urbi Mukhopadhyay today with us. It's a pleasure and a privilege to have her. So Dr. Urbi Mukhopadhyay is an associate professor in the Department of History at West Bengal State University. She brings a wealth of knowledge and expertise to our gathering. With a distinguished career in academia, Dr. Mukhopadhyay has made significant contributions to the field of history. Not only, even her research scholars have written significant books, and they in the past had come to symposiums which we organized in Amity. Her research and scholarly work have garnered recognition both within and outside the academic community. We are honored to have Dr. Urbi Mukhopadhyay share her insights, expertise with us today. Thank you so much. Urbi, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for a very, very elaborate and very kind introduction. What I tried to do throughout my life, that I tried to understand what you call, to understand entertainment and from a historical perspective. Now, today I'm going to actually make my task a bit difficult by including another very significant aspect of life and history, the war and intrigue, and cinema together from what you call a historical perspective. Today, my presentation is going to be on war and intrigue, medieval as represented on Indian screen. Now, the historical classic Mughal-e-Azam, which was made in 1960, is known for having used entire Jaipur regiment of Indian Army along with 2,000 camels and 4,000 horses for a battle sequence between Emperor Akbar and son Salim. To recreate the authenticity of medieval battle scene, the director, K. Asif, known for his passion for splendor than historical accuracy, did spend a fortune to recreate a periodic film that matched the idea of medieval, a phase known in Indian history as a time of relentless intrigues and instabilities, where the price of blood was often meted out in the same coin. The idea of medieval as a period in between the ancient and modern phases was first mentioned during the colonial period in India, when a tripartite periodic structure resembling the periodization scheme in European context was introduced. The medieval or Middle Ages in the European history often served as the binary opposite to the modern period, known for its rational ideas and practices, where the wide range of images of barbaric cruelty and superstitions tinged with ignorance and irrational emotions of spirituality dominated the stage. In the historical discourse of post-medieval era, Middle Ages is thus defined with the features that presented the other to the rational, modern, contemporary. Despite this othering of Middle Age, often the time frame of medieval coincides with the foundational origin of many modern nation states, which was perhaps responsible for mythologizing the period with eulogistic innovations of pristine monolithic image of national self that adds layer to the perception of medieval. Often these perceptions in both academic and popular circuits are directed by the exigencies of the modern contemporary, not only in defining the selective natures of representational process, but also made the process of reinterpretation of medieval a present continuous one. These post-medieval articulation of the so-called Middle Ages would be termed as medievalism, which in words of Elizabeth Emery is a constant evolving and self-referential process of defining the Middle Ages. Now, in the South Asian context, both the alienation and attraction to the so-called medieval past is as complex as the multi-layered version of medievalism that existed in the contemporary. Sorry, I'm confused. It's a confusing sentence. In the South Asian context, both the alienation and attraction to the so-called medieval past is as complex and multi-layered as the versions of medievalism exist in the contemporary West. Perhaps the dynamics of the nationalism and the colonial experiences have added on to the already complex perception of the medieval in this region. James Mill, who was credited for introducing a threefold periodic structure in the Indian history, described this in-between period as Islamic age that was governed by the Muslim rulers who invaded and conquered the land. The colonialist historians thus often interpreted this period as a time of barbaric invasions where weaker race of the indigenous origin succumbed to the onslaught of the foreign powers, a legacy that in a way, justified the racial superiority as well as the military prowess of the British colonialism in the later stage. With the rise of political nationalism, this period, however, became the locale of larger political and historical debates, as the foreignness attributed to this Islamic rulers gave an opportunity to interpret the struggles against the ruling classes as pre-colonial tendencies of nationalist upsurge. By the turn of the 19th century, this period, though seldom discussed in favorable lights in both the imperialist and nationalist imaginings, became the locale of intense political conflicts, often charged with religious and proto-nationalistic sentiments, where acts of individual bravery was celebrated as the ultimate tool of defense and defiance against the foreign Islamic rule. Even in the post-colonial situation, the medieval period has remained a controversial and contested era in the public discussion, especially in the popular historical narratives like film, fiction, drama, etc. Now, in this representation, the medieval provided a locale that could attract educated and semi-educated audience for providing a thrilling backdrop for debates on a national, regional, and communal identities relevant for the contemporary political and cultural debates for almost a century, if not more. Now, in this presentation, I intend to situate the cinematic representation of the medieval battle scenes in the heavily contested political culture since the 20th century that witnessed the intense debates around the issue of history, particularly in the so-called public culture. The cinematic invocations of medieval battles, which were hailed as pre-modern defense of national religious identities, will be on discussion for this contemporary political relevance. This explorations also intends to deal with the two integral ideals on the battlefields, the pragmatic strategical guru and the selfless sacrificial image of the warrior hero of the medieval warfare, as reflected on screen. This discussion also intends to take into account how emblems of nationhood like flags, insignia, and other relics were represented on screen to mythologize the pre-modern wars to the contemporary audiences. The gender roles, particularly on and off the battleground, will also be discussed to give an insight into the complexities of the representational politics of the medieval battles in the course of this discussion. Commenting on the representational process of medieval themes on screen, Andrew Elliott has pointed out a dual process, namely pragmatic and iconic process that evolved to create the medieval imageries in an near absence of a concrete referent in the filmic representation of the medieval. For the iconic process, he explains, it is aimed to recreate medieval references by digging deep into the archival or monumental sources which symbolize the time. In contrast, the pragmatic process is rooted in memories, social perceptions, and understanding of medieval as a period expressed by comparison through modern equivalent, often deploying a range of images to recreate the period in the form of mosaic. The cinematic narrative of past thus reflect a commonsensical idea. I'm using the actually term commonsensical from Gramsci, idea of past that accommodates various strands of narratives. In this process, the representation reflects a series of interpretation of an apparent homogeneous narrative, which actually helped to create an authenticity by placing both the iconic and paradigmic images side by side. These images I'm also borrowing Marcia Landy's expression. She's actually calling this as a strangely composite nature, where the dominant narrative is compelled to share space with the not so dominant narrative of the past. Taking account to this peculiar nature of cinematic narrative, this discussion would not go into the debates whether the cinematic representation follow the actual detail of academic history or not. Rather, it would concentrate on how and why political culture chooses to portray the wars fought during the medieval times and reinterpret them according to the exigencies rooted in contemporary political culture and environment. Now, I'm just giving a sort of a very short outline about the historiography, how medieval has been viewed and narrated by the historians, academic historians in that way. The colonial historians who first brought an idea of Middle Ages have characterized the period as a backward, as it was essentially governed by age-old customs that prevented any kind of rational functioning of the state. The Enlightenment paradigm that dominated the colonialist perspective led to the view this period as almost the similar thing. They interpreted as irrational, unjust, where the warring spirit made the time a time marked by instability, political instability. This period recorded number of invasions by the Turks, Afghans, and Mughals, often described as foreign Islamic forces and invaders, and these invaders were represented as looters and rioters, destabilizing the pace of everyday life. On the other hand, the defending indigenous forces were often described as weak contestants who succumbed to the defeat quite easily. Although the so-called Islamic invaders did not possess any institution that could have resembled the medieval ideals of knights of Europe, their fighting spirit was often interpreted as rooted in their religious convictions, which led them to conquer lands in the name of Islam. This line of interpretation also argued that the medieval rulers, as the typical Oriental despots, were dependent on the regional or religious custom for running the states. The racist typologies appeared as these rulers were described stereotypically as savage Turks, spiritual Brahmins, or gallant Rajputs, whose actions were often described as being ingrained in their racial and cultural behaviors. These categories within the native society were perceived as perpetually in conflict of interest, which often culminated in military skirmishes and wars. The causes of conflicts were generally primordial in nature, fought for winning a woman or fending one's traditional belief, apart from satisfying sheer imperial urge. The popular literature that exemplified the otherness of the Oriental society often chose these tales of conflicts and generalized them as typical tales of pre-modern Orient. The military skills of the Indian forces, I believe the non-Western forces in this context, including the Mughals in war, had, however, earned very little respect from the colonial historians. Perhaps the ease with which they did conquer the subcontinent made them aware of the faulty military strategies followed by the indigenous rulers in conducting battles. The slow movement of the troops due to the existence of the elephantry wing and the general aversion in using cutting-edge technology that prevented the Indian forces to launch a swift and surprise attacks were often cited as basic problems of Indian war practices. However, the colonial historians often praised the so-called Islamic Turks who brought a sea change in the war practices by shifting the focus on quick-moving cavalry. In fact, the war strategies during the medieval times had undergone a change with the increase in the number of cavalry forces and the use of fortresses as offensive, rather defensive strategic posts. With the advent of Mughals, the artillery in the army became most important thing, but other faculties, including elephantry, continued to exist parallelly, which turned the army organization more cumbersome with difficulty in command structure. Despite the shortcomings, the colonial historians observed that wars to settle scores received a significant boost during the epoch, making the medieval in Indian periodization, in Indian historical period, a time of relentless battles. Now, in the nationalist imaginations, this image of medieval was often uncritically accommodated. These nationalist historians were more interested in tracing the lineage of nation in pre-modern terrain to justify the national movement against the colonial rule, paving the way for future nation states. Since 1870s, there was an urge to write history for Indian perspective to counter the negative reading of colonial interpretations and upholding the glorious accounts of encounters and defense against foreign occupations from the past to justify a pre-modern notion of a national consciousness. In this context, the medieval Islamic past became the chosen period when a number of battles were fought against the so-called foreign alien rule. The court chronicle of Marathas, such as Bakhars, that valorized the valorized accounts like Veer Gathas and Pavadas of Maharashtra, or heroic ballads, were tapped as authentic indigenous sources, as these were claimed to uphold the alternative militant nationalistic images of pre-modern past that had hardly had any reflection in colonial description. These alternative sources, however, did not replace the colonial interpretation of the medieval past, which continued side by side. Thus, without questioning the racist and communal typologies of different indigenous categories, a series of cultural stereotypes were accommodated in the nationalist accounts, where the medieval traditions of militarism were represented as manifestations of separate cultural traditions that hardly infused to form a mixed tradition of warfare. The nationalist historians often describe the medieval clashes, particularly between the communities, as a clash of divergent war practices that extended to the field of war ethics, which helped to fan the passion of patriotism. For example, Rajput practices and principles of a war were described by analogies by the epical battles of Mahabharata, while Turkish war endeavors were represented with the jihadi spirit, and thus the clashes between these communities were read with a hyped communal fervor. Even in the treatment of two militaristic indigenous groups, remarkable differences between the representations of Rajputs and Marathas could be traced. While the Rajputs were represented as the symbols of personal valor, who never deterred from sacrificing themselves in defending their traditional rights or customs, the Marathas were hailed for cunning war strategies by which they could rout their mighty enemies to secure the final victory. The colonial historiography, however, represented pre-colonial India in a negative light, which also left its mark in the contemporary textbook. These interpretations forced the nationalist historian to choose more popular forms of literature, such as novels, poems, plays, to propagate the nationalist perspective during the nationalist movement. A series of heroic figures from the medieval past, including that of Shivaji, Rana Pratap, the Pratapaditya, were thus featured in popular literature, which narrated their militaristic exploits as well as sacrifices to prove their patriotism. In most cases, their personal valors and sacrifices were, instead of orchestrated military movements, were highlighted in these narratives. These narratives often masqueraded the early nationalist sentiments against the British imperialism by locating the struggles in pre-modern, pre-colonial terrain. Along with the printed books, these historical narratives were often written in serialized manner in monthly or bi-weekly popular magazines like Maharashtra Kakil, Oitihashik Chitro, with colorful illustrations by Ravi Verma or Mahadev Vishwanath Dhurandhar, who became household names as far as in Bengal. These illustrations, particularly those of Shivaji on horseback, popularized the image of war heroes of the medieval times, which were repeated through popular representations, including in the medium of film, like in the early films like Shivaji, Agrahun Sutaka, or Uday Kal, or Chhatrapati Shivaji, etc. Now, writing about the medieval warfare after independence, it actually saw a bit sort of decline, as now the main focus shifted from the so-called narrating medieval history from this sort of time of skirmishes and time of what you call intrigues, to a time of syncretic culture, particularly from the, as you know, the so-called Aligarh school dominated the medieval history scene. Despite the thrust on socio-economic history, academic researchers accepted the fact that military organization held a prime position in the society, and the state devoted a substantial portion of its resources on defense and expansion of the empire. These researchers often highlighted the historical legacy of the non-Islamic cultural traditions that existed in the Turkish or the Mughal establishment, particularly in their ideas of warfare and governance, which were often ignored by the colonial and nationalist historians who viewed the period uncritically as a product of monolithic Islamic culture. Several studies revealed how military knowledge and practices were shared, inspiring rival camps, which led to a kind of standardization of military system in medieval India, negating the dominant presumption of the existence of separately nurtured, unique war ethics and practices among the warring communities like Turks, Mughals, Rajputs, and Marathas. The scholarly interpretation of the medieval military establishment, however, remained restricted within the academic circuits, probably because and probably led to widening the gap between academic engagements with medieval warfare, and continued the tradition of popular representation, portraying narratives of a warfare, glorifying individual prowess, heavily tinted with communal stereotypes. Some historians within academia, like Kishori Sharan Lal, K.S. Lal, I believe, and S.R. Goel, negated the dominant trend of looking the medieval period as a time of composite culture, and interpreted this era as a time when hegemonic, when sort of there was a kind of a ongoing intrigue existed to establish the hegemonic control. This interpretation continued to view history from a communalized perspective that underscored the communal stereotypes representing medieval characters essentially by their community or cultural identities. The emphasis on invasions in this perspective interpreted these wars as instrument of suppression by Islamic forces, where indigenous Hindu communities, particularly the Rajputs, became the idea became the stereotypical identity of the victims. This historical perspective fanned the Hindu sentiment, particularly since 1990s, and interpreted medieval past as a period of shame for Hindu population because their subordination to the Islamic forces. By the turn of the century, with the growing popularity of Hindutva ideologies in the political arena, this interpretation, where medieval Islamic rulers were continuously demonized because of their religious identity, became trendy in historical analysis. This trend of historical analysis described the so-called Islamic forces as technologically backward, but zealous fighters inspired by the tenets of their religious texts, also who could win the battles by intrigues or by unethical means. In contrast, the Hindus were described as epitomes of moral characters who waged war only to defend their traditional beliefs and chose to be martyrs rather than securing an easy victory. The recent researches by Jos Gomans, etc., have interpreted the medieval warfare, particularly the Mughal warfare, as significantly sophisticated with ample knowledge of gunpowder and related usage of ammunitions, have limited limited the impact of communalized version of history, which practically dominated the perceptions about the medieval warfare in popular representations, including films, but it is still there, particularly in the what you call shared digital platforms. Now, I'm now moving to the sort of arena of cinema, and let us see how medieval warfare was represented on screen. The cinematic representation of medieval past appeared on screen during the early years of filmic enterprise, with the high tide of nationalist movement in the early decades of the 20th century. Most of the early reference of the militant medieval past came from Maharashtra, a region known for, Maharashtra was yet to be a state at that time, it was part of the Bombay Presidency. The region known for its cinematic venture for the patronage of nationalist leaders and native Maratha chieftains. Maharashtra was also known to be the region of militant nationalism, especially during the turn of the century, and continued to make its presence felt even during the early years of Gandhian nonviolent movements. The first ever reference to the so-called medieval terrain did not feature any war, but a palace intrigue year after the debut film of Raja Harishchandra. You know, the first Indian film is generally being recorded as Raja Harishchandra, and it was also made by Phalke. It represented the darker side of the Maratha history, narrating the story of the murder of the young Peshwa Narayan Rao in 1773 as the result of a factional feud within the Peshwai court, which might have mirrored the theme of immensely successful play Bhau Bandhaki by Khadilkar, who wrote this as an allegory of the contemporary factional feud within the Congress party, where Tilak's brand of extremist politics came under attack by the moderates led by Gokhale. The cinematic version had to wait for another 4 years before the valorized image of Maratha history exploits, Maratha military exploits were first featured on screen. This initiative was taken by Kolhapur-based artist turned filmmaker Baburao Painter, who was already known to be a nationalist and a Congress sympathizer after he had filmed the Bombay session of 1915. In 1923, he made Sinhagar, which valorized the martyrdom of Tanaji Malhusare, the new film Tanaji, actually based on the similar theme, a local hero in Shivaji's army who captured the fort from the mighty Mughals. Featuring the famous film actor V. Shantaram on the lead, the film followed a narrative that was closest to the contemporary novel by Hari Narayan Apte titled Gar Ala Pansinagela, which was published in 1914, though the legend was already popular through narratives of folk ballads or paudas. This film was released at the time when apparently the pan-Indian politics had already embraced non-violent ideals under Gandhi's leadership. The huge popularity of the film and continuation of similar representation of heroic episodes from Rajput and Maratha past on screen, however, indicates the persistence of militant ideals and nationalist invocations, which existed parallelly in the regional pockets even during the heyday of Gandhian movement. Number of films like Mama Warekar's Pune Raided, Phalke's Shivaji Agra and Sutaka, Agra's Shivaji's escape from Agra, Rana Pratap, Rana Hamid, Bhagavati Prasad Mistra's Veer Durgadas, Amar Singh Daggar, Rana Pratap were released during 20s. Most of these films portrayed gallant heroism of either Maratha or Rajput leaders against the so-called Mughal Islamic aggressions. While the Rajputs were represented as heroic martyrs, seldom securing an actual victory over Mughals or other Islamic invaders, Marathas were represented as quick, agile, and crafty war heroes who could secure success by waging swift and surprise attacks on their enemies. In contrast, Mughals were with a huge army were generally portrayed as slow-moving, confused, and unaware of the local knowledge or a topography as the typical foreigner. Comparing Warekar's film with painters Sinagar, Ashish Rajadhaksha commented that Pune Raided was, I'm quoting, probably made with a greater awareness of contemporary anti-imperialist metaphors of historical genre and the ideological Hindu and Marathi chauvinism dimensions of that era. Most of these films, including an episode of fencing, I mean sword fighting or horse riding skills of the protagonist were displayed at best, which made the heroes not only well equipped with the medieval props, but also comparable to those of the heroes of the hit Hollywood swashbucklers. Although these films were generally shot inside studios with three-dimensional sets, some sequences were shot in actual historical locations, which were highlighted in their advertisement. For example, the film Siege of Chittor was advertised as the cinematic representation of, I'm quoting, classic bravery of Rajput race, shot in the adequate and picturesque surroundings of in a realistic manner. Most of the films were shot within the controlled environment of studios or indoors. They were unable to show open wars apart from scenes of galloping horses. These films, however, shot certain parts inside forts and around, which made the visual representation of siege and raid quite spectacular by adding some sort of authenticity by the virtue of location. In these representations, the forts were often depicted as bastions of power of medieval times. Capturing the forts by force and hoisting flags were projected as ultimate image of assertion. The repeated imagery of hoisting flag in the medieval historicals were thus interpreted as a symbol of nationalist expression by the colonial authorities, leading the censorship board to ban the film called Swaraja Cha Toran, which meant flag of freedom, that otherwise depicted the same plot as Sinagar in 1930. The director-actor V. Shantaram quickly responded and changed the name, the title, from Swaraja Cha Toran to Udayakal, which was approved and passed by the censors. So Toran or flag, this sort of symbol was actually objected because the colonial government consider that it is going to show some kind of nationalist spirit. It could incite the nationalist spirit. Now, medieval era during the so-called early talkies, it actually, when the sound technology came in, it gave a boost, as they could not only visually represent the actual battle scenes, but also they could represent the war cries, and they could also infuse sentiments, nationalistic sentiments, by use of dialogues. In 1930s, and this is quite interesting that despite there was the so-called what you call dominance of the Gandhian politics in the national scenario, some kind of a very strong worded with strong communal overtone films were also being portrayed and projected this kind of medieval battle scenes. Perhaps the communal award of 1930, which charted out the separate electorate, gave a boost to the monolithic identity of the community, which ushered in a new phase of communalized politics in the subcontinent. In this political atmosphere, films were made portraying events and personalities who were regarded as heroic by one community, but denounced by the other. This sentiment was manifested regarding in the film like Ghazi Salahuddin. Salahuddin is Ghazi Saladin actually, and it was advertised as, you saw crusade, now see the other side of the medal in Ghazi Saladin. And they were binaries, communal binaries in that way. Like for the film Swarajacha Simhavar, which was released in 1937, it was actually advertised as, from the slumber of slavery, the lion woke up with thundering start to plant the banner of freedom and that sheltered Hinduism. Had not been Shivaji, the great Maratha warrior, Hindus today would have grown beard, shaved their, actually advertised in Film India, the journal. I got this advertisement from Film India of the issue of August 1937. Now, the communalized overtones in the representation of medieval battles or the contestations in the cinematic representations thus could be traced even before the communalized decade of 1940s that ultimately led to the partition. As there was no single central censorship board before independence, it was easier to pass films with overtly communal content by regional boards. These films, though hardly represented open battlefield sequences because of the technical as well as budgetary constraints, did showcase the building up of the conflicts with heavy dialogues that eventually culminated to an intense one-to-one sword fights shot in close-up and mid-shot, displaying the thrills of swashbucklers. Despite the political culture becoming volatile with the growing sectarianism in the 1940s, not all the films representing medieval terrain appropriate the dominant communalized discourse. A clear shift in the representational style could be perceived in Mehboob Khan's, who later made Mother India, Humayun in 1945, where the war during the reign of Humayun was presented in a newsreel styled commentary over visuals. Perhaps the growing popularity of the newsreel presentations of the war movements during the Second World War played a significant role in adoption of this style of representation. In this film, the Mughal ruler Humayun was represented as a symbol of communal harmony, whose idea of integration paved the way for future foundation of Akbar's empire that reached the peak of cultural harmony. The battle of on the open fields shot in wide angle with cannonballs firing and speeding horses made the sequences more contemporary rather than providing a periodic overtone. The historical figure of Humayun, who was not known for his military prowess, was depicted as a victim of constant warfare, typical of medieval period, but was portrayed as a romantic leader who wanted to build an empire that celebrated the best of the traditions of Mughals and the Rajputs. Despite underscoring the contemporary secular messages of communal harmony, the medieval locales with forts and scallop-domed monuments provided the authenticity of the historical. Even though the film celebrates communal harmony between Mughals and the Rajputs, the two camps were dressed in significantly different costumes that presented in almost a tonal contrast in black and white films. Now, just after the independence, the so-called engagement with the war films, particularly in the medieval scenario, actually decreased. As with the emergence of secular Democratic Republic of India, much stress was laid on non-violent legacy of the state that tried to promote a history of synthesis and collaboration. Despite the official policy, war, particularly in pre-modern contexts, were portrayed perhaps with less communal tinge. By the time of independence, social melodrama with heavy sentimental content emerged as the most popular genre, which influenced the narrative style of other genres, including historicals. Under the influence of melodramatic representational style, often the palace intrigue of the medieval period was portrayed in a highly sentimental manner, where familial emotions and relationships were blown up to create that intense drama. In the classic Mughal-e-Azam film, Emperor Akbar and Prince Salim are represented as combating sides when the differences of opinion on the issue of the slave girl Anarkali was extended to the field of a war. The confrontation is presented from a melodramatic perspective. If I get some time, I'm going to show that clipping, which meticulously narrates how this medieval culture of armed conflicts could cause pain for Jodhabai, portrayed as quintessentially Hindu Rajput wife and mother, who was torn between her duty and love for her husband and son. War sequence, on the other hand, was lavish project portrayed as pageantry with heavy arms, armors, elephants and horses, cannon fires, rampart shots on wide angle. On the war, as the war was fought between the imperial army and the rebel forces, both heads by Islamic Mughals, the uniform or armory already hardly differed, though Akbar is portrayed as seated on slow-moving regal elephant, while Prince Salim led his forces riding a quick-moving horse. Unlike the use of color for selected Shish Mahal sequences, the battle scene was shot in black and white, giving hardly any opportunity to decipher the use of colors in the conflicting armies' uniforms or insignias. Despite the huge success of Mughal-e-Azam that inspired a significant number of productions based on Mughal courts like Jahanara, Taj Mahal, and others, medieval warfare actually became very popular during the Nehruvian era. Discussing the context of mainstream cinematic production since 1960s, Madhava Prasad argues that the contemporary political upheavals that challenged the existing national consensus were responsible for turning popular attention towards present rather to a distant past. Medieval context was generally invoked to underscore a syncretic tradition where wars had only a marginal role to play. Imbibing the name of medieval entity, however, Maharashtra provided, Maharashtra created, Maharashtra with its capital in Bombay was created after a sustained movement which claimed its identity by invoking the image of Shivaji and the Maratha Swaraj. The movement brought back focus on Maratha militaristic tradition, which said to have paved the way for building this kind of a original entity. The cultural atmosphere charged with provincial chauvinism thus reinstated the focus on Maratha history on screen. Bhalji Pendharkar, an active member of Hindu Mahasabha, portrayed Shivaji as the true founder of the idea of Maharashtra in his film Chhatrapati Shivaji, released in 1952, where the main enemy was Adil Shahi kingdom rather than the foreign Mughals. The conflict was thus situated within Deccan between the two rival communities, where Marathas were presented as the true son of the soil with an intention to build a state of their own, while Adil Shahis were portrayed as heretic lot unconcerned with the pride of the land. In this film, Shivaji was not presented only as a brave war hero, but also a political strategist who could make deals with the allies to achieve military success, as well as a great inspirational figurehead who could motivate common people to war. This portrayal placed the war heroes beyond the battlefields and the theme of a war and armed conflict, which perhaps lost its importance in the mainstream Hindi films due to the dominance of Gandhian principles, made a comeback in Maratha regional cinema as an integral image of Marathi culture and historical tradition that inspired to form the movement for provincial autonomy. The pan-Indian scenario, however, did seldom portray medieval wars and clashes on big screen. In fact, the thrust towards social and contemporary made historicals a genre quite obsolete during the 70s and early 80s. The historicals, however, proved to be more successful in state-controlled television channels with the growing popularity of serialized production during 80s and early 90s, till the privately controlled television channels operating through satellite networks arrived on the scene. These serialized historicals were often based on the life and times of historical figures like Akbar, Rana Pratap, Tipu Sultan, Mahadji Scindia, where the heroic achievements, especially their militaristic exploits, were elaborately presented. Often these serialized versions presented battle scenes with visual spectacles that could be matched with the tricks displayed in the immensely popular mythological genres like Ramayana and Mahabharata, completely ignoring the notions of historical authenticity. Now, with the turn of the new millennium, historicals celebrating medieval themes reappeared on big screen. Although the presentation style hugely imbibed the melodramatic content and pageantry, typical of the serialized version of the television historicals, the use of cutting-edge digital technology infused more spectacle in an already gorgeous setting. Catherine Schofields, senior lecturer in South Asian music and history in King's College London, recently said that films are useful for understanding modern values. Film scholars talk about, I'm quoting her, talk about the historical film as providing a heterotopia, literary meaning the other place in which to play out the political and social issues of the present day. We should be reading these films not for what they tell us about the past. Even the most factually accurate films have to make enormous concessions to tell and entertain the present audiences. And that's why it has to know about now, about the present day. Under this sort of circumstances, we could say that Hindutva rhetoric actually helped to revive this genre of medieval war films, and where Indianness came to be equated with Hinduness, where, I'm quoting, muscular, ethnic, triumphalist projection of modern Hindu self was projected that have successfully redeemed the past from the shadow of medieval Muslim rule. The presence of rhetoric is even felt in the so-called projection of the mythical depiction of the composite culture in the film Jodha Akbar, directed by Ashutosh Gawarikar, released in 2008. The apparent secular theme based on post-marital courtly romance featuring the imperial couple Jodha and Akbar hardly questioned the communalized stereotypes in the representation process, which indicated the prevalence of Hindutva rhetoric in contemporary political culture. Here in the film, the Mughals are represented distinctively different in their cultures and beliefs, where their customs, language, and manners differed from that of the indigenous Hindu Rajputs. The opening scene portrayed how Akbar was able to amass support of the local aristocracy as a young monarch by offering them mercy than condemning the defeated side to death, ignoring the religious tenets that could have made him Ghazi, the pious defender of Islam, but not the greatest ruler of Mughal India after the famous Battle of Panipat. Akbar is thus portrayed as a good monarch who, despite the act of cruelty in the battlefields, which in otherwise portrayed as general trait of the so-called Islamic invaders. Despite his cruel image in crushing all the palace rebellions that could have ousted him from power, Akbar is portrayed as an able war strategist who could keep the door open for diplomacy before going into an open war. Even the depiction of the female characters in the opposing camps were heavily guided by the communalized stereotypes. While the female Mughal members in the imperial harem are generally portrayed in the movie as involved in politics to the extent of enjoying important portfolios in the state affair, Jodha Rajput, the Rajput princess, has been represented as having a better skills in actual martial art with which she could almost overpower Akbar. This film thus represents an interesting narrative where, in spite of its claim to portray a myth of communal harmony, it continuously keeps on addressing the Hindutva accusations against the so-called medieval Islamic rule, and thus ended up using all the communalized stereotypes in portraying the medieval terrain. Despite this limitation, Jodha Akbar's success in box office revived the interest in the medieval historicals. The film made by Sanjay Leela Bhansali, Bajirao Mastani, which with a staggering budget of 145 crores rupees, is based on the plot that too narrated an inter-community romance amongst the royalty. Set in the Maratha context, the film integrates the theme of war and romance. The paucity of historical information on Mastani was supplemented by the imagination through which she was portrayed as beauty of mixed parentage, who could ride horses in the open fields and could dance in the royal courts, unlike the upper caste Hindu Marathi women of decent lineages like his wife Kashibai. Henceforth, Mastani Begum is depicted as the exotic other of the Hindu chaste wife, an image represented through the character of Kashibai, the wife of Bajirao. On the other hand, Bajirao is represented as a successful military leader of Maratha hero who wanted to extend his empire as far as Delhi. In the opening shot of the film, Bajirao is shown on horseback commanding his army, while the voiceover claims that the Peshwa's sword was like lightning. His determination was like the Himalayas. His appearance reflected the vigor of Chitpavan, and his dream was to hoist the Maratha flag in Delhi. He was thus portrayed as a quintessential Hindu militaristic leader whose goal was to establish a Hindu empire ending the yoke of foreign Muslim rule. Hindu valor and religious pride are manifested through the battle scenes where Bajirao is portrayed to have led his cavalry forces carrying huge saffron flag. The war cry of Jai Bhavani with the elaborate show of a worship of auspicious sword also indicated the overtly Hindu nationalistic sentiment in Peshwai militaristic rituals. But unlike Jodha Akbar, the intercommunity relationship in Bajirao Mastani was not hailed as a successful venture that could bring the antagonistic communities together. It rather showed how this relationship amongst the royalty could create mistrust amongst the nobles, causing conspiracies and intrigues that marred the chance of victory in the battlefield. The film thus narrates a tragic episode from the Maratha past where personal relationships beyond the community lines were presented as the failed formula to create a heritage of cultural syncretism. This tragedy is presented as personal rather than that of national in this film. Perhaps the decisive victory by the Hindutva forces in 2014 national election relegated the need to project the historical lineage of syncretic culture for the medieval epoch. Unlike the films with Mughal theme, this film features battle scenes which comprised of open wars as well as surprise attacks by the small group scaling the ramparts of the enemy defense. The use of separate costumes, attires, flags, and insignia for the Marathas and the Islamic forces helps to create the impression of distinctiveness of the two colliding forces even in the battlefields. The film Padmavat, made by the same director, accommodated further the rhetoric of Hindutva, where the conflicting camps were represented as two races rather than communities living in the same piece of land. The film narrates the legend of Rajput sacrifice in the face of aggressive imperialist attack by the 13th century Sultan of Delhi, Alauddin Khilji. Although Bansali's film claims to have been inspired by the Sufi poet Jayasi's poem Padmavat. It follows the narrative fashioned by Todd and the nationalists since the version has emerged as the dominant one in post-colonial India, reflecting the nation's majoritarian ethos. In the epical manner, the war sequences were portrayed in this film as a fight between the good and evil, where the Rajputs were hailed as patriotic side defending their own country, while Alauddin is condemned to be the imperialist villain, hatching a plot to win through unfair means. Although the film opens with the disclaimer about historical authenticity and communal sentiments, Alauddin is represented as a quintessential villain who is portrayed as savage Afghan, leading a gang of bloodthirsty looters rather than an emperor in control of his trained forces. This depiction contradicts the historical image of Alauddin, who was known for his numbers of reforms in the economic and administrative sphere. The film introduces Alauddin Khilji as ruthless savage with unkempt look that matches to the image of the stereotypical barbaric Muslim. The foreign Afghan origin of Alauddin stressed here by locating him in a hillside fortress with the dark interiors conjuring up a sinister atmosphere. Even the Khilji royal palace in Delhi is similarly gloomy, while the court of Ratan Singh displayed the opulence typical of Rajput ethnic decor. Though the film is known for the lavish budget to recreate lavish battle sequences, the climax is shot with close and mid-range close-ups that portrayed the death of Rana by an arrow hit from behind by Alauddin, which confirmed his villainous characters embracing unethical means to erase any resistance from his resistance. The ethics in the warfare hailed as the marker of moral civilization, thus shown as non-existent among the Islamic forces. With the increase of acceptance of Hindutva ideology in popular culture, wars as a clash of civilization or justified means to take revenge has been seen accepted in cinematic space. Reports against the representation of brutality or defaming the community by showing their aggressive behavior during battle sequences, particularly for historicals, have decreased in numbers in the recent years. On the other hand, an active interest in glorified representation of military operation led number of productions like a Ghazi attack, Uri, the surgical strike, to score box office hits in the recent years. Perhaps this success has compelled the filmmakers to produce films narrating the stories or stories of a war, even in the past terrain. Two recent films named Tanhaji the Unsung Hero and Panipat narrate the stories of Maratha militarism in the medieval terrain. Tanhaji is based on the heroic deed of a Koli general in Shivaji's army in capturing the fort held by the Rajput commander Udayban Singh Rathore fighting on the side of the Mughals, whilst Panipat by Ashutosh Gawadikar narrated the events leading to the tragic defeat of the Marathas in the Third Battle of Panipat in 1961, after giving a series of hits in the periodic films. Despite the historical timeframes of these two events were more than a century apart, the Marathas were depicted in both the films as zealous Hindus who always upheld the saffron flag or Bhagwa Jhanda, the emblematic representation of Hindu Marathi assertion against the foreign Islamic invasions. Both the films depicted the villains as dark, scheming personalities, where Udayban Singh, the contender of Tanhaji and Hindu himself, was portrayed with beard typical of Muslims, while Tanhaji and Sadashiv Rao, the heroes, are represented with tilaks in their foreheads and a proof of their Hindu selves. The mainstream academic narratives is often accused by the right-wing press for underplaying the militant role of the so-called Hindu heroes against the Islamic onslaught as reflection in the wording of the titles of both the films. While Tanhaji has been described as unsung hero, indicating the sparse mention of him in the mainstream academic discussions, Panipat is also commented as the great betrayal, drawing our notice to the stories of betrayal on the part of the so-called Muslim rulers of Hindustan who collaborated with Afghan Abdali to ensure the defeat of Marathi power. Both the films described how these Maratha heroes came out to defend their land with the clutches of the foreign Muslim forces. In the film Panipat, the face off between Abdali and Sadashiv Bhau portrayed through dialogues, when the reply to the question of Abdali about the sacrificial attitude to defend the small piece of land, Bhau said, "I'm ready to die for even a small piece, for a simple grain of dust of my motherland." I'm not quoting from Hindi. The filmic narrative, however, follows historical records while describing the Maratha system as confederacy in Panipat, which was a significant decline of the centralized power, as was the operational about a century ago in the time of Tanhaji. The confusion in the command structure in the Confederate setup, however, has been attempted to be rectified by the protagonist Sadashiv Rao Bhau, played by Arjun Kapoor, who is portrayed to have given effort to establish a disciplined army on the hand in mediating between many factions to end the power struggle in Peshwai court on the other. The enemy forces also face the typical problems of contestation around the throne, but the invaders are portrayed as better manipulators of contemporary tussles over power amongst their enemies in Indian subcontinent. Aditya Menon, Aditya Menon described this depiction as purely Hindu nationalist portrayal that uncritically glorifies that macho militaristic image of the upper caste Hindu dominant, where the main contestation is always portrayed as between Hindus and Muslims by overruling the existence of other marginal voices like that of people from lower castes or women in the medieval terrain. Now, in conclusion, I would like to mention that the medieval period has been projected on screen as an epoch of turmoil, despite the fact of shooting war sequence are always a costly affair. These episodes are generally included in the filmic narrative to add both authenticity and thrill, to make the real history more real and entertaining. The academia often rejected these depictions, especially the battle sequences, for being historically inaccurate, showing wrong props and costumes that raise questions about their periodic authenticity. This presentation, however, has attempted to take a different stance in discussing the cinematic narrative of medieval warfare. Contextualizing filmic enterprise as a medium that responds to its political and social environment, cinematic engagement with medieval wars has also been studied here as an expression of the contemporary culture that selectively portrays past events to mirror its contemporary exigencies. With this premise, the essay, this discussion has tried to raise question of a why and under which circumstances the enthusiasm around the cinematic representation of medieval wars or intrigues become popular. I've tried to argue in this presentation how the contemporary conflicts amongst the communities within the national space compare the projection of violent intrigues of the past terrain on screen. Through these explorations, the essay points out, or this presentation points out, that the political culture of nationalism, preaching both violence and non-violent strands with a program of founding a nation state, have invoked war or intrigue in the pre-modern past that recollected the political concerns of the contemporary present. In this context, the contemporary culture of Hindutva has received an added focus because of its active participation in reshaping the idea of nation by invoking the fault lines within the community culture that could be extended to the pre-modern society on the pretext to carve out a nation exclusively for the majority Hindus. Thus, the invocation of history of a war is not always a celebration, but also could be served as a recollection of trauma that incite revenge in the national psyche. Thank you so much. It is a sort of a long presentation.
So thoroughly. I'm sorry, my earbuds are just constantly falling out. Just give me a second. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I think the participants did the same. They're like, when we look at movie as a historical source, now you had actually helped to shatter a misconception. I have seen students sing movies on medieval India to study medieval India.
Yes.
I have seen students using films on ancient India to study ancient India. But you are actually arguing in your presentation that we should actually watch this movie to understand our contemporary political culture.
Yes, of course.
Because our contemporary political culture is reflected in the way we make the movies.
Your voice is breaking. Could you?
Let me try one moment. So, what you are trying to say is that the movies that actually reflect the contemporary political culture. The history of medieval India, instead of looking for history of medieval India in movies on medieval India, we should try to see how depending on the period, like if it is Nehruvian India, if the movie was made on Nehruvian India, the Nehruvian politics gets reflected. If the movie has been made in contemporary India, so the contemporary Hindutva politics is getting reflected in that particular movie. That's immensely interesting. Now, I just want to open the floor to the participants. If you have any question, you have the privilege to go first. I have my set of questions, which I will definitely ask. But if you have a question, or I can see Dr. Sanjana has already posted something. Urvidi, you can also see. Excellent session, ma'am. As popular mythology have been getting more popularity than academic histories, what would be the condition of facts in future India as power controls knowledge? That is exactly what I tried to say. We had been using movies on medieval India to study medieval history. That is not what Dr. Mukhopadhyay is urging us to do. What she is urging us to do is understand a movie, contextualize it in the politics of the time.
Present.
Yes, in the present. Now, anybody else? Others can also post question here as she answers this particular question. I also have a question. Maybe I will go after you answer hers.
Okay. Sanjana, I think you have raised the most pertinent question. We are all worried about the future of knowledge in the sort of clutches of power. But at the same time, I could say that this is a trend which perhaps Michel Foucault has observed almost a century ago now, that it was there. It was there in various forms, and particularly in the popular culture like films, where actually you can see it is not something, it's a cultural enterprise which requires many factors. First of all, films are generally, it has a market orientation, and it requires a lot of investment. And there is a sort of risk for not only from the market perspective, but also from the so-called, it's the sort of interference from the so-called state. Censorship is very important there as well. And considering all these factors together, now when we are actually viewing some kind of a historical theme on screen, you have to understand that it has some kind of interference. It has undergone an interference of power. Power is not only state, but also the so-called dominant ideologies, dominant group, and things like that. But at the same time, I'm actually hopeful when I mentioned Gramsci's term in my sort of introductory part of my presentation, that he was actually using a word called commonsensical. And Gramsci, perhaps when he was not actually engaging with the filmic media, but he was engaging with the popular culture. He was trying to understand why, in which context this kind of what you call the fascists were coming into power. He wanted to understand the popular culture in that way, the popular grip over culture. And he was saying that despite the dominance of the so-called hegemonic power, some subordinate powers, or the sort of who were subjugated powers, they do actually leave their traces of their knowledge or their perceptions within that commonsensical formation of knowledge. It is not only, they were not completely overruled or overshadowed. Sometimes in bits and pieces, their ideas, their perceptions also remain. And in films too, you could see that. Though we are generally mesmerized by the so-called hegemonic overarching narrative, but there remains some kind of small fissures even within the so-called dominant films. And I am actually hopeful. When I actually go to watch a movie, I generally try to pick up those parts. because that actually tells some kind of fissures existing in the contemporary society. Even in the Mughal Azam, for example, remember the character played by Kumar, the poet, the artist, who was actually voicing his dissent against the so-called autocratic, despotic rule of Akbar, who was in favor of sort of artistic independence. So here you can see that kind of fine lines, which still remains. Thank you so much.
Urvidi, you are flooded with questions. I
can
told you,
understand.
I warned you. Oh, if you can just, do you want to club this together? Like Dr. Sajna's is there. Then we have Malika's question. Can you specify any similarities or differences in the portrayal of historical characters? And I think she later added a line, I mean, between medieval India and medieval Europe. Do you see, she's telling me. And
Medieval
Sabiha,
India and medieval Europe. Okay.
you want to take up that? Or should I read other questions too so that you can come on? And I am not even reading out the compliments you got, should I?
Later on.
All the compliments you got, you can take a look.
Excuse me, madam.
Yes, yes.
Very interesting session. Thankful to the MET University for their excellent output. Madam, I know a very exponent like you. Do the films brought the saffronization of writing of the things, or the people really who are responsible for it?
Okay.
This is only my submission, madam. May I know from you? Thank you.
Okay.
There is
other
another
questions? I'm just clubbing everything together.
Urvidi, there is another question from Sabiha. Has cinema played a role in creating divide in pre-independence India? And do you see history repeating itself today?
Hello, ma'am.
Mentioned about power politics. Sudarshana Bhowmik pointed out power politics played a role in making such films. Is there any motive for distorting history? I mean, is there?
I think Mr. Ashish Singh has also want to say something.
Yes.
Please unmute yourself, Mr. Ashish Singh.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah, yeah, you are.
Yes, ma'am. I just want to, ma'am, point it out that ma'am, we had this discussion in which the ma'am tried to portray as if the movies, the present movies, I think some of which are in essential way portraying the truth. Is it that the censorship is must, that we should, in fact, by putting communal harmony above truth, we try to sort of suppress the past, means the things that had happened?
Censorship, could you please explain the last part of it? The voice is breaking. Sorry. Dr. Ashish Singh, could you please write it down for us?
Ma'am, you just said, in fact, sure, ma'am. Sure, ma'am.
Can you please write down the question? There is connectivity.
Then it will be easier for us to understand.
In the meantime, Urvidi, you can start answering those questions.
Okay. Okay. The second question, which is about the medieval India and medieval Europe. Yes, of course, there's similarity and dissimilarity in representing your sort of European or sort of heroics. I'm not very sure about the medieval time, but it actually came into my mind. I'm not very sure whether we have watched that film. There was a film called Ashoka, by Shah Rukh Khan. And Santosh Sivan actually directed the film. I did not like that film. And when I asked him about why did he make this kind of a film, because he was a wonderful, what you call a wonderful, has a great control over camera before that. So, and he said, he laughed, and he heartily laughed, and he said that I just wanted to make an Indian version of that Mel Gibson film, Braveheart. So you can understand, while they were actually trying to portray the Indian heroes, often they had a kind of a European counterpart in their minds. Often, not always, not always. Sometimes they actually try to root these heroes very actually to the soil, to the Indian soil, but sometimes they do. Like this kind of things, like the blockbusters we already have got. So you can see this kind of fusion. For example, I was mentioning about the so-called sword fight, the swashbucklers. These things are very much there from the European sort of, or Hollywood style filmed. For example, I have not mentioned that film here because it actually doesn't have any kind of dealing with the so-called war films. But if you watch Razia Sultana by Hema Malini's film, I think really sometime during 1980s, her makeup actually looks just like Sophia Loren in Helen of Cleopatra. So you can understand, and there is a kind of similarity when they were actually discussing this kind of women in power. I have already written about one of my articles about this kind of similarities. If you are interested, you can do that. You can read that. Second question, creating a saffronization film, or who initiated that process? Film or people? Interesting. Of course, people, but perhaps the sort of film as a popular medium, it has a very strong role in it, as it could not, it is not creating it, but it is actually catering it to a wider public. When you have got that kind of stereotypes, cinema actually narrates the stories through stereotypes. And when they have already got this kind of stereotypes in their hands, they actually replicate it and make it more accessible to the public. And that's how probably they popularize the images, the content. And this is how they popularize the idea of sort of Hindutva or something like that. Not only Hindutva, even in any other ideologies as well. Third question, creating divide in pre-independence period. Yes, there were very interesting divides as well as bondings. For example, it is a quite interesting question, because in pre-colonial India, we could see that as cinematic enterprise, I'm not going to call it industry in that way, because industry is rather a very huge term. Enterprise emerged in colonial period. You have to understand that the success of film, after all, it depended on the public access. And public means not only one community. It includes a lot. But at the same time, sometimes you wish to cater certain community just to get a huge feedback. Sometimes it has happened. So you can see the kind of a, what do you call, a kind of movement from sometimes a film company who was producing a film very, what you call, secular in nature, to actually attract a lot of people from all the communities. The next film it was choosing, it was portraying something very communal, just to cater one single community. It has happened. So there is some kind of what you call, depending on the market forces, depending on the sort of market exigencies, they were doing so. If you are interested, you can read my book, Medieval I'm forgetting the name. Medieval in the Contested Time. You can get an overview of that sort of skirmishes and intrigues during the particularly pre-independent period. I did not get the next question, that distorted history, power, politics. Could you please repeat it, or could you please repeat that question? Is it written? Oh, and the next one was censorship, I believe. Okay, censorship. It is quite interesting, you know. Sometimes the censorship, there's a big politics about censorship as well. If you are interested, you can read a lot of books, particularly written during recent times, about the censorship laws and things like that. In the censorship law, Indian censorship law, it has been specifically mentioned that they are resenting projection of things which are going to hurt the sentiment of a community or a group or a tradition. Distortion of truth is not in a way mentioned over there. It is rather a kind of they are going to avenge the emotional attack or emotional content of the film. But they were not going to say something about reality or the truth. Secondly, yes, you can do it. Sometimes it happens that somebody is pointing out that this is completely untrue. What you are portraying, it is something completely untrue. Then you have to actually suit a file. You have to file a case pointing out where is actually the components of falsehood is there. So it is a very interesting censorship law that we have to face, particularly in the cinematic arena. And distortion of history, could you please repeat the question? Power, politics, distortion of history, or something like that. I've just written it down, but I'm not being able to remember it.
Sorry. Power politics played a role in making such films. Is there any motive for distorting history? Is it deliberate, what he is asking?
Of course it is deliberate, but at the same time it was done for the sake of 2 or 3 things. I've mentioned it on the very first, when I was actually replying to the first question. Either for the sake of censorship or for the sake of the sort of market convenience, or for example, for the sort of trying to what you call satisfy the producers. These are the main factors. But yes, of course, there can be many other things as well. But generally, these things are there. Filmic enterprise, you have to understand that it is not an individual enterprise, though we generally tend to think that it is being made by just this man or just this woman. It is not only a single head that is actually active behind making a cinema. Even for the films made by Satyajit Ray, I must say. Even in the films made by Satyajit Ray, it is a kind of a crew, a team that is working together.
Okay, Urmili, that was so interesting. And there were so many questions that I could not ask my own. Never mind. I will get a chance later on when I go to Kolkata or you come to Delhi, whichever happens first. So one of the requests here is that if you can give the name of some reading material, even if you can share the link. Usually participants highly appreciate that. If you can send it to me in WhatsApp message, I will share it.
I will try send some kind of links, but most of these are books, or you can watch the films.
Yeah, films, or even if the books are there in Amazon, if you can just share the Amazon link.
Okay.
So that is what Professor Dilip
All right.
and then I will share that only.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
I will just forward it to the WhatsApp group that we have created for participants. So they can come back to it anytime they want to. And also the films that you have mentioned. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for your time. It was so interesting, and I predicted. And you owe me a cup of coffee for the good prediction I made that you would be.
I'll definitely, we'll meet up.
Flooded with questions because I know the topic, the nature of the topic is such that it would be very intriguing and interesting. So thank you so much. We enjoyed it, and there was
thank you so much. It was also my pleasure. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm leaving.
Yes, sure.
So everyone, we can take 10 minutes break for water and restroom. So please join back at 3:45 sharp.
Hi everyone, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Welcome to our refresher course, Mr. Aditya Prashantji. So Dr. Eva is there to introduce you. Yes, Dr. Eva.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm delighted to introduce our esteemed speaker for today's conference, Mr. Aditya Prashant, a leading data scientist at Versa Technologies in New Delhi, India. India brings a wealth of expertise and knowledge to our gathering with a distinguished career in the field of data science. Mr. Prashant has made a significant contribution to the industry. His proficiency in analyzing complex data sets and deriving meaningful insights has garnered recognition and acclaim. We are privileged to have Mr. Aditya Prashant share his insights and expertise with us today. Over to you, Mr. Prashant.
So yeah, hi everyone. Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Eva, for introducing me to this platform. So I'm really looking forward to speak on the topic which I was assigned. Actually, I have picked up. So today I'll be taking up the topic of demographic consequences in India. So recent post-COVID era has rose this discussion a lot as the increasing population has becoming a challenge for every country. So management of resources to each and every individual, and providing them with a livelihood so that they can survive and go on health issues, and there are other factors as well. So I'll be lighting up these issues through the collected facts and figures which I have here, which I'm having here to present to all of you. So I'm sharing my screen. So is my screen visible to all of you?
Yes, Aditya.
Okay. So today we'll be discussing about the demographic consequences in India. So for that, following are the keywords which I have collected. I mean, these were reflected in the recent changes, and probably we'll be discussing about its aspect, current facts and figures, and what are its future implications. What are the current progress that government is making or international organizations are making in order to improve it at the country level or at lower levels? What government policies and what government programs are doing it to overcome these challenges and provide a meaningful way to tackle this. So my keyword would include this population growth, then fertility rate, life expectancy, literacy rate, social security, healthcare, urbanization, infrastructure. Apart from this, there are more keywords. There are more factors that affect the demographic consequences of a particular country. But for keeping it short, I have considered all these keywords. So I'll be discussing about these briefly. So demography is a word that is contributed mostly in statistics. So there's a branch of statistics that's called vital statistics. So that deals in this population and demographic studies. So demography is actually the study of population of a particular country and its related phenomena like birth rate, death rate, then other features of population. How can we measure the population? So this is all about the demography is all about studying a population and its related issues. So about an introduction part, we can see that demographic consequences is a very complex topic because there are multiple factors that influence it. So there are analytical research going on in demographic consequences for studying its effect in India. What are the current implications? How is it going, and what are the future implications of it? So it offers a unique opportunity to delve into the intricate interplay of population dynamics like social factors, policy interventions, aiming to unravel the root causes, understand the multifaceted consequences, and propose evidence-based solution and precautions for sustainable development and economic progress. So you people might have heard about this government organization. So earlier it was Planning Commission of India, so now transformed into Niti Aayog. So Planning Commission was used to plan the any progress or growth work for the country for 5 years. But now that Niti Aayog has taken over, so this 5 year growth has 5 year plan has gone in vain, and they have started a long-term plans, so that can probably go up to above 5 years. And this organization mostly looks into these factors and reflect the changes collected over here in the policies or programs that they're making for the people of India. So probably Niti Aayog is the one that is using using all these factors and the related data to reflect changes over there. So there are other aspects of this that before going through this session, there can be there can be literature impact of it, and there is also other way of studying it, that is through data. So obviously data is the powerful thing nowadays, and it's a new language to generate insights and come up with better research output so that it can be utilized for future purpose. So population growth rate is one of the factors that we'll be discussing. So it's actually analyzing the historical population data. So the change in population is actually a very important thing that gives us idea about how the population is changing. Population actually means the number of inhabitants living in that particular geographical area, and they account for the entire the use of natural resources and other resources that is present in that geographical location. So population can be measured using various ways. So most of the people have seen after in their home that government people come to their places and take their head count of the family members and write the numbers, or they tag their houses often at the gate of at the main entrance gate of their houses. So that's actually called a census method. So census method is the very widely accepted method that a country adopts to know about the population of its country. So census happens after every 10 years. So the last census that happened was in 2011. So now the census is due to happen, because due to COVID scenario, government could not take it forward, and since the census did not happen, maybe this year it will happen. So census in a broader way is defined as enumerating the population. So complete enumeration of population can also be termed as census. So census methods actually have advantages, because this complete enumeration is at a particular time we can know about each and every part of the population, because the budget of government is very used on this census method, and they go door to door and pick up all the features of the population. They just don't count the heads, but rather they get the other features of the family members, like their income level, their healthcare status, and the age group, and other things. So that's what it's actually suitable and the best way to get the information about the population of a country. So as of now, 2011 census is the last census that happened in the country. So second one is due. Then we'll be focusing on age structure analysis. So nowadays we have been told that India is carrying most of the youngest population in the world. So that statement is true, because most of the people, these is people that are changing the times, like they are part of the workforce population, but at a particular age, after a particular age, they are actually reaching the age of saturation, and they're reaching the age of saturation, like aging happened, and they have to leave the arena, so the new population, young generation, can take in and contribute to the society. So studying about the age structure and aging phenomena is actually a very important aspect to complement the demographic trends or demographic consequences of a particular country. Then we'll study about this fertility rate analysis. So fertility too is a part of is a very important factor in deciding the population. So when we talk about vital statistics, demography, so fertility comes to play a very important role, as it decides actually how what is the growth rate of a particular country or a particular place or a particular geographical region can go up. Then we have this mortality rate analysis. So mortality rate analysis is also very important, keeping the aspect that how population is depleted by the people, moving out. I mean, when people die, so we have to take account of that. So obviously, most of the people have seen people dying, and post death, all the ritual function happens. They used to visit to the this local municipal office and takes the death certification. So they have to register that person's death certification over there, death registry over there. So that too has an aspect, because if a particular person is abroad, is dead, then the resources allocated to that person, or probably the accounts, like if like we are living in this uh, semi-developed country, India. So we cannot talk about the social security benefits, but let's talk about the example of the country which is purely developed, like US, UK, and other developed countries. So there a person accounts for each and every social security features and social benefits that is given to that particular person. So a registry of a debt becomes equally important in order to in order to manage those resources in the best possible way. Then we'll be moving to this migration analysis. So migration is actually a pattern of moving out of a particular place. So it can be of many types. So broadly classified as immigration and immigration. So immigration mostly refers to the part of population that travels to a particular country in search of better opportunities and facilities, and to gather more skills and to grow. Whereas immigration is the permanent shift in a different country or in a different geographical location in search of better opportunities, and get the citizenship also over there, so that they don't have to look back and start a new life in a new land, a new place with new geographical properties. So these are the things that are motivating to migration analysis to consider into account. Because if we talk about people moving out to skilled labor, moving out to international arena, like into developed countries, so we'll be looking at the very talented population of India. So approximately 20 to 30 million people, 10 to 20 million people have based on specialized people based on different skills have migrated to these countries for in search of a job or other opportunities. Apart from that, 20 to 30% of them has taken their permanent citizenship, permanent residency, PRship as well, because of the facilities and other things provided over there. So these are the topics. Then we'll come to root causes of demographic consequences in India. So population, first is the population growth. So India is having a very large and rapidly growing population, which puts pressure on resources, infrastructure, and services. So a country is not able to make good decisions for its people if it foresees that the number of people or the head counts is exceptionally high. So the policy or the programs that is chosen to benefit the people of the country is actually of not importance, and it goes in vain, and its utility becomes low. Like let's talk about a particular government, a program, let's say Ayushman Bharat scheme, that is PMJY, Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana scheme. So that provides 5 lakh population, 5 lakh rupees healthcare benefit to all the poor people in the country. But if we look at the list pertaining to this, so mostly there are only 15 to 16 crore people having card created in them, and out of that only we can see 10 to 12 lakh families are taking benefit of it. So and then we look at the population. So India's population is rising at a very high level. So we have reached a population of 1.35 billion. So let's compare the number 1.35 billion and 16 crores. So that's a huge gap between them. So even though cards beneficiaries cards are created, PPPL, people are not getting the benefits of it. Most of the people, they haven't they are not registered in this, and they are not having the benefits of it. So these are the challenges that the population growth may put on, that services or benefits are not reaching to the people. Also, if the population is not registered in a well manner, like a BP in a BPL family, a small a kid is just born. So the census just happened 10 years ago, so that kid cannot be accounted for. Its registry is there in the local hospitals, municipal areas, but at a center level and to the people who are making these policies and other things, programs, so that data does not reach there. So it's not nowadays this registry, this data registration kind of thing has grown up, but it has not grown up to that level where it can reach to the targeted place. Like it can be, there's no centralized mechanism that the data can reach to the end place where it can be utilized for making welfare programs, or welfare decisions can be taken on. Then we have this high fertility rate. So high fertility rate also pose a very significant change in the population. So persistent high fertility rates contribute to the population growth and can restrain resources. So now this high fertility rate has gone down. So earlier it was very high, but now it has gone down because people giving birth to their child, so they're thinking based on their social status. If we take example of child born in families in urban areas, so they have thought of kind of a government slogan that hum do hamare do, and not in rural areas, still they're reaching the limit of 2+ children. So that's a disparity we can see over here, and still this urban kind of thing, this fertility rates has contributed to the overall fertility rates, and it has gone down. So it is helping in coping up the population right challenges as well. Next, we have this gender inequality. So gender discrimination is preference for a male children led to imbalanced sex ratios and social issues. So gender discrimination. So I'm not very proud of it that the country we are living in. So it's mostly talked about these social issues. So there are other countries as well, but prevalent to this we can see. So nowadays in most of the states of the country, earlier it used to be called Bimaru states, Bihar, Odisha, and Uttar Pradesh, and there are other states as well. So their gender discrimination is again at the top. Though people are literate, but when it comes to gender inequality, so there we can see the imbalance, and that issue need to be addressed. Slowly and gradually it is changing, but it is not changing at the pace that can contribute directly to the directly to reform the entire economy. Then you have this poverty and lack of education. So socioeconomic factors like poverty and limited access to education impact population dynamics. So poverty and lack of education, so these are also very important things, because illiterate people, though most of the illiterate people are not poor, but mostly illiterate people, those who cannot give most of their time to study, and they remain illiterate, so they remain poor. I mean, they don't basically go to the social standards, or they follow the social standards and get all the benefits or perks of living a good life, leading a good life where all educated people are living. Though I'm not complimenting it that all people who lack education become poor, so that would be a judgment. So, but because most of the population, if we see that lack of education, apart from around 80 to 90% population lies below this poverty line. I mean, lies below this line, like they have to struggle for these social benefits and other standard benefits which can lead them to a good life. Then we have this healthcare and family planning. So healthcare again is a very important factor, and that brings most of the things in the mind of policymakers and program makers, because if healthcare is not unified, or not unique to the population of the country, then the efforts in getting rid of this population growth, or other kind of thing will be in vain, like it will not be effective. Then we have this consequence of demographic issues in India. So strain on resources. So large population can strain resources like food, water, energy, and infrastructure. Unemployment and underemployment, these two are also the consequences that arise out of this demographic issue, because the resources are limited, because all resources are limited, and production has to be gone on also limited, and when the number of heads rises, so obviously there is a kind of scarcity of resources to those people who are not deserving to get resources for their livelihood. So that creates unemployment and underemployment. Then comes pressure on education and healthcare. So the demand for quality education and healthcare services increases with population growth, leading to challenges in meeting these needs. So obviously these are also the major challenges that a country is facing. So people who wants to go for this higher education, so they have plenty of institutes, but that they are not in that number, so that they can cater to every student's need. And though the standard to get into these institutions is also very tough, so reaching to higher education for the people who belongs to these rural areas is also challenge that needs to be addressed through policies or some program implications. So government are taking a step, but these need to be addressed. Then we have this environmental impact. So rapid population growth can lead to increased population, deforestation, depletion, and natural resources. So this thing we can see in our nearby areas. So there used to be, to most of the people who are who are attending this session, I can surely claim that most of the people have open field or open field full of natural flora and fauna in their areas. But as time passes, that population increase, so these have gone, and maybe infrastructure like buildings, shops, and other things would be there. So this is how the environment is being impacted. The rise in this CO2 level every year is also causing the international organization to come up with goal policies. Like we can see that most of the sustainable development goals are directed towards reducing the environmental impact of increasing population. Then we have this social issues. So social issues considers this gender imbalance, poverty, and lack of education, and can lead to social inequalities and unrest. So let's go through in this details. So a population is defined by WHO as the inhabitants of a country, territory, or geographic area, total or for a given sex or a gender or a age group at a specific point of time. So that account for the population. So to address the problem of increasing population, so there are not in a direct way, but in an indirect way. So there are sustainable development goals that the United Nations has started. So out of all the goals, these are the goals: SDG 4, 2, 4, 5, 6, and 11. So like good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, sustainable cities and communities. So these are the sustainable development goals that the international organization is trying to address. So India too, it has taken stand on this and has tried to address it and making changes in it. So before going into the these goals, so I would like to discuss about the population. So population of a country can be measured as the population at a particular time plus difference in birth and death rates and plus the number of difference in immigrants and emigrants, like the people those people who went out of the country to earn, and those who have permanently settled over there. So their difference, then number of births and number of death difference, and the population at the beginning of the year. So all these sum up to the current population of a particular country. So that's from a numerical counting purpose. But even if you want to reach out to know what is the current population of a country, so once census happens, so there are government organization like the Ministry of Statistics, Planning and Implementation, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. So they do have a live live infographics over their website, which shows the current population. I mean, estimated current population. You can get it over there. So if we talk about the population, so let's talk about a few population concepts. So population can be of two types. So first type is a static population, and second type is stationary, and second type is a static population. So static population is the population that despite multiple births and deaths, it does not change. It remains constant over a particular period of time. It's for a long period of time. So living in India, having seen population changing from 1.2 billion to 1.35 billion, we cannot talk about a stable population because we are increasing at an increasing rate as well. So if you talk about this, so our population is obviously a stationary population. So stationary in the terms like the change in birth and death rate and the change in population per year remains constant. Like the change is also fixed. So more or less it goes a little up and down. But if we look at it in average terms, so there's a constant change in population, constant rate of change in population that's going on since last 5 to 10 years. So that's it. Next, we have India's population growth and trends. So current population of India is about as of date. So it's not a real figure because the population people used to measure that happens to be between 10 years, like census happens after every 10 years, and that accounts for the population. And amid that, government also organizes surveys like National Family Health Survey. There's an organization of government that's called National Sample Survey Organization that takes care of it and enumerates, estimates the population. What should be the population if census happened in 2011? Then what should be the population in 2012, 13? Based on keeping all the factors in mind, like birth rate, death rate, reproduction rate. So keeping all these things in mind. So there are statisticians. So government people are sitting there in Ministry of Statistics, Planning and Implementation, and they probably estimate this number. So 1.428 billion people are currently in India as of now. So that makes us the second populous country in India. So ours is going steadily from past few decades and expected to continue to grow in the coming years. So significant changes over time. So population of India has changed significantly over time. So if you talk about 1950, population was only 361 million. So since then, it has come to 1400 billion, 1428 billion. So a million. So since then, the population has grown by more than 4 times. So obviously, fourfold the population has grown. The growth has been derived by a number of factors, including improved healthcare, better nutrition, and a decline in the mortality rate. So if you talk about the growth rate, so the population growth rate in 1950 was around 2.48%, nearly 2.5%. So the growth rate has declined steadily since then and is now only 0.181%. But we cannot say that this decline is good. Decline is good, but when we talk about the quantity, the numbers, so it is still a very huge number. So then 2.5% of 361 million is always smaller than 0.81% of nowadays this 1.4 billion. So obviously the comparison will not be a good because there's a difference in number. This decline is due to a number of factors, including a decline in fertility rate, an increase in the number of women in workforce, and a rise in the average age of the population. So these are the factors that they have contributed to. So it's contrary to growth. So some of the important factors that I have taken into account over here is, so that is the average age of the population is around 28.7 years. So most of the people the population of 1.4 billion people, if we take their average age, so most of the people lie around or in nearby this 28.7 years, nearly 29 years. So that's the reason why we can say that most of the population of our country is young and more potential to go for it. So the literacy rate is 77.7%. So 77.7% the literacy rate, that is overall data, but literacy measurement index that we use for our country is actually very poor. So just writing names and getting a degree is not becoming literate. There should be more stricter norms to be included in that index or in that formula for considering people literate. So obviously, so that's 77.7%. Then sex ratio is 943 female per 1,000 males. So this sex gap ratio is prevalent in India, and there are states that it is very prevalent that number of males are increasing the number of females. So, but earlier this was around 800 something, but like Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, these initiatives started, that these things changed, and in the past 2 decades we have seen the significant changes. So it has rose up to 943, which is a significant change. Then unemployment rate is 7.3%. So unemployment rate is also very high because of this population and the lack of resources the government is getting for its people. Then poverty rate is 22.2%. So the population of India is a complex and dynamic entity. The government is facing a number of challenges in trying to meet the needs of such a large and diverse population. So however, the population is making progress in a number of areas such as healthcare, education, and employment. So the future of India is bright, and the country has the potential to become a major economic and global power. Then we have this age structure and aging population. So age structure of India's population. So India has a young population. So 2023, the median age of the population is 28.7 years. So median age, most of you might not be familiar about it and about how it treats the data. So basically, it is the it is a number that divides the data into 2 equal halves. So one part of the population is obviously reaching up to the age of 28.7 years, and the rest is obviously greater or older or elder than. The age composition of India's population is as follows. So we consider children in the age group of 0 to 14 years, though there are some categories of infant and other categories. So overall, they're considered to be 25.69% of the population. Working age population 15 to 64, that is considered to be 67.51% population. Elderly 65 and greater, older is around 6.8%. So the distribution pattern, birth rate, death rate, migration pattern. So the birth rate in India is currently 16.4 per 1,000 people. So whatever is the population or demographic figure that we measure in India is always measured based on the standard of 1,000. Like we have seen percentage happens over 100. So the demographic kind of infographics or number that is measured at 1,000, because that's the standard that probably our country has met, the people who are behind us, they have made. So so this is the birth rate is 16.4% per thousand people, and the death rate is 9.4% per thousand people. So there are many types of birth rates and death rate, like age specific birth rates are also calculated, age specific death rates are also calculated. So birth rate of female is also important, because once a female is born, so that is that is prone to prone to consider that they will in future they will give birth to new babies as well. So they can increase the population in twofold, because not on an average specific for fertility rate or birth rate if we count. So for a female, it is the standard is considered to be 1 for general population estimation. So this is how it is treated. So its importance is there. Death rate is 9.4%. So if we try to look at what is the net percentage increase in the population, so we can probably subtract this death rate from the birth rate. So 19 and 7% or less than 7% will be the per thousand people. That will be the net growth rate, or net net number of people, net percent of people that are increasing to the population, that are adding to the population. And that is not the true figure, because apart from that, so the most happens to be leaving the population based on the based on how many of them will survive up to a certain age. So that survival statistics is also calculated. So there are many things that complement this study. So just knowing a factor figure and taking an estimate about the population is not enough. So knowing all the factors and then taking credit of then complementing the population, so that will probably make sense. So this makes the that the natural increase in the population is 7 per thousand people. Then we have population distribution. So India's population is not evenly distributed. So most of the people, we can see that people from foreign institute, they used to come to study population and their patterns in India. So it's because that unity in diversity kind of thing is also prevalent over here. So the distribution is not evenly distributed. So for example, if you can see that northern and eastern part of the country are mostly populated ones. So the most of the states with the largest population lies in those states like Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, Bihar, West Bengal, and Madhya Pradesh. So these are the states they are with most population. So the states with the smallest population are Sikkim, Mizoram, Nagaland, Arunachal Pradesh, and Goa. So this is the uneven distribution of population. So the proportion of children in India population has been declining in recent years. So 1950, 40% of the population were children. So now it is around 25.69%. So obviously it has decreased because of the smart decision taken by parents in rural urban areas. So that has contributed to the significant low in the number. The proportion of working age population in India's population has been increasing in recent years. So in 1950, because we are comparing 1950 because that's the basic standard of our population. So whatever data we'll consider for analysis or getting insight generation or keeping things into consideration. So the base is considered to be around 1950 because the full-fledged, the first, population estimation after independence happened in 1950. So the working population, working age population made up to 55% of the population. So, however, the proportion of working age population has increased steadily since then, and is now 67.51%. So obviously that has increased because of the significant changes in higher education and the study decision to raise their kids and put them to study till they till they get some higher education and land into some job. So that mentality has increased this number. Proportion of elderly has also is expected to increase in the coming years because most of the population aging will happen, and this this working population will shift to 65% plus population. So currently it is around 6.8%. But at the rate at which our population is into this working age population, so by 2050, 12% expected to be change in 5.5% or 5.22% people will add up to this elderly population. Implications. So an aging population has a number of implications for India. So these implications include that strain on healthcare. So aging population means there will be more people who need healthcare services. So obviously healthcare services is actually a very important factor. Increased strain on pension systems. So an aging population means that there will be a fewer people working and contributing to pension systems. So this will put a strain on India's pension system. So reduced economic growth and an aging population means that there will be fewer people working and contributing to economic growth. So this could lead to a reduced economic growth in India. So I have miswritten it over here. Solution. It's not a solution. It's the step that is taken by the government. So government has taken a step. So government has started to expand healthcare coverages. So the government is expanding healthcare coverage to ensure that all Indians have access to quality healthcare. So government is targeting the people, all sections of society, wherein they can provide unified and single healthcare mechanism, healthcare policy, which can benefit them in their healthcare services. So pension system is also being reformed. So in order to provide this social security to the people who are elderly and are not able to meet their needs. So promoting economic growth, the government is promoting economic growth to create jobs and opportunities for the working age population. Way forward, so promoting, there are few outer box ideas that we can implement. So promote active aging. So the government can promote active aging by encouraging the elderly to stay physically and mentally active. So this can be done by providing access to affordable healthcare, recreational activities, and educational opportunities. So this is the first idea that can, government can work on. Then we have this strengthen social support networks. Like government can strengthen social support networks for the elderly by providing financial assistance. So here I'm talking about that self-help groups, like pooling kind of thing, where government or some other small groups can put in money, and wherever these elderly people require that, this can be fulfilled for them. So there can be done without this can be done by working with NGOs and other community groups. So next is empowering the elderly. So this is also one of the steps government can take. The government can empower the elderly by giving them voice in decision-making process. So this can be done by creating advisory council and other forums where the elderly can participate. So if you guys are not understanding this empowering the elderly and the example that creating a forum, I would like to recall the initial structure of judiciary in India. That is that I guess is still followed in the developed countries, that jury system. So wherein people from different sections of people from different sections of society are given importance, and decision is based on it. So not just judiciary. So in every government department and in every social welfare scheme, so there should be an empower committee that should consider these elderly people advisories. So government should be having separate infrastructure to recall them and utilize them and their expertise, so that they can be empowered, and on the different other hand, they can be contributing to the society with their expertise or this long experience. Then we have this, I have this fourth idea that is promote intergenerational interaction. So the government can promote intergenerational interaction by encouraging young people and the elderly to spend time together. So this can be done by organizing events such as festivals and games where people of all age can come. So we in India, like I already spoke that we are into this country where diversity is the major thing. Like all the years, if we count, then we'll be celebrating festivals for almost 50% of the days in a year. But what if there will be a separate festival like kind of carnival things that can be celebrated or that can be organized for elderly people, so that that can come up fruitful, and more ideas, and people can be able to put up themselves there. Another is developing affordable housing options for the elderly. So developing affordable housing options for elderly is this could involve building special housing units or converting existing buildings into affordable housing for the elderly. So like Vriddhashrams, old age houses are there, but there should be some special scheme by the government in that houses will be provided to elderly people. So those who have retired or those who have those who have done their workforce part in their lives and they want to settle down somewhere and live a better life. So providing transportation assistance to the elderly is also very important. So I would like to take an example of this railway senior citizen scheme that was earlier provided, but now they have stopped it. So I don't know why they have stopped it, but so in railways, but in government bus services, because I recently traveled to the state of Maharashtra, and there I saw that elderly people and females, they are having this 50% discount of tickets in these buses, interstate buses that travels from one district to other district. So these are the these are the progress programs that government can come up with and implement it in fairly in all the states, so that all the elderly people can get benefit of it. So it's in some state, but it's not in all the states. Providing home-based care services for the elderly. So this could involve providing in-home assistance with tasks such as bathing, dressing, cooking, and cleaning for the elderly who are unable to care for themselves. So then providing respite care of caregivers. This could involve providing temporary care for the elderly so that their caregivers can take a break or get some rest. So these are some out-of-the-box suggestions. So not in this particular way, but some points can be implemented in government programs and policies, or either a new infrastructure can be made for them and things can be implemented. Now, fertility rates and trends. So fertility rates have been in decline because of better education facility, health facilities, and economic changes. So from 6 children per woman to it has come to 2.2 children per woman in 2023. So these are the factors that has contributed to most to this. So improved access to education and healthcare. So this is one of the major factors. Then economic development. So economic development has led to an increase in the cost of raising children, which has also contributed to the decline in fertility rates. And changing social norms such as increasing acceptance of family planning and the rising status of women have also contributed to the decline in fertility rates. Now, government initiative and policies. So government has also taken multiple initiatives in order to promote family planning, birth control, and reproductive health. So these include National Family Health Programming. So this is a government-run program that runs across the country, and the program provides a variety of services like contraceptive measures, counseling services, sterilization services, and postpartum family planning services. Then reproductive and child health programs. So this is also a government-run program, provides reproductive health services to women and children across India, and family planning services, maternal and child health services, adolescent reproductive health services. So these are the government programs that are run, but reaching out of these programs to the people who are needy in remote areas is very important. So though government is reaching out, but still a wide gap needs to be taken over, and we need to see that it reaches the right people at right time. The government initiatives and policies. So apart from that, national population policies also government has come up. So for every policy, government sets a landmark figure to control. So the national population policy aims to reduce the fertility rate to 2.1 children per woman. So 2.1 children per woman by 2025. The government has India's initiative and policies have been successful in reducing fertility rates and improving reproductive health in India. But more works need to be done and to be looked into. What is the gap into it? So it can be studied, because If we talk about these studies, so whatever government is doing, government is putting up the data at one centralized place, data.gov.in. I'll discuss this at a later stage of my discussion. So government is providing all the data at some platform wherein researchers who are interested in studying this can take it from there. Challenges. So so unmet need for family planning is estimated to be around 12%. This means that 12% of couple in India do not have access to family planning services. So modern contraceptive methods is 55%. So there are gaps in this. So these are the challenges that these are facts and figures that government is not up to addressing the challenges. So of course, as time being, so government is working on it, so can challenge. So way forward, so there are some suggestions that can be used. So use technology to reach more people, like apps mechanism, make an app and provide it to the wider reach so that people can register it over here and get the benefits. Then involve men in family planning. So government can involve men more in family planning by providing them with the information services. So in rural areas, this is one of the challenges. In remote areas, make family planning services more affordable. So the government can make family planning services more affordable by providing subsidies for these contraception and other things. Of course, so when you go to government hospitals, so these are subsidized. So there's very nominal charge for it, but most of the people don't avail government health services. So they used to go to private healthcare services, and so is expensive over there. So change social norms. The government can change social norms about family planning by educating the public about the importance of family planning and by challenging traditional beliefs about the role of women in society. Then we have this providing financial incentive to the couple who are using family planning, then making it easier for people to get access to family planning services, then educate the public about family planning. So all these things are going on, but it's not reaching the target, but it will sometime. Then the important factor that contributes to it is gender analysis. So when we talk about gender, so sex ratio analysis comes to the top. So analyzing the ratio of male to female in the population to understand gender imbalance. So gender disparity analysis is also there. So accessing gender gaps in areas such as education, employment, and access to healthcare. So there is a report suggested by World Bank. That was a study by World Bank that gender-based business networks may play a role in encouraging women's entrepreneurship. So this is the report. I have put the link in the PPT. So there are more points they have given based on their studies that can be worked on. So this is one of the suggestions I thought would be good to bring up in this gender analysis section. So I have taken it over here. Example include gender gap in government institutions such as Rajya Sabha and universities, and there are other places as well. So gender gap is still there. So though as time passes, it's improving, but it's not improving at the pace it needs to be in order to remove its effect from demographic consequences. So that need to be fast enough and to be addressed fast. So there is Sustainable Development Goal 5 that can address the issue of gender equality and its implementation, and it is vital in knowing the demographic consequences in long term. So Niti Aayog generally prepares an annual report on Sustainable Development Goals that on all, but the most of the Sustainable Development Goals are related to the population and demographic consequences. So that can be looked upon over years. So for 2023, the report is there. So you can get the report from there and refer to the facts and figures over here. One more thing I would like to tell that all these sources, whatever I'm mentioning, it is based on it is a tertiary data platform. So what is tertiary data? So primary data is the raw data that is collected. Secondary is it's cleaned and making up to the purpose, and then tertiary comes tertiary data. So that is the data that is meaningful, that has used secondary data to generate some meaningful insight, so that can be used for report generation, some article writing, or kind of some research purpose. So that data can be used. So these are the tertiary data, so you can use it and complement your research. Child sex ratio. So this is also very important. So as the 5th round of National Family Health Survey 2019 to 21, the sex ratio on the population, so for the country was estimated as 120. So obviously it has increase. Then the data on child sex ratio is available in the state reports, and NFHS 5 is placed in the next year 1. So NFHS is National Family Health Survey that happens after every year or two. So Ministry of Health and Family Welfare is the nodal. The parent agency that has given this task to International Institute of Population Sciences (IAPS) Mumbai as a nodal agency to implement this. So increasing this child ratio has also been complemented by Beti Bachao Beti Padhao scheme. So this aims at declining child sex ratio. So these are the things that has contributed more to increasing or improving this ratio. Then comes socioeconomic analysis. So socioeconomic analysis also contributes because most of the factors for demographic consequences is from here. So poverty analysis, so evaluating poverty rates and distribution to understand the socioeconomic impact on population dynamics is also very important. Then education analysis, so literacy rates, enrollment ratio, educational attainment and access to proper education, and the population growth and development impact is also studied from here. So it can be seen the impact of this educational terms on population growth and development. So though government has started taken most of the initiative for imparting education. So online platform, just say like this NPTL is an initiative by all IITs and all government colleges to come up with a short-term course. So upon completion, you'll get certificate, and upon writing the exam, you'll be certified that you have completed a particular course. So these are free platforms, just examination charges are there. Then comes employment analysis. So employment rates, sectors, and the type of jobs to understand the relation between population growth and job opportunities. So this is also very important. So now from after this COVID time period, online job trend has also become popular. So income inequality analysis, accessing income distribution and equality measures to understand the socio-economic disparities within the population. So that can also be studied. So the figure mentioned over here is a bit statistical, but can be understood with little effort, like Gini coefficient that helps in understanding the income inequality distribution in a particular country or in a particular population. This is a paper I have studied. So this paper was written during post-COVID time period. So that shows the relationship of socio-economic variables and other variables with the population. So relation between socioeconomic variables and COVID-19. So that was a positive association. So with the life expectancy, literacy rate, negative trend level association with the percentage of people living below the poverty line. Then between health related variable and COVID-19. So there was a negative correlation because COVID was all about the health related and health issues. So that was the thing. Then relationship between demographic variable and COVID-19. So each region was demographic variables and COVID-19. So each region was significantly negative and correlated with gender ratio and was positively associated with life expectancy as well. So you can refer to this paper if you want to know this in details, because overall figures or facts and figures and metric and the method that they used to study all this was implemented over there. Then comes healthcare analysis. This is of very utmost importance in a particular economy. So evaluating the availability of accessibility of healthcare facilities to understand and impact on population health. So oxygen supply requirement during COVID, telemedicine center in India for increasing medical adherence. So these things we can talk about. For example, oxygen supply can be talked about in all the areas, in all parts of the country during COVID. But telemedicine or medical adherence can be related to the remote areas, because people who are poor lie in remote areas, so they go to hospital, like primary health centers. So once they are cured and once they are a little good to go, so they leave medication. They don't adhere to it. So that's how their disease, their problem cannot be eradicated completely. So that's the reason medical adherence is actually a bigger problem and bigger challenge to healthcare in rural areas. So disease prevalence studies, so studying the occurrence and prevalence of disease to assess their impact on population dynamics. So COVID is an example, because nobody would knew how and when it would come. But yes, studying its prevalence and its occurrence can give us insight and give us ultimatums to be prepared for any kind of pandemic in future. Then maternal health and child health analysis. So these are also very important part of this healthcare analysis. So studying to this directly complements or contributes to the population of particular country. So healthcare supply chain is an example. So in healthcare supply chain, use of drone as a medicine delivery can be used. So yes, using drone, or it sounds very expensive or very modern, but once it is in number, or it is being productionized in India, or it is being used, started being used, so its cost can be cut and it can be used, or it can be used for this healthcare supply chain purposes. In fact, most other developed countries are using this. Government initiative. So government has taken initiative like Ayushman Bharat scheme that has complemented to this healthcare. So increase the treatment reach to needy, increase the number of hospital impaneled, timely reimbursement of claims to hospital, added expensive procedures to the needy, and added expensive specialty, like for people who earlier they used to have cancer, but now if they have cancer, they can go to private hospitals. Those even if it is private hospital and it is impaneled on Ayushman Bharat scheme, so people can go and take the benefit from there. This is very cheap in comparison to the private hospitals those are providing. Then centralize all government schemes to be managed by run by government bodies. So there's a authority called National Health Authority that manages all these things. So so most of the people are not aware that the data, facts and figures that they are looking, either it is available for free on internet or free from some safe or reliable resources. So let me tell you, this is available. The only thing is you need to reach out to that particular platform. So here is the publicly available, dashboard that you can use. So I have mentioned it over here because it's not private. I mean, it's not restricted to certain use, but it's public. So I have mentioned this link over here. So once you'll click on this link, it will take you to directly to that page wherein you can collect this data. So what is the number of cards created? How many people have got admission benefits? Hospital empanel in how many hospitals are treating this Ayushman Bharat schemes patient? Then how many of them are private, public? You can get the data state-wise. The filter is also given over here. So the data, if you want to complement to your study or research, can be taken from here. So the solution and precautions. So family planning and reproductive health surely needs to be taken care of. Women empowerment and gender equality. This is also one of the very hot issues that need to be addressed. Then poverty alleviation and education. This is also very important because reducing the poverty and providing education to all can really improve their skills, and they can change their social standard. So socio-economic condition can be enhanced. Healthcare infrastructure should be enhanced. Though government is doing good and we have a large hospital chains, but it is not accessible to all. So accessibility to all should be the keyword that we should focus on. So sustainable development, so promoting sustainable practices like renewable energy resources and environmental conservation can mitigate the environmental impact of population growth. So that can also be considered into part. So these are the steps that can be taken to address the demographic challenge it faces. So invest in education and healthcare. That should be one of the important field. Promote urbanization. So this will help to reduce the strain of rural areas. So it's not about promoting urbanization like make buildings and create infrastructure. So if we are trying to urbanize the rural area, make sure that the rural features are there, like that there are farms, that this lands, open lands, and this greenery that cannot be affected. And in the name of buildings and infrastructure, so the existing things can be developed, and make sure that services, that government services is easily accessible to all basic services like banks, healthcare services, and other important government organizational services that should be available to all there. So that would complement this urbanization, not to make it totally metro kind of city. So that will surely take the charm of this rural thing. Then social security system reform is also required. Then information invest in infrastructure. So investment in infrastructure is also important because it will create jobs, because most of our population lies in this labor class. So creating jobs for them is very important, rather than first skilling them. So first give them jobs and then think of skilling them in their free time. So that will really complement. By taking these steps, India can ensure that the demographic challenges do not become a barrier to its continued education and social development. So here are some of the research ideas that I thought would be helpful. So the impact of migration on social cohesion. So India is a country where a large number of internal migrants. These migrants often come from rural areas and move to urban areas in search of better opportunities. Migration can have a significant impact of social cohesion, as it can lead to the formation of new communities and the breakdown of traditional social network. So obviously studying these impact of migration on social cohesion can obviously result fruitful. Then impact of aging on labor force. So obviously labor force, most of the labor force is lies between 28 or 29 to 65 years. So obviously studying their aging impact will surely be fruitful and help policy makers to take a decision on it. Then we have demographic disparity in an inclusive development. So exploring the demographic disparities across different regions, states, or social groups in India and their impact on inclusive development. So investigate the factors that contribute to their disparities and potential strategies to reduce them. Then we have this family planning programs and fertility rates. So evaluate the effectiveness of family planning programs in India and their impact on fertility rates and other factors. So that can also be helpful in socioeconomic well-being of the families. Then demographic and political dynamics. This can also be a hot topic, as the political dynamics is changing in India. So obviously we can complement this study, like investigating the influence of demographic factors on this political dynamics. So obviously these are the things that are becoming most of the elections forward, and this manifesto, the manifestos, and etc. So the link, there's a link I have provided. So it contains the reports on various factors till 2022. So I would like to open it. So this is the website of Ministry of. Is my screen visible? Can anyone confirm?
Yes, your screen is visible.
Okay.
Aditya is visible. It's there. We can see
Okay. It. So studying about this gender gap analysis, so Ministry of Statistics and Planning implementation have contributed to this from their government organization and departments. So here you can find their recent study till 2022. So you can either get this in PDF format or in Excel format. So obviously this can complement your studies. So yes, so this was so overall ideas from my side that I came up with certain theories. So that's it from my side. So I'm up to questions if anyone is having.
Thanks, Aditya. That was really insightful session in this afternoon we had it with you. And I'm really surprised there is no question at all. So might be two things are possible. Either the crowd has understood or they have not understood anything. So anyway, thank you so much for your time and everything.
Actually, I would like to add more, because time was limited. So I just wanted to bring in some data kind of thing over here. But going through this content and
all
putting
right.
them through
Might
data
be
was
might be in future, if anybody comes up with this topic and they want to do any research or something like
of
that.
course,
So
of course.
might be that would have been really great for us. So then we'll definitely share your details and they'll definitely get back to you. But
So,
that was
Aditya, can I?
Yeah, ma'am.
Yeah. So your session was really enlightening and very nice. But I really want to know, though this is not my expertise, but during COVID, many people just migrated from one page to another page for just for the basics. So I really want to know your idea about it, how you saw that thing. I think you have explained something related to that in your PPT as well.
So actually, that happened there 2 times, like pre-COVID era and post-COVID era. So that during the time of COVID, so people travel back to their regular places. So because no work was there, I'm talking about this labor category. So they traveled back to their places, and once the COVID was over, so they again travel back to the places in search of their work. But when we talk about skilled labor like us, so during this COVID kind of thing, this opportunity has increased because most of the companies were shut and the places were, full of, burdens, responsibility, financial responsibilities. So this work from home kind of opportunity grew up. So obviously, most of the people, those who did not want to work and did not want to go office, they also participated this time and started working over there. So that was the thing that was observant. But in labor force, there was no significant change. So actually, if we talk about unskilled labor, so most people travel back to their places. So some of them, most of them found their livelihood over there. So it took time to them to travel back to their places, and again they traveled, but the opportunity was less. So now it's coming to the pace. So that it was pre-COVID time.
So much, Aditya. Anybody? Any questions?
So if you want to know about this, migration data or this migration kind of thing of labor from, during the COVID time, you can refer to data.gov.in. That is a government centralized platform that government from all departments, they keep their data over there. So you can surely get the data. And to beautify this, so they just don't have this data, they have created a visualization of it so that you can see the changes, like in terms of statistical graph, like objects, like what do we call histogram, pie chart, so line graph. So that will be more interactive for you to understand. So you can refer it yourself to over there, and you will surely see this study, I mean, in terms of data.
Was my question audible? Yes, because suddenly I saw the host wants to unmute you. So I was thinking about, like, will it be wise from a research perspective to depend entirely on government related data on an issue so controversial as COVID related migration?
Understand your point. So, but ma'am, when you talked 3 years ago or 4 years ago, you did not have any source of data for these kind of things. So only World Health Organization, United Nations. So they used to provide this data through their database. So you kind of you can say that that data was manipulated. So international labor organization at this labor statistics department has also said that the data is manipulated. So the data was
what
there.
I wanted to know. Is there any third party involved in it who had been collecting sources?
Yeah. So the data is purely not the representative of the figure what we're looking for. Government do come up with the data at their platform, but the study, the that collection of data, so that mostly does not happen, at the root level. So the government agency like National Status Sample Survey Organization, they used to work. So they deploy this local people in remote areas. So if they have to, evaluate or, kind of get the data from all the households of a particular village, so kind of disparity happens over there. I will not point a finger it over here, but obviously the data is not completely reliable. So that's why we, type of consider this as a complementary kind of thing. Like we take the support of this statistical part as well, like hypothesis testing, etc. So that we can see the this data which we are referring to, like it is matching to our population or not.
All right, that's interesting. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So
yes, you
no
can
question?
take your leave. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. So anyone having any questions, so okay, they can surely write to me. So I'll be more than happy to answer back. So yeah,
Okay.
it was
Thank you,
great,
Aditya.
nice session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
So thank you everyone for joining. So the thing is, tomorrow we'll meet at 9, and I have already shared the schedule for tomorrow in the WhatsApp group. So thank you everyone, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Can I close now?
Yes, sir. Please. Thank you, sir.